Chapter 1898. Now thinking about it, the previous life's exile itself was very suspicious. If combined with the experience in this life, there must be a problem with this Sima Fei. In the previous life, there was 1,000 years of demonic tribulation in the spiritual realm, and there were also devils in the immortal realm. Although Yang Chen didn't know what happened later, he didn't know if these two things were related. If the demon continent in the mortal world was added, it seemed that there was a problem in the three realms. Yang Chen didn't know if this speculation was reasonable, but Sima Fei was definitely not a good person, and even the Holocaust sect was now very suspicious. The sect master didn't die earlier or later, but he died at this time. The possibility of a man-made accident was too high. Fanghua, be careful of the Holocaust sect when you go back. Now Yang Chen hadn't recovered his cultivation, and he didn't intend to appear in front of everyone before the demonic tribulation was completed, so he could only remind Lady Fanghua. The courtyard of Yin-Yang Demon School was now too close to the Holocaust sect. Yang Chen was also afraid that if there was any change in the Holocaust sect, it would affect Lady Fanghua's sect. Lady Fanghua and her female apprentices didn't disobey Yang Chen's instructions at all, and they all agreed. For the time being, this was the relatively new news that Lady Fanghua brought, and the rest were small things. It was nothing more than a place that was conquered, which sect had a few famous masters or something. As the saying goes, heroes only show their true colors in the turbulent sea. In the raging of the beastkin tide, a large number of masters who seemed to be unknown before also emerged. They stood proudly among the heroes in the war to kill the beastkin. Yang Chen's wives and concubines were the most obvious example. It was impossible for Yang Chen's wives and concubines to be the only masters in the world. These masters who emerged had almost become the new force to reclaim the lost land. They had been charging at the forefront of killing the beastkin. It could be said that they had made great contributions to the reclaiming of the territory. Madame Fanghua's cultivation base has been improved, and she has reached the 8th grade of the Earth Immortal Realm. The worst of the maids also has the cultivation base of the 6th grade of the Earth Immortal Realm. All of these were caused by Yang Chen's last dissipation. In addition to the hundreds of years of cultivation refining and the experience of fighting with the monsters, they have thoroughly refined Yang Chen's spiritual power, and more refined. As the great elder of Yin-Yang Demon School, Lady Fanghua couldn't disappear for too long, lest the sect misunderstand her. Therefore, after spending a year with Yang Chen in the Dragon Palace, Lady Fanghua and the maids bid farewell to him reluctantly and turned to the killing field of evil beasts. After bidding farewell to Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen continued with his recovery training. The Dragon Palace was located on the immortal spiritual vein. The originally abundant spiritual vein was overflowing, and Yang Chen's cultivation was smooth. After all, it was a recultivation. Strictly speaking, it was the third cultivation. There were many detours that he didn't have to detour at all. With the powerful golden body secret art combined with a huge amount of merits, he directly rushed through all kinds of checkpoints, and there was a feeling of irresistible force in his cultivation. During this period, Yang Chen also met with Lan Ying, who returned to the Hatred Sea to recuperate. Lan Ying was also a ferocious character. She slaughtered the demon beasts on the battlefield. This time, she accidentally encountered 3 celestial immortal level demon beasts alone. After killing one, she was injured by the other 2, so she returned to the Hatred Parting Sea to recuperate. Originally, Lan Ying planned to recover here in the immortal spiritual vein, but she met Yang Chen. Naturally, with Yang Chen, Lan Ying didn't need to spend more time. After taking a spirit pill, her injuries were almost healed. After telling Yang Chen about the situation outside, she planned to return to the battlefield immediately. Yang Chen did not stop her, but let Lan Ying bring a message to the head of the palace and Elder Wu Xiong, asking them to pay more attention to the Holocaust sect, especially the new sect master Sima Fei. Although so far, neither the Holocaust sect nor Sima Fei has shown any abnormal signs, Yang Chen always felt uneasy in his heart. Anyway, it was always good to pay more attention, it was better to be careful. Perhaps the women had agreed with each other. Every 20 years or so, one or a few would come to Yang Chen's side and accompany Yang Chen for a period of time. Yang Chen also enjoyed this feeling of being away from his wife. Every time he met, he would be entangled with the women. Yang Chen had already mastered the golden body secret art, but he still did not dare to double cultivate with the women, especially Yang Chen's current spiritual power contained the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Yang Chen must also think about how to make the women not be affected before he could carry out the real double cultivation. Everyone met each other and simply enjoyed the life of a husband and wife. The process of reclaiming the lost land was orderly. According to Yang Chen's understanding of the situation, the cultivators had been steadily advancing the territory. Now the Dao sects had been connected to the territory of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The Demons and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance formed a line on the periphery. The Sunset Rock had become the most important marketplace. Whether it was the Demons or the Demons, they all liked to go to the Sunset Rock to find or exchange what they wanted. The largest amount of trading here was the objects of the monsters, and now the cultivators had the most in their hands. After the Chunyang Palace experienced the destruction of the mountain gate again, there was no more suffering, and it has been standing steadily on the original site. No one saw anything wrong with it. The Earth Dragon was born to be good at hiding its tracks. It was not known how those cultivators would feel if they knew that they had been living in the body of the Earth Dragon. The 5 Murong sisters came together. The 5 sisters had never been separated from each other since they were young, and this time was no exception. Now that the Murong sisters were the direct disciples of the sect master, their status was very different from before, but in front of Yang Chen, they were still the 5 obedient concubines. Originally, the husband and wife meeting was a very beautiful thing. Unfortunately, the Murong sisters actually brought 2 outsiders, which made Yang Chen very speechless. Following the Murong sisters were the 2 royal family members of the Dragon Clan, Ao Lan and Ao Lai. Only the 2 of them could force the Murong sisters, who had the dragon puppet, to take them to see Yang Chen. Others would not dare to make such a request. So satisfying. Before Yang Chen and the Murong sisters could have a small gathering, Ao Lai had already jumped out impatiently. He laughed and showed off to Yang Chen. Unfortunately, your cultivation has not recovered, and you missed the big scene. No matter how big the scene is, it will not be as big as the scene of me killing you. Yang Chen gritted his teeth and replied to Ao Lai. This fellow simply has no foresight. Can't he see that I have not seen the Murong sisters for a long time? Your cultivation is recovering very quickly. Ao Lan's voice came from another direction. As usual, he did not reveal himself, as if he was not willing to appear in front of humans. However, his tone was very friendly. Looks like I will be able to get the embryo fusing pill very soon. Chapter 1899. Ao Lan wholeheartedly wanted to resurrect the fire dragon, and the key to resurrecting the fire dragon rested on Yang Chen. As long as Yang Chen obtained the fusing embryo pill, Ao Lan could let the fire dragon reincarnate on the dragon puppet. Hence, Ao Lan was most concerned about Yang Chen's cultivation. Seeing that Yang Chen had reached the middle stage of the Great Ascension Realm in a few hundred years, Ao Lan was naturally very happy. When Yang Chen was still in the Foundation Establishment realm, he could refine the 8 Revolution Essence Nurturing Pill without touching the profound Spirit Furnace. The higher his cultivation, the more confident Yang Chen would be in refining the fusing embryo pill. Ao Lan could not help but be happy. The 2 dragon experts did not always follow the Murong sisters. When the demonic calamity broke out, no one knew where they went. Probably no cultivators would be interested in their whereabouts. The only thing they could be sure of was that the demonic calamity should not affect them. This could be seen from Ao Lan and Ao Lai's unscathed bodies. There was no need to talk about the strong Ao Lan. There were not many opponents who could injure Ao Lai. Perhaps Yang Chen could be considered one. Of course, Big Brother Li Cheng was definitely one. Speaking of Big Brother Li Cheng, Yang Chen had not seen him for a long time. Ever since they parted at the trial grounds, Yang Chen had not seen Li Cheng again. Fortunately, Yang Chen firmly believed in Li Cheng's strength and did not need to worry about his safety during the demonic calamity. It was very easy for Ao Lan and Ao Lai to find Yang Chen. After all, they helped to refine the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle and the Dragon Palace. Their auras were still on them. They could know where Yang Chen was at any time. It was also a coincidence that they were together with the Murong sisters. When they were looking for Yang Chen, they discovered that the Murong sisters were also heading in this direction. Ao Lan had been paying attention to the aura of the dragon puppet. They could take this opportunity to check on the dragon puppet situation. It had to be said that Ao Lan was very satisfied with the results. Yang Chen was right. The 5 Murong sisters' 5 elements were balanced. Their thoughts were unified. After being nourished by their 5-element formation, the dragon puppet was in a much better state than when they first saw it. Based on this progress, when the dragon spirit was revived in the immortal world, the dragon puppet would enter its peak state. This would only benefit the fire dragon. Of course, this was what Ao Lan said. Everything was just along the way and not on purpose. However, Ao Lai understood Ao Lan's intentions. Yang Chen also understood it. Even the Murong sisters understood it. However, no one pointed it out. Xiao Chen wondered what kind of relationship Huolong had with Ao Lan for Ao Lan to pay so much attention to it. When the demonic tribulation was raging, they rushed to the Murong sisters' side to carefully check the state of the dragon puppet, and also stopped by to see the recovery of Yang Chen's cultivation base. Ao Lai took the Yu Jade wine to heart too, because it and had with and dragon and Lai and dragon and Chen and Ao Lai had always been brooding over the Jade Dragon wine, as it was the wine of the dragon race. Unfortunately, Senior gave it to Yang Chen. Ao Lai was too embarrassed to take it back. Of course, it was mostly because he could not or did not dare to. Hence, he had to drink to his heart's content every time he came. Ao Lan did not like wine. She only accompanied Ao Lai and Yang Chen for a few drinks. After that, Ao Lan seemed to discover something. She asked out of curiosity, "Who is that person in the Dragon Palace? He looks very strong." When the Dragon Palace merged with the profound Heaven Dark Sea Shuttle, Ao Lan had helped. Yang Chen had not gotten Xiao Tian to erase Ao Lan's aura. Hence, although she did not have control over the Dragon Palace now, she could sense that there was someone in it. He is the son of a senior in the immortal world. He purposely sent him to the spiritual realm to avoid calamity and temper himself. Yang Chen gave a simple introduction. Then, he reminded, "Do not show any hostility to him. Otherwise, he will attack." Although Ao Lan was strong, she was not someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. At the very least, she did not have the habit of falling out with Yang Chen at the slightest provocation. Hearing Yang Chen's serious tone, Ao Lan paid attention not to disturb Yang Chen. Ao Lai, who was at the side, could not sit still. He was very curious. When he heard Yang Chen say that, he became somewhat eager to give it a try. Yang Chen only glanced at Ao Lai and said indifferently, "It is best not to cause trouble. That person can kill me in an instant at any time." Xiao Chen's words immediately made Ao Lai obedient. When Yang Chen was still a foundation establishment cultivator, Ao Lai was already subdued. Not to mention now that Yang Chen was already a Mahayana stage cultivator. Even the current Yang Chen said that Ao Lai would be killed in an instant. Naturally, Ao Lai was not a match for him. Although Ao Lai was arrogant, he was not so arrogant that he did not care about his life. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Ao Lan got down to business. The moment Ao Lan opened her mouth, she startled Yang Chen. "Previously, you warned us that there would be trouble in the trial ground." Ao Lan said slowly, "After the demonic beast tide erupted, the 2 of us went to the core of the trial ground to take a look and saw some things. Even though the demonic beasts in the demonic calamity were not as ferocious as they were at the beginning, the core of the trial ground, the center of the demonic calamity, was still ridiculously strong. Previously, Li Cheng had used the power of the sea-pouring jasper lamp to bring Yang Chen to the core of the trial ground. In Yang Chen's impression, only Li Cheng could appear at the spatial entrance. Now, Ao Lan and Ao Lai were probably included. It was easy to imagine that Ao Lai must have benefited from Ao Lan. With his strength, he would not be able to rush to that kind of core. There is a large spatial entrance there. It might be connected to another world, Aolan said concisely. Aolan explained concisely, the demonic beasts all came out from that spatial exit. That world might be an independent world no inferior to the spiritual realm. The world and the cave were different. No matter how big the cave was, it was just a refined magic treasure. However, the world was different. Yang Chen had never heard of anyone who could refine the entire world. Yang Chen already knew about that spatial entrance. Furthermore, he had personally refined it. As long as his cultivation was sufficient, he could close that spatial entrance at any time. Hence, when he heard Aolan's words, Yang Chen did not even show any surprise. He was calm as if it was natural. Seeing Yang Chen's performance, Aolan nodded in his heart. When Aolai first saw the spatial entrance, his reaction was no better than a child who saw a monkey show for the first time. Yang Chen had such a temperament at such a young age. It was indeed not a fluke that he could become a rank 8 alchemist. Yang Chen could understand Aolan's recognition. However, Yang Chen was not stupid enough to expose the fact that he already knew about the spatial entrance. However, Aolan's next sentence made Yang Chen jump. After the demonic calamity broke out, there were other cultivators in the core of the trial ground, Aolan continued to say calmly. This news seemed very ordinary to her. Chapter 1900. Aolan could not understand Yang Chen's astonishment. Could it be that the exit to the other world was not as good as the cultivators there? Why did Yang Chen react like this when he heard that there were cultivators? Who are they? How are their cultivations? Yang Chen asked anxiously. It was like those cultivators were Yang Chen's long-lost friends. It's just a few heaven immortal juniors and a few profound immortals. They are moving around sneakily by relying on a secret formation. Aolai replied. Similarly, he could not understand Yang Chen's anxiousness. He replied lazily, if not for the fact that we were just going over to take a look and not wanting to cause any trouble, none of them would have survived. Do they really think that they can strut around there just because they can fool some brainless demonic beasts? Humph. Aolai's words fully reflected his dissatisfaction with those cultivators. This was also his true feelings. Those fellows who did not even dare to step out of that formation were actually arrogantly pointing fingers at the world. Aolai really did not know where they got their thick skin from. The group of cultivators hiding in the core of the trial ground by relying on the formation. A thought flashed in Yang Chen's mind. Suddenly, he understood. So that's how it is. When nearly 99% of the spiritual realm is flooded by the demonic beast tide, where is the safest place? In the past, Yang Chen always thought that it was the places that were not affected by the demonic beast tide. It could be said that everyone else thought the same. This was also the first reaction of a normal person. A place without demonic beasts was the safest. However, there was another saying. The most dangerous place was the safest. This was a way of thinking that challenged everyone's fixed thinking. It was used here because the place where the demonic beasts came out was the safest. The Zhao clan's ancestor had made such a grand arrangement. How could he guarantee the safety of his descendants from the demonic beast tide? It must be the formation that could conceal auras that Aolai mentioned. Where are those cultivators exactly? Yang Chen became excited. After pondering for a while, he asked carefully, is it beside the exit of that space or somewhere else? This was what puzzled Yang Chen. If it was beside the exit of the space, then it was impossible for the Zhao family to not notice when Li Cheng caused such a huge commotion and killed so many Xian immortal demonic beasts, right? It shouldn't be at the spatial exit. Otherwise, with Big Brother Li Cheng's cultivation, it would be impossible for him to not discover any cultivators. However, it was easy to evade the perception of demonic beasts, but what method did these fellows use to evade Big Brother Li Cheng's detection? It's still far from that exit. It's on the other side of a strange formation. Aolai excitedly told Yang Chen. On the contrary, Aolan, who was the first to speak, quietly kept her mouth shut. She only listened to them speak as she sipped on her wine cup. There was a strange formation outside. The first thing that Yang Chen thought of when he heard about it was the formation that could only be entered through the Zhao family manor. It was the formation that blocked Big Brother Li Cheng from entering at the start. At that time, Li Cheng wanted to enter without activating the formation. However, he was unable to do so. In the end, it was Yang Chen's Zhao family manor that contributed greatly. That formation is very strange. The moment spiritual sense probed for too long, it would immediately suck in. Aolai held a large wine jar in his claws and drank a mouthful. Then, he said proudly, "If not for this old man's talent," just as Aolai said this while gesticulating, Aolan, who was beside him, coughed gently. Aolai immediately became much more obedient. He said obediently, "If not for elder sister Lan's incredible skills, we would have to fight with those fellows for a while." From Aolai's words, Yang Chen understood how they entered. Aolan's cultivation was too strong. She used her fastest speed to charge through the formation. Then, she tossed a few demonic beasts into the formation, causing those cultivators to think that the formation was triggered by the demonic beasts crashing into it. Because of this, Aolai was very dissatisfied with those cultivators. If not for Aolan suppressing him to not cause trouble, Aolai might have made a move and killed all those cultivators. That's right. It seems like those cultivators are only in one place. There are no other places. Aolai added, "They can be considered lucky. If not for elder sister Lan not letting me make a move, I would have taught them a lesson long ago." Only then did it make sense. The vast outer magic array was spread across a radius of tens of thousands of Li cultivators would only appear at certain points in certain directions. It also explained how these fellows could avoid Big Brother Li Cheng's probing. Aolai now addressed Aolan as elder sister Lan. According to seniority, he should not address her like this. Perhaps Aolan allowed Aolai to address her this way because of the fire dragon's body. This could be considered Aolan's way of showing love for the house and its crow. "Don't listen to this fellow's bragging," Aolan finally spoke, directly rebuking Aolai's earlier words. "I am not bragging." Aolai immediately cried out in grievance. He had personally experienced all this. How was he bragging? "The fellows in that formation are not simple," Aolan said with a very grave expression. "The few people who appeared were very ordinary. Aolai could easily crush them. However, I can sense an extremely horrifying expert in there." Aolan revealed a reminiscing expression. After a pause, he added, "Very terrifying. If they fought, they would not be weaker than me." Aolan had not revealed such a grave expression even when facing the middle-stage golden immortal dragon puppet. Based on Aolan's words, it seemed like he feared that expert. How could Yang Chen not be shocked? Unexpectedly, the Zhao clan still hid such a trump card. Indeed, they had made ample preparations. However, since they had such an expert, how could they allow the various large sect to work together and kill tens of thousands of their outer disciples and sect members? However, you don't have to worry. That expert probably cannot leave that place. When Aolan saw Yang Chen's expression sink, he smiled and said, "Although I do not know the reason, my intuition is not wrong. He did not discover me, but I discovered his existence." The supermaster who was bound in the formation, Yang Chen's heart also had a little bit of a spectrum. An expert trapped in a certain area would be much less of a threat. Furthermore, the Profound Heaven sect was now the vanguard in dealing with the Zhao clan. The more powerful the Zhao clan's expert, the greater the losses the Profound Heaven sect would suffer. This was exactly what Yang Chen wanted. Yang Chen even hoped to see the Zhao clan and the Profound Heaven sect fight to the death. That would definitely be the most beautiful scene in the world. As for how to deal with that super expert, Yang Chen was not worried. Aolan, the dragon puppet, and Lin Jingyuan were all golden immortals. 3 against 1. Could it be that they could not kill that expert? Even if the 3 of them could not, there was still Big Brother Li Cheng. Yang Chen firmly believed that this nameless expert was not a match for Big Brother Li Cheng. Chapter 1901. At some point in time, Yang Chen had developed a worship-like trust for Li Cheng. It was like there was no enemy in the world that Li Cheng could not deal with. Several hundred years ago, Li Cheng alone withstood the attacks of tens of thousands of grade 5 profound immortal demonic beasts and above, killing them all. Several hundred years later, Defeating a fellow that even Ao Lan, a golden immortal, feared should not be a problem. Furthermore, it was not like Yang Chen was going to kill that fellow immediately. Yang Chen was still hoping that this expert could deal with the profound heaven sect. That would definitely happen after the demonic calamity was over. Compared to now, that would be several hundred years later. So, Yang Chen was not in a rush. Many thanks. Yang Chen thanked Ao Lan and Ao Lai from the bottom of his heart. If not for them making this trip, Yang Chen would not have known that the Zhao clan was actually hidden in this so-called most dangerous place. You just have to cultivate properly and refine medicinal pills. Ao Lan did not hide her purpose in telling Yang Chen all this. I heard that someone might be targeting you. Originally, I was planning to accompany you for a while. Since you have that expert by your side, there is no need to mention anything else. Ao Lan was truly afraid that something would happen to Yang Chen before he refined the embryo merging pill. She was very worried about Yang Chen's safety. Now that she saw Yang Chen having an expert like Lin Jingyuan as his bodyguard, she felt much more at ease. However, while she felt at ease, she was still astonished that Yang Chen could easily find such an expert to protect him. Even though Ao Lan had such thoughts, Yang Chen still felt very grateful. After receiving Ao Lan warmly, Yang Chen did not forget to say a lot of good things and express his gratitude. This made Ao Lai extremely happy. Even Ao Lan was filled with joy. For now, Yang Chen's cultivation was rather low. There was nothing he could do to help Ao Lan and Ao Lai. However, Yang Chen did not like to owe others favors. Hence, Yang Chen felt that it would be best if he could repay them. As for medicinal pills, given Yang Chen's current level, they should not be of much use to Ao Lai and Ao Lan. In terms of magic weapons, Yang Chen's most powerful magic weapon, in addition to his life source flying sword, was the good things in the Dragon Clan's treasure house. It was estimated that there would not be anything that could move Ao Lan and Ao Lai. After thinking about it, Yang Chen could only put his idea on Xiao Tian. Is there anything that can tempt Ao Lai and Ao Lan? Yang Chen asked through his spiritual connection with Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian seemed to be very reluctant at first, but after Yang Chen promised a variety of magic weapons, he finally nodded. His long body finally flew out of the dragon pagoda. Then, he put a piece of jade slip in his mouth into Yang Chen's hand. Then, he quickly drilled back into the dragon pagoda, as if he was afraid that he would be occupied by Ao Lan and Ao Lai. From the moment Xiao Tian appeared until he returned, Ao Lan and Ao Lai's gazes never left Xiao Tian. When the two royal members of the dragon race saw Xiao Tian enter the dragon pagoda, their gazes were filled with envy. Yang Chen scanned the contents of the jade strip. There were two dragon race cultivation techniques. However, the dragon race's cultivation techniques were different from human cultivators. Yang Chen did not have much use for it. He did not know what use it had. After checking it for a while, Yang Chen handed the jade strip to Ao Lan. Then, he said that this was a thank you gift for the two of them making this trip. Seeing Ao Lan's pleasantly surprised expression, Yang Chen knew that these two dragon race cultivation techniques were extraordinary. Even the royal members of the dragon race were like this. One could imagine how precious these cultivation techniques were. This is too precious. I am ashamed to receive it. Ao Lan took a deep breath before he could suppress his excitement. Although Ao Lai did not see the contents of the jade strip, he could tell from Ao Lan's expression that it was something incredible. Ao Lan was someone who did not like owing favors. The cultivation techniques that Yang Chen gave her were too precious. She felt that running errands was not enough for her to obtain such a precious thing. However, she was not willing to give up just like this. She had already seen it. Returning it would be too pretentious. So, she immediately said, "How about this? If you need us to make a move in the future, we can help you deal with strong enemies twice." Given Ao Lan's cultivation, 99% of the cultivators in the spiritual realm would not be a match for her if she made a move. Helping out twice meant helping Yang Chen deal with two extremely strong enemies that were at least golden immortals. This sounded like a pretty good deal. It would be a lie if Yang Chen said that he was not tempted by Ao Lan's offer. However, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Can you change it?" Make a move once and answer some of my questions? Yes. Aolan did not say anything and nodded directly. However, her face looked very serious. A few questions that could match the strength of a golden immortal would definitely not be easy to answer. I got the golden bell, the mountain river geographical map, the 5-element hook, and the water and fire dragon horns from the dragon clan's treasure house. How should I use them? Facing the 2 royal family members of the dragon clan, Yang Chen asked directly. Yang Chen got 8 things from the dragon clan's treasure house. The dragon pagoda was given to Xiao Tian. The sea jasper was given to Li Cheng. The gourd was integrated into the medicine garden. The shuttle was integrated with the dragon palace. Yang Chen estimated that he could not explore more of these 4 things. However, the remaining 4 things were used by Yang Chen and the people around him. Yang Chen had to ask clearly. The mountain river geographical map was now Gong Suanling's life source magic weapon. The 5-element hook was the Murong sisters. The water and fire dragon horns were Gaoyu's life source magic weapon. The golden bell had always been on Yang Chen's body. When he crossed the tribulation last time, he noticed something strange. It was because of the strangeness of the golden bell that Yang Chen suddenly became excited. He used Aolan to make a move in exchange for these questions. Aolan stared at Yang Chen for a while. It seemed that she was hesitating whether to say these things to Yang Chen. After struggling for a while, she finally compromised. The mountain river geographical map, as long as enough space is refined and enough population is added, it is very likely to form a new world. Aolan didn't open her mouth, but when she opened her mouth, it was a heavyweight news. However, this is just the guess of our dragon clan's old ancestor. I don't know if it works. Yang Chen was also shocked. A new world, if it really works, wouldn't it become a world similar to the Zhao family's space exit? Can the cultivator's magic weapon really reach this point? Even the dragons themselves are not sure about things. Maybe it's just a legend, or maybe it's just a beautiful wish. At least Yang Chen will not tell Gong Sunling directly now, so as not to let her have unrealistic hopes and eventually become a great disappointment. A crazy idea suddenly came to Yang Chen's mind. If he let Gong Sunling refine the world behind the space exit into the mountain river geographical map, what would be the result? Chapter 1902. Gong Sunling was not around. Furthermore, Yang Chen could not possibly tell her the results directly. Even if he started using it, it would be something for a long time. Right now, Yang Chen wanted to know what the remaining magic treasures were for. The 5-element hooks were meant for 5 cultivators in the first place. Now that you gave them to the Murong sisters, you are going in the right direction. Aolan seemed to be very clear on these items. After she decided to tell Xiao Chen, she did not hide anything and quickly spoke. Aolan had long since noticed that the Murong sisters' life magic treasures were the dragon race's 5-element hooks. However, she did not make a move to snatch them or ask for the reason. From this, it could be seen that Aolan's dragon grade was pretty good. The Murong sisters were present in the first place. When they heard Aolan mention their life magic treasures, they paid full attention, afraid of missing out on a single word. However, you sisters are using the ordinary method to refine it. You can only bring out 30% of the magic treasure's might at best. Aolan pointed at the Murong sisters and criticized them rudely. It is the same for the water and fire dragon horns. You cannot bring out their true might. When the Murong sisters heard that they could only bring out 30% of the 5-element hook's might, the Murong sisters immediately felt anxious. They wanted to ask Aolan how to refine it. However, with their husband at the side, they did not dare to speak casually. They were also afraid that Aolan would not tell them the answer if they asked. So they looked at Yang Chen anxiously, waiting for him to ask. Yang Chen also wanted to ask. However, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw the faint smile on Aolan's face. So he immediately stopped. After that, Xiao Chen thought for a while and immediately came up with an idea. He stopped talking about this and continued asking about the usage of the golden bell. Refining the dragon race's magic treasure was definitely a unique method of the dragon race's inheritance. Could the dragon race's inheritance be more informative than the dragon pagoda? If Yang Chen wanted to know, he just had to ask Xiao Tian. There was no need to owe Ao Lan a favor over this. Seeing that Yang Chen did not fall for it, Ao Lan smiled somewhat embarrassedly. He felt somewhat embarrassed that Yang Chen saw through his thoughts. However, Ao Lan immediately adjusted himself and started explaining to Yang Chen how to use the Golden Bell. The Golden Bell is a very powerful defensive magic treasure. However, its strongest aspect is that it can directly fuse with the cultivator's body, becoming one with the cultivator's body, making the cultivator's body as hard as the Golden Bell. Ao Lan smiled and said, "After you complete it, there will be 8 dragon images protecting your body. I believe you already know this." Yang Chen nodded, still feeling a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the Golden Bell could be integrated into his body and become one with him. This was simply a magic weapon version of the Golden Body secret art. If his Golden Body incantation fused with the Golden Bell, he didn't know what other magic treasures in the spiritual world could hurt his body. Although the Golden Body secret art was powerful, the Golden Bell was also powerful, but Yang Chen was not arrogant enough to be invincible in the world with the combination of the two. Among cultivators of the same level as him, there were no magic treasures that could injure him. Yang Chen had never had such extravagant hopes. Ao Lan basically answered Yang Chen's questions about the functions of the 4 magic treasures. However, she only mentioned the possible directions and did not mention a single word about the refinement method. How to refine space with the geographical map, how to fuse the Golden Bell with the body, how to properly refine the fire and water dragon horns, and the 5-element hooks. Ao Lan did not mention a single word about the details. Both sides had a tacit understanding. Ao Lan seemed to adhere to her role as a royal member of the dragon race. As for Yang Chen, he did not force her. Up until now, it could be said that everyone was happy. After that, Yang Chen did not mention anything about this. He only warmly entertained Ao Lan and Ao Lai for 1 month. After enjoying themselves in Yang Chen's dragon palace, Ao Lan and Ao Lai said their goodbyes and left. Only Yang Chen and the Murong sisters were left. Only then did the Murong sisters anxiously ask Yang Chen what he meant back then. Why did he not ask Ao Lan for guidance on the refinement method? After Yang Chen explained, the Murong sisters became happy. They had been stifled for the past few days. When they thought about how their life-bonded magic treasures could not even bring out 30% of their power, the Murong sisters felt extremely anxious. Xiao Tian was immediately asked about the refinement method. Unfortunately, Xiao Tian did have a method. However, this method was only suitable for the dragon race. Human cultivators would have to think of other methods. Yang Chen knew that it would not be easy for human cultivators to completely use the dragon race's magic treasures. Indeed, it was true now. However, Yang Chen was not at his wit's end. Xiao Tian had already taken out the refinement method for the dragon race. Yang Chen kept the jade strips properly. When he met Big Brother Li Cheng again, he would ask him for guidance. He believed that Big Brother Li Cheng would definitely have a way. The reason why Yang Chen could be so sure was because of Zhu Xianying. Right now, Zhu Xianying's heavenly phoenix zither was refined by Big Brother Li Cheng with the help of the dragon bone string pillar and the dragon whisker zither. Its might did not change. Zhu Xianying's cultivation did not change. However, by relying on the refinement of the heavenly phoenix zither, its lethality increased by more than double. This could only mean one thing. Big Brother Li Cheng had a deep understanding of the dragon race's refinement method. Xiao Chen would definitely get a suitable answer from him. Although the Murong sisters felt some regret, they could only accept such a result. They were very clear that even if they had asked Ao Lan, aside from their husband owing Ao Lan a favor, the result would not have changed. The method that Ao Lan took out would definitely be the dragon race's refinement method. It would not be suitable for human cultivators. Although they could not find a better refinement method, the 5 sisters were very happy to accompany their husband in his cultivation. Ever since Yang Chen supported the 5 sisters in the 5-element sect, the 5 sisters were very infatuated with Yang Chen. However, it was a pity that there was a problem with her husband's cultivation method. He could not perform dual cultivation. However, even if her husband did not use spiritual energy, It was enough to make the 5 sisters feel like dying. After Ao Lan and Ao Lai left, Yang Chen's days were relatively peaceful. The Murong sisters collectively accompanied Yang Chen in the Dragon Palace for 3 years before leaving. After that, Yang Chen's cultivation began to follow a regular pattern. Every 20 years or so, one or more of Yang Chen's wives and concubines would accompany Yang Chen for a period of time. Yang Chen's cultivation also gradually and steadily increased. When Yang Chen underwent the Yin Fire Tribulation, he already had the strength of a middle-stage Great Ascension Realm cultivator. In a short 100 years, Yang Chen had already cultivated to the late-stage Great Ascension Realm. However, if Yang Chen wanted to enjoy the Wind Tribulation Room filled with Heavenly Tribulation, he would have to recover to at least Grade 3 Human Immortal Realm. According to Yang Chen's current cultivation speed, it would be impossible to reach such a realm in less than 200 years. But even so, Yang Chen was already shocking enough. From losing all his cultivation to recovering to Grade 3 Human Immortal Realm, it had only been 560 or 70 years. There was no one in the past and no one in the future. Chapter 1903. It could be said that Yang Chen's cultivation speed was almost planned. 200 years later, Yang Chen accurately raised his cultivation to the 3rd grade of the Human Immortal. The realm had been reached, but he had not yet crossed the Wind Tribulation again. There was almost no accident in the territory of the spiritual world. So far, 2/3 of it had been steadily conquered. The remaining part, it was believed that it could be completely recovered within 200 years. Those refugee cultivators who had taken refuge in various places would happily return to their old territory. In fact, almost half of the cultivators were now standing in their original territory. In the original territory, except for all the buildings that were destroyed and turned into ruins, there were many more traces of fighting. There was no other change at all. The natives of the cultivation world actually suffered heavy casualties, but in the direction of the Dao sects, there were basically not many casualties. The reason was that when the demonic tribulation broke out, Gong Sunling was kind and collected the natives who could not hide into the mountain river geographical map in time, which saved them. This was also the most fundamental reason why Gaou and Gong Sunling would take the risk of taking Lin Zhengyuan to meet the monster tide. Their starting point was not for experience at all. Killing and experience were just things that happened along the way. In this regard, Yang Chen appreciated it very much. Saving lives was a great merit. In the immortal world, it was a large amount of merit value. It was estimated that after the ascension, Gong Sunling should be the one with the richest merit value in the family apart from Yang Chen. Now Yang Chen's cultivation had reached the point where he could cross the tribulation. But before the tribulation, Yang Chen had to arrange several things first. The development of Chunyang Palace went smoothly. With the protection of the Earth Dragon, Yang Chen did not have to worry about security at all. The head of the palace would definitely bring Chunyang Palace into a more glorious situation. The Zhao family was likely to be hiding in the center of the trial site. Yang Chen did not intend to inform anyone about this for the time being, and even told the Murong sisters not to talk about it. The center of the trial grounds was still occupied by powerful demonic beasts. The higher the stage, the stronger the cultivation of the demon beasts. The cultivators had now entered a slow process of recovering the demon beasts because of this. Due to the strength of the demonic beasts, there was no way to send people over to verify it. Xiao Chen was an expert that even Ao Lan feared. If Li Cheng and the dragon race did not have any hidden means, it would be best not to make a move, lest they alert the enemy. Even though Yang Chen was certain that the Zhao family was definitely related to the group of people in the center of the trial ground, Yang Chen didn't let his guard down over the Holocaust sect. Instead, he asked Lady Fanghua, Wu Xiong, and the rest to observe them in secret. The sudden change of a new sect master, and the old sect master's death was not clear. There were many suspicious points. From the incident with Holocaust sect, Yang Chen was also reviewing whether there were any loopholes in his decision to allow sect master Wang of Mystic Heaven sect to ascend. Yang Chen did not want to be suspected at a glance, so he needed to make up for some details when necessary. It was impossible for cultivators to suddenly increase their cultivation, so Yang Chen had to give a reasonable reason for sect Master Wang's cultivation to increase naturally. In this regard, Yang Chen's previous 100-year pill and 1000-year pill seemed to be good. Even if someone knew about it, they would not doubt it. After thinking about it, Yang Chen still did not have a proper solution. Yang Chen simply put down these headaches and started to refine pills. Since Yang Chen crippled his cultivation, he never took the initiative to refine pills again. The only time he refined the 8 Revolution Essence Nurturing Pill was under pressure from Ao Lan. This time, when he reopened the Profound Spirit Furnace, Yang Chen even had a little expectation. He didn't know if there would be any difference in refining pills with a new fire control method. What was given to Sect Master Wang was the Profound Marrow Pill, but it also included the 1000-year pill, the Questioning Inner Heart Pill, and the Spirit Congealing Pill. Yang Chen, in order to show his so-called filial piety and to show his own level to the high-level members of Mystic Heaven sect, the pills refined this time had to be at least 6 revolutions. His cultivation was crippled once, and he cultivated again, and then he had more insights. He was promoted from a 5th-grade alchemist master to a 6th-grade alchemist master. This feeling was not abrupt, and it was even very convincing. The fire control method that Li Cheng taught Yang Chen was much better than Yang Chen's original method. This was also the reason why Yang Chen had always been convinced by Li Cheng. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire, a kind of fire that only existed in legends, had never appeared in reality. Under Li Cheng's fire control technique, it could even penetrate into the original spiritual power of various attributes, and the power could be seen. Used in alchemy, Yang Chen immediately realized that it was a world of difference from his previous alchemy. The fire seeds in the Profound Spirit Furnace came alive in an instant, and Yang Chen could even detect the joy of the flames when they burned. This was a qualitative improvement in the fire control technique, and Yang Chen's alchemy level was also greatly improved. Even if 4 kinds of medicinal pills were refined together, it would not have much impact on Yang Chen. The 1000-year pill, the Spirit Congealing Pill, and the Questioning Inner Heart Pill were inside, and they did not interfere with each other. The Profound Marrow Pill wrapped the 3 kinds of medicinal pills in it, which was more difficult than any of Yang Chen's previous refining. The most complicated Yuan Profound Marrow Pill, which was refined separately, could only admit defeat in the face of the difficulty of this refining. But Yang Chen does not feel that this kind of internal and external refining at the same time has much of a problem. At least before the 4th grade refining, Yang Chen only needs to pay attention to not letting several kinds of medicinal pills mix into one. The influence of the Golden Body Secret ART's spiritual power and fire control technique on alchemy can be seen. What really made Yang Chen feel difficult was the 4th and 5th grade refining. Even with Yang Chen's Shen Immortal 2nd grade spiritual awareness cultivation base, he felt that it was not so easy to control at this time. Fortunately, in order to pursue the best and most natural effect, Yang Chen used the merit chapter at the beginning of the refining, not only to ensure the success rate of the refining, but also to ensure the strongest medicinal effect. Under the escort of the merit chapter, Yang Chen carefully completed the 5th grade refining. After the strong bonus of the Profound Spirit Furnace, 2 Profound Marrow Pills with 6 clear dragon patterns were successfully collected by Yang Chen. The first alchemy after hundreds of years, and it was still refining inside and outside at the same time. The difficulty of the refining process was comparable to ascending to the heavens, and he succeeded in one fell swoop. Yang Chen was very satisfied with this result. His own alchemy level has been improved, and he has also completed the important props of the Profound Heaven sect, which was the best of both worlds. Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. The Zhao family and the Profound Heaven sect also needed to stand up and fight in the real arena. At this point, Yang Chen was only left to pass the wind tribulation and restore the real human immortal cultivation base. Everything could only be operated after Yang Chen appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 1904. With Yang Chen's cultivation, it was not difficult to cross the wind tribulation now. However, the last time Yang Chen was crossing the yin fire tribulation, he found something interesting. The golden bell seemed to be able to be affected by the tribulation. Because of this discovery, Yang Chen realized that maybe the way he refined the golden bell was wrong, so he asked those questions when he saw Ao Lan. Aolan gave advice, and Yang Chen also learned the sacrificial method of the dragon from Xiao Tian. Although Yang Chen could not do it, there were still some references after all. The most difficult part was that it needed to use the unique power of the dragon race to sacrificial refine, and the tribulation seemed to be able to replace this power. The yin-fire tribulation may be too low in power. Yang Chen only felt the abnormal vibration of the golden bell, but there was no substantial progress. The wind tribulation was 100 times stronger than the yin-fire tribulation. Perhaps he could use the power of the wind tribulation to forcibly integrate the golden bell into the body and merge it into one. As Yang Chen expected, when Yang Chen stepped into the room of the tribulation, the wind tribulation quickly filled the whole room like the previous thunder tribulation and yin-fire tribulation. The huge space was all filled with the wind tribulation, and it swarmed towards Yang Chen. This was the result that Yang Chen deliberately pursued, and it was also another manifestation of the unparalleled spiritual power of the golden body secret art. Just looking at the performance of the three disasters, it was known that the tribulation of the spiritual world and the immortal world that Yang Chen would face in the future would not be easy, and it was likely to scare a large number of people. While the wind tribulation was quenching Yang Chen's body, it was also consciously led into the golden bell by Yang Chen. The powerful spiritual awareness surpassed several realms of spiritual power and controlled the tribulation to start sacrificial refining according to the way of the dragon race. The power of the tribulation was enough to replace the power of some mysterious races of the dragon race. Yang Chen had already felt that the golden bell was slowly melting and was integrating with his body a little bit. He didn't know what material the dragon clan had used, but it was actually able to fuse with their bodies. It was even closer than the fusion between their natal magic treasures and their masters. It was clear that the magic treasure was becoming a part of their bodies. When Aolan introduced it, there was actually one thing that he didn't say. The golden bell was the same as the mountain river geographical map. It was just that the seniors of the dragon clan hoped to achieve that level. As for whether they could do it or not, they didn't know. However, the dragon clan had already designed a specific sacrificial refinement method. Everything needed to be verified by the dragon clan or cultivators. From the function of the mountain river geographical map, Yang Chen vaguely guessed that there must be something wrong with the unique golden bell. Although Aolan did not say anything, he had hinted to Yang Chen. At that time, the Murong sisters were present. Yang Chen did not want to make them anxious, so he did not say much. He only nodded slightly to show that he understood. It was not surprising that no dragons were willing to experiment, or that the dragons in the mortal spiritual world could not meet the requirements of fusing with the golden bell. Yang Chen only wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to refine the golden bell. He did not expect to completely fuse with the golden bell after one wind tribulation. However, even so, Yang Chen had gained a lot. The dragon clan's guess was right. The level of the magic treasure refining expert was really high. Under the powerful heavenly tribulation, Yang Chen could already sense that part of the golden bell had fused with him. The wind tribulation lasted for half a year. It couldn't be helped. Every heavenly tribulation of that level had to land on Yang Chen's body. Not to mention that it erupted at the same time, it should be a 9-stage heavenly tribulation. It was already not bad to be able to complete it in such a long time. After coming out of the heavenly tribulation room, Yang Chen had returned to the real human immortal state again. He was even more outstanding than when he was a grade 3 human immortal. The golden bell had become a state of half flesh and half magic treasure. Fortunately, the situation that Yang Chen was worried about did not happen. On the contrary, because half of it seemed to have become Yang Chen's body, it was easier to use. The 8 dragon shadows that were originally hovering on the golden bell had changed places at the moment. They were wrapped around Yang Chen's body, and there were 8 lifelike dragon-shaped tattoos on his limbs and torso. As long as Yang Chen thought about it, these tattoos would come alive and become the 8 dragon shadows that could protect him. The power of the wind tribulation was still not enough. At most, it could only fuse less than 1/3 of the golden bell and Yang Chen, but this was a good start. At least Yang Chen understood that the direction of the dragon clan was not wrong. Unfortunately, the power of the race might not be enough to succeed. It might need a stronger power of heaven and earth to complete such a fusion. Grade 3 human immortal, finally restored to the level that Yang Chen had just ascended to the spiritual world. At least at this level, Yang Chen could continue to wander in the spiritual world without worrying about his cultivation base being too low. The head of the palace and several core high-level members of the Pure Yang Palace looked abnormally different today. The kind of happy expression could not be hidden. Everyone's face was that kind of happy look, which made others very puzzled. They hadn't heard of any happy events in Chunyang Palace recently. Was there any good news that everyone didn't know? The master of the palace was happy, naturally, because Yang Chen returned to Chunyang Palace, and his cultivation base had been restored to the level when he had just ascended. In the hearts of these elders, Yang Chen's position was unique. Even if the entire Chunyang Palace was suppressed to the limit, as long as Yang Chen was there, he could still bring Chunyang Palace to glory. Yang Chen had such magic. Good. It's good that you're back. The master of the palace patted Yang Chen's shoulder and grinned from ear to ear. On the other shoulder of Yang Chen, Wang Yong's hand was also constantly patting, and the laughter was endless. What are your plans next? Hall Master Meng Xian asked very kindly. There is no special plan for the time being. I will first sell a batch of 6th grade medicinal pills as a greeting to everyone. After Yang Chen saluted, he replied with a smile, if there is anything, wait until the monster tide is completely quelled. You are now a 6th grade alchemist master? When they heard Yang Chen's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Yang Chen, the alchemist master, was different. He said that at the level of 6th grade, maybe he could be treated as an ordinary 7th grade alchemist master, or even stronger. This disciple had never let them down. By the way, Yang Chen, last time you asked us to pay more attention to the Holocaust sect. Recently, Elder Wu and the others seemed to have found something different. When everyone sat down, the master of the palace talked to Yang Chen about the business. What's wrong with the Holocaust sect? Yang Chen also wanted to know the secrets behind the Holocaust sect and immediately asked. Elder Wu and the others found that the disciples of the Holocaust sect sometimes kill the same people. The master of the palace immediately introduced. In addition, at least 1/3 of the elders at the top of the Holocaust sect died and were forced to use the dwelling god Jade. Chapter 1905. Killing the same people? Yang Chen frowned slightly and asked inexplicably, obviously killing the same people? Is there a purpose? After the palace master recalled for a while, he shook his head, I can't see it, but basically every time it is a chance encounter, and then they kill and take the goods, which is very in line with the way the demon sects do things. If this was the case, it was not good to do anything directly on the head of the Holocaust sect. Although it was now a cooperation between the cultivators to regain their territory against the common enemy, there were still disagreements between them. The number of cultivators who died was not small, not to mention killing people and taking their goods. It was simply common. It was not easy to find the flaws of the Holocaust sect from this, but the elders of the Holocaust sect had changed a few times, which was a bit abnormal. Please pay more attention to Elder Wu. Yang Chen did not expect to discover the secrets of a super sect like the Holocaust sect by relying on the Wanbao Tower of the Chunyang Palace. He just wanted Elder Wu to pay more attention. Moreover, Yang Chen was very polite. Even if he said Elder Wu in front of the palace master, he also used the word please. The palace master nodded and did not say anything more on this issue. Everyone was self-aware. It was not easy to get some news from so far away. If there were any unrealistic requirements, it would be outrageous. In recent years, Chunyang Palace had no other hardships except for the destruction of the mountain gate once. After the new mountain gate was rebuilt, everything was basically smooth. The sect was growing in an orderly manner. After the cleansing that outsiders didn't know about, the disciples became purer and more united. At present, at least half of the disciples of Chunyang Palace were practicing in the army of beheading the monsters. The remaining half of the disciples were either cultivating in the sect's territory, guarding the mountain gate, or greeting the fellow Taoists everywhere. They seemed to be very busy. The territories of the cultivators were subdued, but the Sunset Rock was still the largest market. After hundreds of years of buying and selling here, everyone seemed to have become accustomed to it. The Wanbao Tower's consistent and honest management had also gained a good reputation. As long as they came to the Sunset Rock, no matter what they wanted to buy or sell, the cultivator's first reaction would be to visit the Wanbao Tower first. In this regard, Wanbao Tower was obviously more famous than Chunyang Palace. It was obvious that Elder Wu Xiong had managed the Wanbao Tower well. It was a wise move to hand it over to Elder Wu Xiong to manage. The demonic calamity that had spread throughout the spiritual realm had also affected the receiving town. The demon beasts had directly occupied the small town that was almost at the center of the spiritual realm. Thanks to Yang Chen's early warning, there were not many losses when the devil tribulation broke out. After receiving the news, the envoys of each sect directly brought the disciples of each sect back. However, those who ascended later were not so lucky. The newcomers who had just ascended were directly killed by powerful demon beasts. They didn't even have time to adapt to the spiritual pressure of the spiritual world before they became food for the demon beasts. This miserable situation did not improve until the sect sent the news to the mortal world. The experts who were on the verge of ascending stopped ascending and waited quietly for the news from the spiritual realm. Even so, it was still a matter of 100 years later. During the past 100 years, many disciples of the sect who had just ascended had met with tragedy. Chunyang Palace did not lose much. Except for the fact that Yang Chen didn't expect the devil tribulation to come early and a disciple of Chunyang Palace was killed by the demon beasts when he ascended, no disciple of Chunyang Palace had ascended in recent years. Chunyang Palace was originally a nouveau riche sect in the mortal world. After the group of experts like Yang Chen collectively ascended, there were not so many experts behind them. Coupled with the Grand Supreme Human Immortal Elders who had to oversee the sect, it was very normal for one to ascend every few decades. Other sect did not notice anything unusual. Later, Chunyang Palace also received a reminder from the sect that the disciples who were on the verge of ascending did not ascend. This was the sect's way of repaying Yang Chen for reminding them of the outbreak of the devil tribulation. Chunyang Palace in the mortal world could enjoy the blessings of the seniors of the sect with peace of mind. The other sect, especially the sect, had some tragedies. In just 100 years, the sect had lost dozens of disciples who had ascended on average. Although these dozens of human immortal disciples had almost no impact on the strength of their sect, those disciples were all seeds. Their future hope had been destroyed, which made the sect extremely distressed. On the contrary, in the process of killing the demon beasts, the sect had also lost many disciples, but it was not so distressing. Everyone understood the current situation. Everyone was trying their best to regain their territory. As long as their cultivation was high enough, they would do their best. They were also mentally prepared to die for a just cause. For the sake of the sect and themselves, even if there were losses in the process, everyone would pinch their noses and accept it. However, those new disciples who had just ascended were really wronged. They did not even get to enjoy the spiritual power of the spiritual realm for a day. They did not even get used to the spiritual pressure and died in vain. This was the reserve force that the sect in the mortal world had painstakingly cultivated. No one could accept this. Fortunately, after so many years of fighting, especially under the situation where the sect had deliberately chosen the target, the welcoming town was finally recaptured. The sect quickly set up a few powerful formations and each sent a few supreme mystic immortals to guard the place. In addition, the other small sect also put in a lot of effort. Finally, the welcoming town was stabilized. The disciples in the mortal world could finally continue to ascend and did not have to worry about being killed by the demon beasts as soon as they ascended. Even so, the formation that allowed the new disciples to adapt to the spiritual pressure was still heavily protected. Moreover, the initial show of strength was not that strong. It would be fine after just a little lesson. Speaking of the casualties of the cultivators when they recaptured the territory, the sect could not help but frown. Even Chunyang Palace, which did not directly participate in the recapture of their own sect, only rushed to kill the demon beasts out of voluntary help and the purpose of experimental learning, had lost more than thousands of disciples in the sect. Not to mention the cultivators who desperately wanted to recapture their own territory. Chunyang Palace was already very careful. The disciples that were sent out were all cooperating with each other. Very few of them were alone. Everything was based on a safe experience. However, no matter how careful they were, accidents could not be prevented. Tens of thousands of disciples went to experience, but more than 1,000 people died directly, and more than 5,000 to 6,000 were injured. This was under the circumstances that Chunyang Palace was so careful. The other sects' losses were even greater, especially those who had almost killed their way to their own sect's territory and were waiting to recover their lost territory. Stimulated by the fact that their own sect's old haunt was right in front of them, they rushed to kill the demon beasts without any regard for their lives. The number of disciples of the sect who died in this way was several times more than that of Chunyang Palace. This was not counting the cultivators who plotted against each other. In short, in order to recover their lost territory, the sect had paid a heavy price. Chapter 1906. Yang Chen had basically understood the changes over the years, and the next was Yang Chen's own arrangement. Yang Chen did not have to intervene in the affairs of the sect for the time being. With the head of the palace, everything was arranged in good order. Yang Chen's addition would only add to the chaos. As long as Yang Chen grasped the general direction and did not deviate, there would be no major problems in Chunyang Palace. As for the small loss of the sect, in the environment of the spiritual world, which sect could guarantee that there would be no mistakes? Yang Chen basically did not need to kill the monsters to gain experience. After recultivating the golden body secret art under the guidance of Big Brother Li Cheng, Yang Chen did not need to carry out this low-level experience. When it came to combat awareness, Yang Chen was not weaker than any master in the spiritual world, and even far exceeded it. When it came to spiritual power cultivation, the super change of the golden body secret art made Yang Chen not worry that he would fall behind others. In this case, then killing the monsters would at most be able to harvest some benefits from the corpses of the monsters, and there was no other use. In this case, Yang Chen did not need to spend the energy to gain experience, and he did not need to expose his powerful strength at this time. Now everyone thought that Yang Chen was only a superb face, and his spiritual power cultivation and combat effectiveness could only be regarded as medium, which was the average of all cultivators. This was the conclusion that many people had overestimated Yang Chen. If some people were to comment, Yang Chen might be at the bottom. No way, the rumors were like this. No one had seen Yang Chen's moves, and they did not know how powerful Yang Chen was. Anyway, every time Yang Chen was always surrounded by a super master. No matter what the situation was, the credit of killing the opponent and retreating seemed to not be counted to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was also happy to do so, including the people around Yang Chen had the same idea. Only Shashanshan was very dissatisfied with this. One must know that back in the mortal realm, she had made a vow that she would only marry Yang Chen if he could defeat her face to face. Of course, Yang Chen had also done it, but those fellows had dared to doubt her husband's strength. Weren't they indirectly doubting themselves? Many people seemed to have forgotten about this. Even if they did not forget, they would use the excuse that Shashanshan had not obtained the supreme pure Yang sword Qi back then. The current Yang Chen was definitely not Shashanshan's match. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Chen had coaxed Shashanshan and urged her not to belittle her husband like this, Shashanshan would have attacked those guys long ago. However, when it came to alchemy, even the strongest alchemist in the spiritual realm could not help but admire Yang Chen. When they got Yang Chen's 5 revolutions marrow pill and studied it, they immediately knew the level of Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen was only a 5th grade alchemist, his level of 5 revolutions marrow pill alone had surpassed the vast majority of 7th grade alchemists. Not to mention Yang Chen's famous healing medicine, 5 revolutions Lingji mushroom jade pill. The 5 revolutions Lingji mushroom jade pill produced by Yang Chen was simply a good thing that cultivators were eager to get. No matter how serious the injury was, there were no more than 3 pills. As long as it was taken in time, even if one foot had already stepped into the netherworld, it could be stopped abruptly. There was no need to explain the powerful medicinal effect, countless people could not explain it. Even the 6 or 7 revolutions Lingji mushroom jade pill refined by the 7th grade alchemist did not have such a powerful effect. No one knew that the batch of 5 revolutions Lingji mushroom jade pill that Yang Chen deliberately released was simply a merit medicinal pill. It was a strategy that directly established an unshakable reputation for Yang Chen among the alchemists in the spiritual world. As for the little bit of merit consumed, since the Lingji mushroom jade pill was a life-saving pill, saving a life itself was a great merit, so there was no loss. Now that Yang Chen had recovered his cultivation base and came out of seclusion, he naturally had to announce his return to the outside world. Not for anything else, even if the higher-ups of the Profound Heaven sect knew, it was necessary for Yang Chen to make some movements. It was obviously unrealistic to send someone to inform the Profound Heaven sect directly, so Yang Chen could only focus on alchemy. A year later, in the main store of the Wanbao Tower in the Sunset Rock, the cultivators were surprised to find several kinds of 6th-grade medicinal pills being auctioned. 6 Revolutions Marrow Pill, 6 Revolutions Questioning Inner Heart Pill, and 6 Revolutions Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill. If it was just an ordinary 6th-grade medicinal pill, apart from the 6 Revolutions Marrow Pill, it was estimated that other medicinal pills would not be able to be auctioned in the Wanbao Tower. But once the pill veins on these medicinal pills were clear dragon-shaped pill veins, then these ordinary-sounding medicinal pills immediately became peerless treasures. The only person in Chunyang Palace who could stand his ground was the alchemy master, Yang Chen. Through the auction of these medicinal pills, he announced in a high-profile manner that he had recovered his cultivation base and then returned to the world of cultivators. Master Yang Chen benefited from this disaster. He actually had some enlightenment in the process of cultivating again after his cultivation was completely abolished. He broke through the bottleneck of the 5th-grade alchemy master in one fell swoop and rushed into the ranks of the 6th-grade alchemy master. As soon as he appeared, there was such a big scene. 6 Revolutions Marrow Pill. There were no more than 100 alchemy masters in the entire spiritual world who could refine this kind of medicinal pill. Obviously, Master Yang was the youngest, the one with the lowest cultivation base and the lowest seniority among them. At the same time, it also meant that he was the one with the most talent, the brightest future, and the most expectation. In the war of the devil tribulation in the spiritual world, there was a shortage of all kinds of materials, especially medicinal pills, which had become the most popular commodity. Ordinary medicinal pills were already in such a situation, let alone the super good things concocted by Master Yang Chen. The cultivators who received the news spread the news as soon as possible. Then, they began to collect their wealth, just to be able to buy even one of the medicinal pills in the auction. All the major sect leaders also received the news. The first reaction of their leaders was to send their people to Chunyang Palace to congratulate Master Yang. In any case, Yang Chen was the benefactor who reminded everyone to take precautions against the devil tribulation in advance. Because of this action of Yang Chen, it was unknown how many lives of the disciples of the major sect had been indirectly saved. Even if it was a guy who didn't see eye to eye with Yang Chen, he had to be grateful in this matter. Not to mention the 5 major Dao sect that had a close relationship with Yang Chen. With the advantage of distance, each sent an elder who was at least at the core level to congratulate Yang Chen. The senior members of the Shentian sect were even happier, especially Elder Li. Yang Chen had clearly sent a signal to him that the medicinal pills he needed had been refined. Everything was ready, and they were only missing the east wind. Elder Li became the representative of the Shentian sect. He personally went to congratulate Yang Chen, and at the same time, he had to discuss with Yang Chen again about this action. It was a matter of great importance. Elder Li also had to be careful, and there must be no mistakes. The only one who could be discussed was Yang Chen. Chunyang Palace seemed to have expected such a situation. The palace master personally came out to receive them. The scene was extremely grand. Even the most picky cultivator couldn't pick out any flaws from the Chunyang Palace. After 500 years, Yang Chen finally saw Elder Li again. Chapter 1907. Elder Li came in the name of congratulations. Of course, there was another name, which was to ask for alchemy. Basically, the core elders of the 5 major sects who came first basically had the same idea. The separate meeting between Elder Li and Yang Chen did not attract the attention of others at all, because the 5 representatives had the same process. They first discussed the conditions with the head of the palace, and then negotiated with Yang Chen alone. In the order, Elder Li was not particularly picky. He met with Yang Chen in the order of first come, first served. No one could pick out any problems. In the eyes of outsiders, this was the same arrangement as those sects in the mortal world. No one doubted that there was a problem in it. This result made Elder Li very satisfied. After seeing Yang Chen, he praised him. This young disciple's work was simply meticulous and flawless. It was not without reason that Chunyang Palace could develop from an unknown small sect to the present existence that even the major sect could not ignore. After Yang Chen respectfully greeted him, Elder Li sat on the main seat in Yang Chen's room and nodded repeatedly. After a while, he talked about the business. It's good that your cultivation base has been restored. Elder Li was not without a bit of humanity. When he saw that Yang Chen had recovered to the human immortal cultivation base, he was also very emotional. These years, you have worked hard. It's really hard for the sect's master ancestor. On the contrary, this disciple has been hiding in the sect without making any achievements. It's shameful. Yang Chen said modestly. It was strange to say that Elder Li did not like those flattering words on ordinary days, but when he heard Yang Chen say a few words, his heart was really comfortable. He had already used the face-nourishing pills, and his young face was full of irrepressible smiles. In the beginning, Yang Chen did not say much. He only told Elder Li some simple things about how he had recovered his cultivation. Speaking of which, there was really nothing much to say about these things. He just cultivated step by step, and every once in a while, a wife or concubine would accompany him for a period of time. Everything was ordinary and unremarkable. Compared to the outside world, Yang Chen's experiences were simply negligible. Elder Li was not very interested in Yang Chen's experience. What he was interested in was the fact that Yang Chen relied on this opportunity to recultivate to break through the 5th grade alchemist master and become a 6th grade alchemist master. Yang Chen also understood the focus of Elder Li's concern. After a brief introduction of his own experiences, he took out the 2 meticulously refined pills and handed them over to Elder Li. This is that. Elder Li took the elixir and immediately felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. He felt much more relaxed. But out of habit, he asked again. That's it. Yang Chen nodded heavily and replied. At the same time, as a way to increase Elder Li's confidence, he added, there is definitely no problem with the things, this disciple can guarantee it. In terms of alchemy, Elder Li's confidence in Yang Chen was not ordinary. When he heard Yang Chen's words, the smile on his face did not change, but he solemnly put away the jade bottle containing the 2 6th grade marrow pills. Master Ancestor, has there been any movement from the Zhao family these years? After handing over the most important things, Yang Chen asked. Although Chunyang Palace had also been paying attention to the outside world over the years, compared with the eyes and ears of the mysterious heaven sect, it was definitely much worse. Therefore, Yang Chen might be able to get more information from Elder Li. The Zhao family was now the life and death enemy of all cultivators, so the mysterious heaven sect had naturally paid a lot of attention to them over the years. Although there was no movement on the surface, there had always been turbulent waves in the dark. The investigation had never stopped. Relatively speaking, the mysterious heaven sect's investigation was more comprehensive. The focus of Elder Wu's investigation was on the Holocaust sect, but the mysterious heaven sect covered almost all the cultivation sect. We have found at least hundreds of small sects related to the Zhao family, but we are afraid of alerting them, so we haven't done anything for the time being. Elder Li's words shocked Yang Chen. There were hundreds of small sect. Yang Chen knew that the Zhao family was involved in many things, but he did not expect the mysterious heaven sect to be able to recover the lost land while presiding over the affairs of the sect. At the same time, they could find so many things while investigating the Zhao family. Elder Wu of Chunyang Palace had investigated for such a long time, but he did not get such a conclusion. There was almost not a single small sect. Don't be surprised. Elder Li looked at Yang Chen's expression and knew what Yang Chen was thinking. He smiled gently and said, most of the manpower of your Chunyang Palace is concentrated in Linyangchuan. How can you find anything? After the Zhao family attacked Chunyang Palace last time, they all withdrew from this area. It is a waste of effort for you to investigate here. I heard that there seems to be something wrong with the Holocaust sect. Yang Chen also knew that Elder Li was not looking down on Chunyang Palace and was just giving him an explanation. He took a deep breath and then said what he knew and guessed: the death of the Holocaust sect master is a bit strange. Many sects are investigating this matter. Don't get involved in it in the future. Elder Li glanced at Yang Chen and reminded him, a sect like the Holocaust sect is not something that Chunyang Palace can afford to provoke. Focus on developing the sect and don't create new problems. When Yang Chen heard the news in seclusion, he felt that there was something wrong. Moreover, all the major sect had been investigating the Zhao family. This kind of unreasonable thing would definitely attract their attention. Yang Chen brought up the matter of the Holocaust sect at this time, but it seemed that Chunyang Palace was too small. After reminding Yang Chen, Elder Li sighed and said, in fact, the major sect is not only investigating the Holocaust sect. Each sect is investigating their own disciples for fear that the Zhao family is mixed in it. This was not surprising. Since sect Master Kui of the Five Elements sect was almost forced to abdicate by the father and son of the Zhao family, all the major sect cared about the internal security of the sect. No one wanted their sect to be in chaos when they were trying their best to deal with the outside world, so they were very careful in this regard. The Zhao family was really forbearing. If it weren't for Yang Chen releasing the secret of the fifth-grade alchemist in the mortal world, no one knew that there was a Zhao family hiding in the dark and penetrating into the major sect. Now they had discovered the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Five Elements sect, but who knew if their own sect had it? Do you know? Elder Li sighed and said to Yang Chen, do you know how many core high-level members of the major sect have lost in this demonic calamity? Yang Chen was stunned, and then his face showed a surprised look. The loss of the core high-level members of the major sect was something that Yang Chen had never considered. Each sect lost an average of 3. Elder Li was not surprised by Yang Chen's surprise. He snorted and said, think about it, how much of this is the conspiracy of the Zhao family? Chapter 1908. Yang Chen's expression also became serious. He matched Elder Li's words and gave Elder Li a sense of accomplishment. No matter how strong this grand disciple was, without the support of a sect like the mysterious Heaven sect, his vision was still limited. The proud Elder Li didn't know that Yang Chen didn't know how to laugh in his heart. However, in order to make Elder Li happy, Yang Chen still put in a lot of effort to put on a show. The major sects had lost an average of 3 core elders. This matter was indeed a ghastly sight. The dead core elders would definitely be replaced, so could it be the people from the Zhao family? Or could it be said that the death of these core elders was also secretly arranged by the Zhao family? Yang Chen and Elder Li of the mysterious Heaven sect both knew that half of it was them taking the initiative to get rid of dissidents, but the other half was hard to say whether it was a coincidence or a conspiracy. Because of the mysterious appearance of the Zhao family, the sect didn't even dare to completely trust their own core elders. They had to spend a long time to screen them one by one. When it involved the higher-ups, the sect was much more cautious. This was also one of the reasons why the big sect didn't directly make a move even though they had discovered hundreds of small sects. Yang Chen was very clear about the problem, but he didn't expect it to be this serious. In his previous life, he had never heard of any sect that was particularly outstanding or even took the initiative to jump out and disagree with everyone, so he had neglected this problem. Now that Elder Li had mentioned it, Yang Chen also realized the seriousness of the problem. In his previous life, no one had jumped out because no one had unlocked the Zhao family's seal. Even the friend he knew was an expert who had unlocked the seal after the demonic calamity. There was clearly a causal relationship. If it wasn't for Yang Chen unlocking the Zhao family's seal, the dragon puppet wouldn't have appeared. Without the dragon puppet, Zhao Haoshuan and his son wouldn't have jumped out. Speaking of which, it seemed like he was the one who had triggered a lot of hidden bombs. According to this logic, it seemed like the tension in the sect wasn't groundless. Who would have thought that an elder that the sect had always trusted was a member of the Zhao family? Elder Li had only told Yang Chen this to remind him to be careful. The main purpose of this visit was to get the medicinal pills refined by Yang Chen, and the other was to discuss the details of the follow-up operation with Yang Chen again. Taking control of the mysterious heaven sect was a very important matter, and he couldn't fail because of a little negligence. At that time, it would be a small matter if the matter was exposed, but Elder Li would be accused of plotting against the sect master, betraying the sect, and losing his reputation. Elder Li had already roped in a few of the core higher-ups. Hall leader Liu had always been on Elder Li's side, and the new substitute core elder was also recommended by Elder Li. Naturally, he would stand on Elder Li's side. There were also 2 other elders who had accepted the benefits of Elder Li's divine perching jade. Even if they wouldn't openly support him, they definitely wouldn't cause trouble for Elder Li. Only the other 3 core elders, 1 old and 2 new, seemed to be standing on the opposite side of Elder Li. However, the 3 of them were fighting on their own. If something happened to the sect master, the 3 scattered forces would not be able to compete with Elder Li. Elder Li had already won over a lot of Grand Supreme experts, and Yang Chen's divine perching jade was indeed a killing weapon that couldn't be refused. Even if the Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal experts were given a piece of divine perching jade, no one would think that there was too much of it. This was especially true after the Zhao family attacked the experts who were recuperating. If they had a piece of divine perching jade, they could immediately leave their primordial spirit after resurrection, and they wouldn't be unable to resurrect again. It could be said that a piece of divine perching jade was equivalent to one's life. No matter how strong an expert was, they wouldn't be able to resist such a temptation. Only Yang Chen and Yang Chen's grandmaster, Elder Li, could take out divine perching jade. In front of Yang Chen, Elder Li did not hide his own plan, and carefully explained his own steps to Yang Chen one by one. He considered the cause and effect of every step, especially the reactions of the others after the sect master's accident. He made detailed assumptions and deductions according to each person's personality. He couldn't be careless. If he schemed for so long and ended up helping others, wouldn't it be a big joke? Among the newly added elders, one of them is the current medicine hall master. Yang Chen heard a familiar name from Elder Li's words and couldn't help but ask. Elder Li did not worry about him and directly nodded his head. This wasn't a secret, and he could find out with a little inquiry. He just couldn't figure out why Yang Chen valued this medicine hall master so much. The memory of the medicine hall master of the mysterious heaven sect flashed in Yang Chen's mind. It seemed that after the demonic calamity, the figure of the medicine hall master flashed in the next major event that swept the spiritual realm. At that time, the mysterious heaven sect seemed to be the same as this life. Because of the demonic calamity in the trial ground, there were heavy casualties, and he became a core member of the mysterious heaven sect. Interesting, Yang Chen felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he asked Elder Li, Master Ancestor, is he now researching a new kind of medicinal pill that has the effect of the questioning inner heart pill, but may be several times more effective than the questioning inner heart pill? How do you know? Elder Li was shocked and looked at Yang Chen in surprise. This was the secret of the mysterious heaven sect. The medicine hall master had been researching this new kind of pill for hundreds of years, and it had been going on for hundreds of years. He was on the verge of success. The mysterious heaven sect blocked the news of this matter, and it was even more secretive than Yang Chen's identity. How did Yang Chen know? Could it be that Yang Chen consciously spied on the secrets of the mysterious heaven sect? The medicine hall master was obsessed with research and had always been loyal to the sect. He had made great achievements in alchemy and was the idol of almost all the alchemists in the sect. This was also one of the reasons why he was able to be added to the core members of the sect this time. He had power but no desire for power. This kind of talent was what the core members of the sect wanted to see the most, and it was also what competitors liked the most. But now, Yang Chen had actually directly raised the issue of paying extra attention to him. While Elder Li was suspicious of Yang Chen, he couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion about this hall master Zhu. Grandmaster, this disciple is just guessing. After getting a positive answer from Elder Li, Yang Chen seemed to have discovered something happy. We want Sect Master Li to ascend as soon as possible, and I'm afraid some people have the same idea. Elder Li was shocked on the spot. Even though he was already a scheming person, he was still so scared that he almost jumped up. Moreover, they may not only want the sect master to ascend, but it is very likely that all the core members of the sect will ascend. Yang Chen added another sentence. Chapter 1909. This was not because Yang Chen was deliberately trying to scare Elder Li, but because Yang Chen remembered that in his previous life, before Yang Chen ascended, the core higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect had already changed. Although Hall Master Zhu of the Medicinal Hall was not the sect master among the core higher-ups, except for Sect Master Li who had ascended from the mortal world, the others were all people who had nothing to do with the core higher-ups of the mortal world. In this kind of sect inheritance in the three realms, there was generally an unspoken rule that those who became sect masters in the mortal world would definitely inherit the position of sect master in the spiritual realm. To expand this unspoken rule, the core higher-ups of the sect in the mortal world basically ascended to the spiritual realm and immortal realm, and they would also become higher-ups of the sect. However, this inheritance between the higher-ups needed to last for a period of time, at least until the higher-ups of the sect who had just ascended had reached a certain level of cultivation and experience before they could take charge of the sect. According to this unspoken rule, Sect Master Li and the others in the mortal world would have no problem becoming the core higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect. In fact, this was how things developed in his previous life, and Sect Master Li still became the sect master of the spiritual realm. However, the strange thing was that in his previous life, the other core higher-ups of the Taishanmen in the mortal world did not all inherit the positions of the higher-ups of the sect. As the memories in Yang Chen's mind went through bit by bit, it seemed that those people had all met with accidents. At the beginning of the demonic calamity in the spiritual realm, 3 of them died. They all happened to be in the trial grounds at that time, and they were the first to bear the brunt of the outbreak of the monster tide. The remaining few also met with accidents later on, and only Sect Master Li persisted to the end. When Sect Master Li became the sect master, Hall Master Zhu was already the Grand Elder, but it seemed that he was one of the few big shots in the mysterious heaven sect that even Sect Master Li had to respect him. Combined with this life, it seemed that Hall Master Zhu's influence in the mysterious heaven sect continued after the demonic calamity in the spiritual realm until Yang Chen ascended. Even after Yang Chen ascended, Hall Master Zhu still guarded the mysterious heaven sect as the Grand Elder. He worked hard and made great contributions. What kind of person was Elder Li? Anyone who could become a core elder in the mysterious heaven sect was not simple. However, after hearing Yang Chen's words, he immediately thought of more things. This Hall Master Zhu seemed to really have a good idea. It seemed to be an open and above-board plot, which was to research an extraordinary pill that could greatly enhance the strength of the upper echelons. Of course, at the same time, all those who had taken the medicine were one step closer to transcending their tribulations and ascending. There was no way to reprimand him at all. What was the ultimate goal of every cultivator? Wasn't it to improve their own cultivation? With such a pill that only belonged to the mysterious heaven sect, every disciple would only feel grateful after taking it. Why would they doubt or resent it? In other aspects, Hall Master Zhu's performance had always been conforming to the rules, and there was nothing outstanding about him. Even if Elder Li wanted to grab hold of a weakness, he would not be able to. Could it be that Elder Li could use the fact that Elder Li wanted to concoct a brand new pill to deal with Hall Master Zhu? However, what Yang Chen said was very reasonable. At the very least, Elder Li already had a lot of doubts in his heart. Elder Li had already spread the news that he wanted to research this pill hundreds of years ago, and he had put in a lot of effort for hundreds of years. He was able to keep his composure, so he must be a difficult opponent to deal with. When the time came, the pill refined by Elder Li would have excellent effects on the disciples, and he would give it to the upper echelons to use. Not only would he owe them a big favor, but he would also be able to indirectly achieve his goal. Elder Li was indeed a good schemer, a good method to silently achieve his goal. He was definitely an expert in this aspect. The key was that Elder Li would not fight for the position of sect master immediately. He would send away the other upper echelons one by one while he became the most senior and had the highest status. Even if he wasn't the sect master, his words would be similar to the sect masters. This was clearly him indirectly controlling the mysterious heaven sect. Facing such an opponent, Elder Li suddenly felt like a mouse trying to pull a turtle, but he didn't know where to start. If he directly told Sect Master Wang and the others, they probably wouldn't believe him at all. Instead, they would wonder why he was thinking this way. This kind of troublesome opponent, it seemed like only Elder Li, who had the same thoughts, would be able to understand the other party's intentions. Other people would not have such a dark mentality. Yang Chen looked at Elder Li, who seemed to be at his wit's end, and couldn't help but ask, "Ancestor, does this Hall Master Zhu know about this disciple's identity?" "He doesn't know." This time, Elder Li's answer was very certain. "The sect master said that your identity is top secret. If you know, then keep it to yourself. If you don't know, then don't ever know. Although he is the new core, no one will break the taboo and tell him about your identity." At first, Yang Chen was a bit worried. If this Hall Master Zhu was really from the Zhao family and knew his identity, it would not be easy for him to fan the flames between the mysterious Heaven sect and the Zhao family. Now that Elder Li said this, Yang Chen felt a lot more at ease. As long as the other party didn't know his identity, it was possible to force out the other party's true intentions. Since he could make the demonic calamity start ahead of time, it was obvious that he had already broken the Zhao family's arrangements. As such, Hall Master Zhu's wishful thinking might not work. After hundreds of years of research, he still hadn't succeeded. As far as Yang Chen knew, the unique medicinal pill of the profound Heaven sect, called the 7 Ingenious Barrier Breaking Pill, should have been studied by Hall Master Zhu for more than 1,000 years. Now he simply could not come up with a perfect medicinal pill. Since this was the case, as long as he found a way to make Hall Master Zhu start ahead of time, Yang Chen might be able to easily achieve his goal without Elder Li risking being criticized. Since this is the case, this disciple has an idea. After Yang Chen pondered for a while, he suddenly thought of something. He slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Ancestor, can you help me look at it?" In front of Elder Li, Yang Chen had to pay attention to the way he spoke. At the very least, he had to make Elder Li feel that this was his idea and not his own. This was very important. What idea? Elder Li's eyes lit up. It seemed that he had made the right decision to discuss this matter with his grand disciple, Yang Chen. Not only had Yang Chen reminded him of his oversight, but he had also found a way to make a breakthrough. He had to have this grand disciple. Right now, this pill has not been thoroughly studied, but there must be a preliminary sample. Yang Chen looked at Elder Li's reaction while adjusting his words. If we can force Hall Master Zhu's arrangements ahead of time, then Hall Master Zhu might have to take a risk with this imperfect pill. Chapter 1910. Elder Li was very clear about this. Yang Chen had warned everyone about the possibility of the devil tribulation. It was because he had destroyed the Zhao family's sealing formation that the Zhao family's arrangements were triggered in advance. If it wasn't for this, the devil tribulation might have been even more powerful and affected a wider area. To be able to cultivate to Elder Li's level, there wasn't a single expert who didn't understand the reasoning behind this. If it could really achieve the effect that Yang Chen had said, Leader Zhu might really take the risk. The problem was how to force Leader Zhu to take the risk out of desperation. This was the most important thing. How do we force him? What do we use to force him? Elder Li asked the most important question. If Leader Zhu is from the Zhao family, then I believe he must care about the Zhao family's safety. Yang Chen said, "Right now, no one knows where the Zhao family is. If we release the news that we know where the Zhao family is, do you think he will be worried?" "You know where the Zhao family is?" Elder Li was concerned about this question and couldn't help but ask. "I can't be sure. It's just a rough guess." Yang Chen didn't deny it, but he didn't say it with certainty. He only said that it was just a guess. So many sect members have been searching for hundreds and thousands of years, but we still haven't found any clues. Maybe what we lack is a possible direction. Elder Li nodded. After sighing for a while, he asked Yang Chen, "Where do you think they are?" "Grandmaster, you guys worry about too many things. You have to think about everything all the time, so you've overlooked some corners." Of course, Yang Chen couldn't come up and say that he was powerful enough to find a flaw. He had to first let Elder Li listen to him comfortably before he could slowly say his own guess. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that the seniors were unworthy of their reputation? Elder Li was very satisfied with Yang Chen's explanation. He smiled and nodded. He even happily drank a cup of wine that Yang Chen had already poured for him. To tell the truth, the one Elder Li was looking forward to the most was his descendant, the Taishanman of the mortal world, sect leader Li. However, since sect master Li had already perished, then Yang Chen, sect master Li's direct disciple, had become the one that Elder Li was most optimistic about. If sect leader Li was thrown out as a middleman, Elder Li wanted to personally accept Yang Chen as a disciple. He had been in the mysterious heaven sect for so many years, and he had taught quite a few disciples. However, the only one who could truly satisfy him was this junior in front of him. Yang Chen was really good at talking. Instead of looking at his own ideas and suggestions, he had to first consider the thoughts and situation of the elders and try his best not to embarrass them. Just this bit of filial piety was enough to leave others far behind. This kind of gratitude and filial piety of the younger generation was what the ancestors were willing to support and accept. Overlooked corners. Elder Li tried hard to think of the places that had not been affected by the devil calamity. He wondered if he and sect leader Wang had not considered everything. However, after thinking about it for a while, he still felt that their arrangements had not been overlooked. They had almost covered the entire area. Suddenly, Elder Li thought of a place. This place had never been specifically targeted. Could it be here? Could it be that we have overlooked the hatred parting sea? Elder Li asked with great interest, and his eyes began to shine. The hatred parting sea was the territory of Chunyang Palace. When Yang Chen was seeking territory, there were 3 places: Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and the hatred parting sea. The 3 places were closely connected. After the outbreak of the devil calamity, countless cultivators gathered at Sunset Rock and Linyang River. In addition, the 5 major sect was not far from Shipping Mountain. It was almost impossible for the Zhu family to hide in these 2 places. In particular, after the Chunyang Palace's mountain gate was destroyed, the 5 major sect directly sent people to plow the Sunset Rock and Linyang River. The investigation was so detailed that it was almost like combing one's hair with a comb. It was impossible for the Zhao family to hide in these 2 places. However, the hatred parting sea was different. Because it was on the sea, there were no big islands, and there were no large groups of cultivators gathered there. Relatively speaking, no one thought too much about this sea area. Moreover, the hatred parting sea was the territory of Chunyang Palace. Whether it was the 5 major sect or the cultivators gathered at Linyang River, out of gratitude, they would not think too much about the hatred parting sea. In this way, the hatred parting sea was really a place that had been neglected. The more Elder Li thought about it, the more excited he became. He almost sent a large number of people to turn the hatred parting sea upside down. Unexpectedly, the Zhao family had hidden so cleverly. They even used Yang Chen's favor to consider it. They were really cunning. Hearing that Elder Li actually mentioned the hatred parting sea, Yang Chen did not know whether to cry or laugh. How strange was this medicine to think of the hatred parting sea? If it was the hatred parting sea, didn't it mean that Yang Chen had been related to the Zhao family from the beginning? However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Elder Li's thinking was somewhat reasonable. They had indeed neglected this place. Even Yang Chen had not carefully considered whether there would be the Zhao family in the hatred parting sea. Of course, Yang Chen could be sure that it was not the territory of the Zhao family. Otherwise, Chunyang Palace had always been at the edge of the Zhao family and could be swallowed up at any time. Grandmaster really has a keen eye. In any case, Yang Chen first complimented him. He could not directly say that it was wrong and throw Elder Li's judgment out the door, right? However, I am afraid that the Zhao family is really not in the hatred parting sea. Yang Chen explained with a wry smile. Although there are relatively few cultivators in the hatred parting sea, over the years, there have been at least 900,000 people who have cultivated in the hatred parting sea. If the Zhao family were there, they would have been found out long ago. The number of people in the hatred parting sea was small compared to the tens of millions of cultivators in Linyang River, but the actual number was not small at all. Just as Yang Chen said, there were at least 900,000 if not 1 million. How could there be no clues under so many eyes? Well, what you said makes sense. Elder Li thought about it carefully and agreed with young Chen. At the same time, he also realized that if it was the hatred parting sea, he was afraid that young Chen would definitely not be able to escape responsibility. Since young Chen could confide in him, he definitely would not have anything to do with the Zhao family. Actually, there is still a place that Grandmaster and you have not noticed. Young Chen could only remind him again. It was not that he did not want to say it directly, but he was waiting for Elder Li to think about it himself. That was the best result, and it could also show Elder Li's foresight and wisdom. He had to remind him, Grandmaster, sometimes, the most dangerous place is actually the safest. After all, Elder Li was not stupid. He quickly guessed what young Chen meant and said directly, "You are talking about the trial ground?" Chapter 1911. The trial ground was a place that all the major sects had neglected. Before the devil tribulation, the trial ground had been occupied by all the major sects. Outsiders could not enter it at all. After the devil tribulation began, it was the core area of the monster tide. Any monster that jumped out was at least at the Xian immortal level. As long as one was a cultivator, there was no way they could get close to it. Elder Li was someone who knew the inside story. Therefore, he knew very well that even before the devil tribulation, the cultivators of the major sect had never been able to get close to the core area of the trial ground. The cultivation level of the monsters there was so strong that it was rare in the world. No sect was willing to pay the price of blood just to see what was there. It was not that there were no experts who entered the core area with magic treasures that could conceal their divine sense. However, they only entered and never came out. Just the number of Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal experts that each sect had lost in the core area of the trial ground was no less than hundreds. The strongest one was even at the 8th stage of the Xian Immortal level. However, he still did not come out after entering. No sect could afford to completely control the trial ground. Not even the super sect could do it. Even if all the super sect cooperated, they could not do it. Therefore, they could only cooperate to seal the area and let their disciples train in suitable areas in the trial ground. However, they did not dare to enter the core area. In other words, ever since the sect discovered the trial ground and the sect cooperated to seal the trial ground, the major sects had never known what was in the core area of the trial ground. If there was a place in the spiritual world that had not been controlled by the major sect, it would be this place. Previously, no one had ever doubted this place. Since the super experts of the major sect could only enter and not come out, it was impossible for cultivators to exist in that area. This had become common sense in everyone's mind. However, after being reminded by young Chen, Elder Li suddenly realized that things did not seem to be that simple. The major sect could not enter the core area of the trial ground. However, it did not mean that no cultivators could enter. The Zhao family might be an exception. Now, the trial grounds were a conspiracy set up by the ancestors of the Zhao family. It was already a consensus among all the major sect that this was a conspiracy set up by the ancestors of the Zhao family. This was fully proven after the outbreak of the devil tribulation. Whether it was the unsealed 9 Xian immortal experts outside or the dragon puppet found in the trial grounds, they were all solid evidence. Since the trial grounds were arranged by the Zhao family's ancestor, then the Zhao family's ancestor definitely had the ability to enter the core area. There was no doubt about this. The major sect had been exploring the areas that had not been affected by the devil tribulation at the beginning. However, they had never thought that the core area of the trial ground could also be considered as a part that had not been affected. It was easy to imagine what the core of the trial ground was like before and after the demonic calamity. There was almost no difference. In any case, there was an endless stream of powerful demonic beasts. There were no changes, which meant that he wouldn't be affected at all, so he definitely wouldn't be affected. Elder Li had already stood up excitedly because he thought of more things. He didn't care about his image and started to pace around in young Chen's room out of habit. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The greatest secret of the spiritual realm was about to be unraveled by Elder Li, and the greatest credit for finding the Zhao family was also going to be taken by Elder Li. How could Elder Li not be excited about such a world-renowned achievement? As for the fact that this conclusion was based on Yang Chen's conjecture, it wasn't important. With Yang Chen's current situation, he would definitely be happy to see his grandmaster occupy an even more important position in the sect. Moreover, Yang Chen's situation did not allow him to be in the limelight again. This credit must belong to Elder Li, and it could only belong to Elder Li. Grandmaster's eyes are as bright as torches. The Zhao family will definitely have nowhere to hide this time. Sure enough, Yang Chen very cooperatively began to praise Elder Li. It was clear that he was very tactful and did not want to take the credit for himself. Elder Li understood this point very well. Otherwise, why would Yang Chen have to be so evasive and not say his guess directly? Instead, he kept leading Elder Li to say it himself. All right. Elder Li excitedly took 2 more steps and then rushed back to his seat. He picked up the wine cup that Yang Chen had just filled and drank it in one gulp. He stretched out his hand and patted Yang Chen's shoulder twice as he loudly praised him. After praising him, Elder Li still felt that it wasn't enough. He reached out and searched his body. A universe bag immediately appeared in his hand. Without even looking at it, he directly threw the universe bag at Yang Chen and loudly said, "Take it, this is the good stuff that the sect left behind after killing all these years. See if there's anything you can use." Elder Li was already a little excited at the moment. Yang Chen quietly took the Qiankuan bag and put it away. Then he coughed a little bit to remind Elder Li not to lose his composure. The good stuff that the mysterious Heaven sect collected was definitely the best of the best. Yang Chen had no intention of refusing it. He didn't even show any politeness and directly put it away. This was a reward that Elder Li gave to a junior based on merit. He didn't dare to refuse a gift from an elder, so Yang Chen accepted it with a clear conscience. After Yang Chen coughed, Elder Li finally withdrew the excitement on his face and slowly calmed down. After drinking another mouthful of wine, Elder Li returned to being as calm as a mountain. Good. Elder Li once again praised Yang Chen, but his tone was different. The meaning behind it seemed to be even more satisfied than when he patted Yang Chen's shoulder. Elder Li was once again satisfied with Yang Chen, a junior disciple of the younger generation. After calming down, Elder Li's mind began to churn. How could he use this information to make Hall Master Zhu expose himself? How could he make Hall Master Zhu take action ahead of time and then help Elder Li? Master Ancestor, if Hall Master Zhu uses a medicinal pill that has not been fully researched for the sect master, Master Ancestor may become the savior of the sect master. Yang Chen seemed to have already had a plan in mind, and took advantage of this to say it. In addition to those 2 pills, Disciple will also give Martial Ancestor a few 6 Revolution Lingji Jade pills and 6 Revolution Questioning Inner Heart pills, as well as 2,000-year pills. As Yang Chen spoke, he took out the pills he had already prepared. As long as the sect master notices that something is wrong, Martial Ancestor can use these pills to save the sect master. Elder Li took the pills and asked with a frown, what if the sect master doesn't ascend after he is cured? 2,000-year pills and the 1,000-year pill wrapped in the marrow accumulation pill should be enough for the sect master to ascend. Yang Chen said with certainty, I will tell the sect master ahead of time that the Lingji Jade pill might not be able to completely cure the sect master. It can only increase the sect master's cultivation to save his life. Chapter 1912. Hall Master Zhu is not a fool. He gave the problematic elixir to the sect master. Isn't he afraid of exposing himself directly? Elder Li's brain was spinning at this moment and he began to think about the details. The elixir is just imperfect, it's not that it has no effect. Yang Chen showed the unique confidence of an alchemy master at this moment. He smiled and said, if Disciple guessed correctly, this elixir should be strengthened on the basis of the Questioning Inner Heart pill. According to Disciple's understanding of the Questioning Inner Heart pill, if you want to improve the efficacy of the Questioning Inner Heart pill by several times, you must use 2 of the medicinal herbs. In the way of alchemy, Elder Li couldn't catch up with Yang Chen even if he flattered a horse. At this time, when Yang Chen spoke, Elder Li was very tactful and only listened. Ice Heart Grass and Misty Flame Flower, these 2 medicinal herbs are yin and yang. They must be in just the right balance in order to achieve the efficacy. Yang Chen continued, in order to improve the efficacy of the elixir, the effects of these two main medicinal herbs must be stimulated, so disciple concluded that Hall Master Zhu must have used the blood of the devouring ice snake to forcibly improve the efficacy. Master Ancestor, after the outbreak of the demonic calamity, Hall Master Zhu must have asked the sect to collect a lot of devouring ice snakes, right? Elder Li looked at Yang Chen as if he was looking at an immortal. There was still some disbelief. It took a while for him to return to normal. Elder Li shook his head with an expression of admiration and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that this old man knows that you've always been in closed-door cultivation and have never come out, and that you've never heard of Hall Master Zhu before, this old man would have suspected that you placed a spy in the mysterious Heaven sect to keep an eye on Hall Master Zhu. Disciple just has some insights in alchemy. I don't deserve the praise of Master Ancestor." Yang Chen unceremoniously regarded Elder Li's words as a compliment to himself, and said with a thick face. In the past, Hall Master Zhu proudly said that it took him 300 years to discover that the blood of the devouring ice snake could improve the efficacy of the questioning inner heart pill. The sect's higher-ups thought that Hall Master Zhu was going to refine a brand new elixir. Elder Li had no choice but to give in. He directly shook his head and said, "I didn't expect that you only needed to guess what type of medicinal pill he wanted to refine, and you already knew what medicinal ingredients he used. If the alchemy experts in the sect were to find out about this, I wonder how they would worship him. It's just that I'm lucky. When I was in the training grounds, I encountered an ice-devouring snake." Yang Chen explained with a smile, "However, I still don't have a clue on how to neutralize the scattered spiritual energy caused by the devouring ice snake activating the ice heartgrass and mistfire flower. Will there be a problem of spiritual power scattering?" Elder Li now wholeheartedly wanted to replace sect leader Wang, so he would not let go of any opportunity that could help him realize his dream. If Hall Master Zhu's pill had this hidden danger, then it could be used. Hall Master Zhu must have found a way to suppress it after studying it for so long. Yang Chen still guessed, but this disciple estimates that what Hall Master Zhu found is definitely just a stopgap measure, and it is impossible to perfectly solve the spiritual power scattering caused by the backlash of this medicinal pill. When the effect of the questioning inner heart pill was exerted 10 times, suddenly the spiritual power was not under control. No matter how strong the person was, it was impossible to be fine. If it was light, it would be demonic, and if it was heavy, it would be serious. There would be no other results. If the sect leader had a problem, Elder Li relied on Yang Chen's medicinal pill to pull sect leader Wang back from the line of life and death, and also let him add 3,000 years of cultivation base. If it happened suddenly, it would definitely trigger the heavenly tribulation. At that time, even if sect leader Wang didn't want to ascend, he could only ascend without preparation. Will there definitely be a backlash? Elder Li asked a key question again. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible. Yang Chen replied, and then added a prerequisite: if Hall Master Zhu has found a way to suppress it. Didn't you say it was not perfect? How can there be no backlash? Elder Li didn't understand and asked anxiously. This disciple has seen the sect's alchemy classics brought by the Master Ancestor. Yang Chen explained with a smile, the medicinal material that is recorded to neutralize the blood of the ice snake is the exquisite root. But this disciple learned from another volume of alchemy classics that is not from the sect that the exquisite root cannot perfectly neutralize the blood of the ice snake. As long as there is a little musk mixed, there will be a problem. Musk was the most common spice, and most fragrances contained this ingredient. Elder Li knew sect leader Wang's habit. When he was cultivating alone, he always liked to light a stick of incense. It may not be a big problem for others, but for sect leader Wang, this was a fatal danger. Will he definitely use this kind of medicinal pill? Elder Li still wanted to determine the complete action plan and asked again. If Master Ancestor brought back this news and warned everyone not to beat the grass and alert the snake, and limited it to only a few of you, this disciple feels that if Hall Master Zhu wants to solve the problem quietly, the last way is to let Master Ancestor and you ascend normally. Yang Chen thought for a while and said with certainty, it is best if it is in a hurry and you don't even have time to explain. Anyway, no one can get close to the core of the trial ground. Even if everyone is fully prepared, it will take hundreds of years. Hall Master Zhu has enough time to let Master Ancestor and you ascend one by one. Yang Chen said with a smile, if there is a time limit for taking the medicinal pill personally refined by the Medicine Hall Master, and it must be taken at a certain time to not be wasted, then there is almost no flaw. Normal medicinal pills in the sect definitely can't have this effect, but the new medicinal pill that Hall Master Zhu has spent hundreds of years researching may be feasible. Yang Chen perfected his own inference and said, it is not enough to just improve the state of mind cultivation. It is best to have medicinal pills that increase cultivation. If you want to achieve this effect, you can only obtain the demonic bead from the demon continent in the mortal world. This disciple has already exchanged most of the demonic beads in the mortal world. The number of demonic beads that can allow a heaven immortal to ascend is definitely not a small number. This disciple can't think of any other place besides the Zhao family that can take out a large number of demonic beads. Another inference of evidence, and Yang Chen did not hide anything. Elder Li was so shocked by Yang Chen's series of guesses and inferences that he didn't know what to say. It was as if Yang Chen was personally in charge of everything. Although it was all speculation, when he thought about it carefully, it was completely reasonable. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's reminder, maybe the other core members of the sect would still thank Hall Master Zhu for his kindness and owe him a big favor. In this way, if there was really a problem with Hall Master Zhu, Elder Li might be able to truly become the sect Master Li of the mysterious Heaven sect in 100 or 200 years at most. Chapter 1913. Elder Li went back with a smile from the bottom of his heart. Of course, on the surface, he looked flustered and exasperated. In the eyes of outsiders, Elder Li came here this time to congratulate and to ask for alchemy. According to Yang Chen's consistent personality of not being at a disadvantage, coupled with the fact that the relationship between Chunyang Palace and Shentian sect was not very harmonious, Elder Li's performance was clearly angry after being extorted by Yang Chen. For Elder Li, this kind of cheap performance was very simple, and it was also good for Yang Chen. His pretentiousness, on the one hand, made everyone believe that the gap between Shentian sect and Chunyang Palace was getting bigger and bigger. On the other hand, it was also indirectly raising the price for Yang Chen. Representatives of other sect were happy to see Shentian sect suffer a loss in the hands of Yang Chen. This kind of happy thing had happened more than once or twice in the mortal world, and each time it could make all sect happy for a long time. Even if the sect had to pay a little more than usual for this, everyone also liked to see Shentian sect's embarrassment. And many people understood that Yang Chen, the younger generation, would not be so greedy. Although it was announced that other sect had paid the same price as Shentian sect, there was always a discount every time. The sect got the elixir they wanted, and at the same time, they also witnessed Yang Chen really restore his human immortal cultivation, which was enough. The youngest 6th grade alchemist in the spiritual world, an alchemy grandmaster with a promising future, and a good relationship with all sect. As long as they paid a little spirit stones or medicinal materials, they could buy life-saving elixir. Was there a better result than this? The palace master and other high-level members of Chunyang Palace were also curious. How many things did Yang Chen extort from Elder Li that could make the core elder of Shentian sect look like that? Fortunately, Yang Chen didn't tell the truth. He didn't take out the Chenkuan bag filled with the essence of the demonic beast's corpse that Elder Li directly threw to Yang Chen. He only said a price that wasn't too outrageous, but was still enough to make one feel pain. Even so, the palace master and the others were already happy from ear to ear. For so many years, only Chunyang Palace had been able to dig out a piece of meat from the mouth of Shentian sect. It had become the norm for all parties to ask for pills from Yang Chen. It was even more so after Yang Chen became a 6th grade alchemist. No one would think there was any problem. Just the 6 revolutions marrow pill alone was enough to make countless people drool. There was no longer a need for Yang Chen to do anything else. All he needed to do was spread the news and let the cultivators from the other sect know that Yang Chen had returned. That was enough. Yang Chen didn't even think about killing demonic beasts to gain experience. He just stayed in the sect, cultivating and concocting pills at the same time. Compared with the liveliness of Chunyang Palace, Elder Li's return to Shentian sect was a bit low-key. Along the way, the accompanying disciples of the profound heaven sect did not dare to speak loudly, for fear of angering Elder Li and causing disaster to the fish in the moat. In their hearts, they could not help but scold the culprit, Yang Chen. Elder Li had perfected the next plan several times in his heart. After discussing it with Yang Chen, basically, as long as there was a problem with Hall Master Zhu, he would be exposed under the arrangement of Elder Li returning to Shentian sect, which was still in Shipping Mountain. Elder Li did not alarm others. He just met with Sect Master Wang and Hall Master Liu, and then there was no more. Everything seemed very calm. Whether it was the situation outside or inside Shentian sect, it all seemed very natural. The cultivators were regaining the lost territory little by little, and Shentian sect was preparing to move the sect from the Shipping Mountain branch back to the original mountain gate. Everything was going according to plan. Except for Elder Li, no one knew that a storm was brewing inside Shentian sect. Perhaps Yang Chen was also an insider, but when Elder Li planned to start, Yang Chen didn't know the specifics. Several of Elder Li's confidants were secretly investigating the medicinal materials that Hall Master Zhu needed in the past few hundred years. As Yang Chen expected, the name of the ice-devouring snake appeared on Hall Master Zhu's list of medicinal materials. As long as the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill was simply linked with Hall Master Zhu's list of medicinal materials, it was easy to see the relationship between the two. The list of medicinal materials used by Hall Master Zhu, even if it was ordered by Elder Li, still took a lot of effort to get it. When the two confidants reported the difficulty of getting this list of medicinal materials to Elder Li completely believed that Yang Chen did not monitor Hall Master Zhu's actions. Because of this, Elder Li once again praised Yang Chen's alchemy level. Sure enough, he was worthy of being the alchemy master with the best aptitude and the greatest potential for thousands of years. Just by relying on the target direction of a medicinal effect, he could infer so much content from the medicinal materials. His understanding of alchemy could be said to be earth-shattering. The first part was all guessed by Yang Chen. Even Elder Li once again met Hall Master Zhu casually and asked about the progress of Hall Master Zhu's new drug research. The answer given by Hall Master Zhu was the same as Yang Chen's previous speculation. If Elder Li didn't know very well that Yang Chen couldn't and didn't have the ability to monitor Hall Master Zhu, he would be surprised that Hall Master Zhu cooperated with Yang Chen's speculation. Now, since it was so in line with the worst guess, Hall Master Zhu's suspicion became more and more big. Elder Li was very calm. After leaving Chunyang Palace and returning to the sect, he behaved himself for 10 years without any signs of an outburst. Not to mention anything else, just the time difference made it impossible for anyone to suspect Yang Chen. Elder Li even personally went out and spent another 10 years to personally kill the beasts. Under the protection of several supreme mystic immortal elders, he went deep into the original trial ground to explore before returning to the mysterious heaven sect. As soon as he returned to the mysterious heaven sect, Elder Li immediately convened a meeting with the core members of the mysterious heaven sect. It happened so suddenly that everyone didn't even know why Elder Li was so anxious, and they had no clue what to discuss. This matter is very important, and I don't dare to make a complete judgment, so I ask Sect Master and a few others to discuss it together. Elder Li spoke very politely, but the expression on his face fully showed how serious Elder Li was at the moment. What exactly is the matter? Sect Master Wang also became serious and asked in a deep voice, "Don't be anxious, speak slowly. I found something this time, so I specially asked a few mystic immortal elders to escort me to the original trial ground." Elder Li said as his eyes casually swept across the crowd. His gaze swept across Hall Master Zhu's body, not stopping at all. In the past, we all thought that the Zhao family was definitely in a place that was not affected by the demonic calamity, but we looked all over the world and overlooked a place. Elder Li finally expressed his opinion. His gaze swept across Hall Master Zhu's wrist and turned to Sect Master Wang. Chapter 1914. Trial Grounds. They were all old and cunning people. Elder Li only said the beginning, but everyone immediately guessed the result. It is the training grounds. Elder Li nodded his head heavily and gave his answer. The most dangerous place was the safest. The more familiar a place was, the easier it was to overlook it. What flashed through everyone's mind was this kind of trick that played with people's hearts. Everyone's faces were full of brilliance. I happened to find traces of cultivator activity there. Elder Lee didn't wait for everyone to guess and directly gave his evidence. Logically speaking, no expert from the sect would go to the trial grounds for no reason. All of the cultivators were recovering their lost land step by step. There was still some distance to the trial grounds, and no one could jump over a large area occupied by demon beasts to train in the innermost area. Even if it was an expert at the Shen Immortal level, killing demon beasts at the front line was enough for them to gain experience. There was no need for them to take the risk of entering the original trial grounds. If there were traces of cultivator activity, it meant that there were cultivators inside. Since it wasn't an expert from a large sect or a cultivator who came to gain experience, then the remaining possibilities were obvious. This wasn't some rumor, but something that Elder Lee, the core elder, had seen with his own eyes. Naturally, the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect didn't doubt it. Whether it was Elder Lee's deduction based on facts or everyone's method of playing with people's hearts, they were all shockingly consistent. The Zhao family's headquarters was most likely at the core of the trial grounds. Because no one had entered before, it would be easy to hide a sect with hundreds of thousands of people in that area, even if it was 10 times larger. For a moment, the higher-ups who heard the news all gnashed their teeth and rubbed their palms. The Zhao family had harmed the mysterious Heaven sect too ruthlessly, and the two sides were irreconcilable. Now that they knew where they were most likely to be hiding, everyone wished they could immediately find the Zhao family's location and slaughter the entire Zhao family. An unnatural smile flashed across Hall Master Zhu's face. Then, his expression turned into one of hatred like everyone else's, and there didn't seem to be anything wrong. Unfortunately, Hall Master Zhu did not realize that everything about him had been completely guessed. All of his actions after hearing the news had been seen by Elder Lee without missing a single detail, and he remembered it all. This was a matter of great importance. Currently, the trial grounds were still occupied by the monstrous beasts. Even if the various sects killed all the monstrous beasts in the trial grounds, everyone understood that it was impossible to kill all the monstrous beasts in the trial grounds. In fact, even if all the major sects' forces were gathered at the trial grounds core, they would not be able to approach it without paying a high price with their lives. In this kind of situation, even if Elder Lee had already guessed and discovered traces of the Zhao family, it would not be an easy task to prove it. At the very least, there was no hope in the next 100 or 200 years. In addition, there was a very real problem. Even if they found the location of the Zhao family, without the Zhao family's means, how could the masters of the various sect enter the core of the trial ground and launch an attack on the Zhao family? These were all problems that had to be considered, especially for the mysterious Heaven sect, which viewed the Zhao family as an irreconcilable enemy. They had to think about how to deal with these problems. Elder Lee, who else did you tell about this to? Before Sect Master Wang could speak, Hall Master Zhu had already rushed to ask. This is a very important matter. How could I dare to tell outsiders? Elder Lee shook his head and quickly denied, even the Grand Supreme Elder who went with me didn't mention it. He rushed back all the way. Sect Master, this is a very important matter. I suggest that only the few of us here know about this. Hall Master Zhu immediately turned to Sect Master Wang and took the initiative to suggest, finding the Zhao family is not something that can be done in a day. We have to be even more careful when dealing with them. Elder Lee risked his life to obtain a clue, so we must not reveal it and alert the enemy. Otherwise, if the Zhao family is a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, it will be even more difficult for us to find the Zhao family. The reason was very good, and the suggestion was very correct. If Elder Lee hadn't talked to Yang Chen, he wouldn't have noticed any problems with Hall Master Zhu's suggestion. However, right now, Elder Lee's heart was filled with anger. This guy surnamed Zhu, no, this guy should be surnamed Zhao. He was definitely a spy from the Zhao family hidden in the mysterious Heaven sect. It was him, there was no way to escape. Hall Master Zhu would never have expected that his reactions would be predicted by others. He seemed to be following the path that Yang Chen had laid out for him, but he didn't realize that he had become Elder Lee's enemy. Elder Lee was an old and cunning person. Even though he hated that he couldn't tear Hallmaster Zhu's body into 10,000 pieces, his bones, and his ashes, his face didn't change in the slightest. Bystanders also couldn't see any change in his mood. Instead, he kept nodding as if he agreed with Hallmaster Zhu's suggestion. This suggestion was very appropriate, but with the current power of the mysterious Heaven sect, they really couldn't make it public. This was the mysterious Heaven sect's exclusive information. In the future, the mysterious Heaven sect might have to rely on this information that no one else knew to shine in the fight against the Zhao family. No matter what, they couldn't leak this information. Even if they weren't afraid of the Zhao family escaping, they still had to be wary of the other big sect fighting for the credit. That's how it should be. Sect Master Wang also nodded. The other core higher-ups also agreed. Sect Master Wang also followed the trend and made a decision. Elder Li has worked hard this time, so he should get the credit. Sect Master Wang immediately added. Elder Li was a capable helper in his own sect. This time, he had risked his life to find this secret information, allowing the mysterious Heaven sect to gain the upper hand in the fight against the Zhao family. His contribution couldn't be buried. No one had any objections to this point. Next, everyone began to discuss how to proceed with the next step, which was to find the Zhao family and kill them. Unfortunately, even though everyone had found a clue, it was still harder than ascending to heaven to complete the rest of the task. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. Since they had found the general location of the Zhao family, there was always a way to solve the later problems. The Zhao family hadn't reacted yet. As long as they could gain the upper hand along the way, the rest would be natural. Elder Li was now more and more proud of himself. After making such a contribution, everyone's impression of him was naturally different. Naturally, he had won the support of a portion of the disciples. This was definitely good news for the future. Now, Elder Li only had one thing left, and that was to wait for Hallmaster Zhu to make his move. As for how and when Hallmaster Zhu would make his move, it wasn't difficult to guess. Now, everything was ready, and all that was left was the east wind. Chapter 1915. It had to be said that people who achieved great things were all extremely patient. Even though he knew that the secret that Elder Li discovered had already threatened the safety of the Zhao family, Hall Chief Zhu still did not make any movements under Elder Li's strict supervision. This was extremely admirable. There was no movement for 15 years, and no one could see any flaws. If Elder Li hadn't noticed Hall Chief Zhu's abnormality when he first voiced out his guess, Elder Li wouldn't have dared to confirm that Hall Chief Zhu was the person he was looking for. Elder Li admired Hall Chief Zhu's forbearance, but on the surface, he didn't think much of it. He wanted to see how long this fella could endure for. Could it be even longer than the hundreds of years that he had easily set up? What Elder Li didn't expect was that while Hall Chief Zhu did not make any movements, another person that Elder Li didn't expect jumped out. Xue Fei, a newly promoted core elder who had replaced another core elder who had been killed by a demon beast. His new responsibility was to manage the sect's storehouse, which was an extremely important role. At the same time, Elder Xue was also an expert in smithing. His standard was extremely high, and it could be said that he was one of the top 3 smithing masters in the sect. There were only 2 people who were better than Elder Xue in smithing, and they were both Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Elders. Almost 15 years after Elder Li voiced out his conjecture, Elder Xue Fei gifted Hall Master Liu of the Law Enforcement Hall a peerless magic treasure. According to Elder Xue Fei, he had only started to conceive of this magic treasure 200 years ago. From then on, the sect's storehouse was filled with the corpses of many Xian immortal-level demon beasts. To cultivators, the corpses of these demon beasts were simply the best materials, be it for medicinal herbs or smithing. Hall Chief Liu had his own natal flying sword that had been used for thousands of years, and it couldn't be replaced. Elder Xue also understood this point, so this magic treasure wasn't specially made for Hall Chief Liu. Strictly speaking, it was made for the Hall Chief of the Hall of Enforcement, and was only given to him to take care of. The magic treasure was a chair that was made from the body parts of hundreds of super-powerful demon beasts. It was only successfully made after hundreds of years of meticulous refining by Elder Xue Fei. On the surface, this chair looked very graceful and luxurious. At first glance, it was definitely comfortable to sit on. The reason why he recommended it to Hall Chief Liu was that the chair had two functions. The first layer was specially designed for the law enforcement hall. As long as a cultivator who was punished by the law enforcement hall sat on it, the law enforcement disciple would activate the spirit refinement array that came with the chair. The spirit array would consume the cultivator's whole body's spiritual power, and at the same time, it would consume more than 90% of the cultivator's spiritual sense. The chair was refined using the body parts of numerous mysterious immortal realm demon beasts that were extremely adept at mental attacks, so it would naturally affect the prisoner's mind and cause the prisoner to fall into a state of hypnosis where his mind was unclear. It could be said that sitting on this chair was equivalent to having one's mind controlled, and one would have to answer all questions without any resistance. What's more, the chair could not only control the prisoner's mind, but it could also make the prisoner feel like he was being tortured. However, in reality, it would not hurt the prisoner's body at all. All the attacks were aimed at the mind. It was definitely a top-grade weapon suitable for the law enforcement hall. The second effect was targeted at the controller. If Hall Chief Liu had nothing to do, he could sit on the chair and cultivate, activating the second function. The chair naturally had an effect that was brought about by the instincts of some kind of demon beast. Within a radius of a few feet around the chair, it would form a cultivation space with spiritual pressure that was at least 50% stronger than the surrounding area. Cultivating on the chair would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. The latter effect was purely an unexpected surprise. Even Elder Shuefei did not think that it would have such an effect when he was refining it. In the beginning, he only chose to carve the body of the chair from the skull of some kind of demon beast for the sake of the magic treasure's sturdiness. In the end, after the refining was successful, he discovered this heaven-defying effect. Of course, these were all Elder Shuefei's own words. This chair, which Hall Chief Liu named the Extreme Paradise Platform, had already been tested on a few prisoners, and the effect was truly miraculous. It would answer any question, and even the strongest mysterious immortal expert did not last more than a month. All of them were subdued by this magical chair. As for the spiritual pressure, it was simply too simple. As long as it was activated, any cultivator could easily sense the changes in their cultivation environment. Just by sitting on it for a few days, they would be able to clearly feel the changes. The ability of the Extreme Paradise Platform to control one's mind was simply too heaven-defying. This level of magic treasure could only be controlled by a core member of the upper echelons like Hall Chief Liu. Even Elder Shuefei, who refined the Extreme Paradise Platform, did not dare to hold it himself, lest the other elders misunderstand. Perhaps, this Extreme Paradise Platform could only be controlled by the sect master or the hall master of the enforcement hall. No one else had the qualifications to control it. Elder Shuefei really managed to forge an amazing magic treasure. Elder Li was currently plotting something big. After taking out the Extreme Paradise Platform, Elder Li's first reaction was that there was a conspiracy. How could there be such a coincidence? He had just found the whereabouts of the Zhao clan, and in just a few years, Elder Shuefei had already refined such a heaven-defying item. Moreover, he had already started refining it 200 years ago. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? The most coincidental thing was not the mind-controlling chair, but the effect behind it. According to Elder Shuefei, as long as he used the skull of that kind of demonic beast, he would be able to refine a small cultivation treasure that was 50% stronger than the surrounding spiritual pressure at any time and place. This was exactly the same as when Elder Li wanted the sect master to increase his cultivation and transcend his tribulation. What was even more coincidental was that there were very few of those demonic beasts and they were very rare. Over the past hundreds of years, the mysterious Heaven sect had only managed to obtain a few of them by chance. If one skull was used to refine a chair, including the Extreme Paradise Platform in the enforcement hall, it would only be enough for 5 people. Of course, such a good thing would be given to the core higher-ups with the sect master as the leader. The others didn't even need to think about getting such a good thing. Even the refiner himself, Elder Shuer, was ranked at the back because he was a newly promoted core elder who had passed away. He had to wait until the veteran core higher-ups like the sect master, Elder Li, and Hall Chief Liu were used up before they could get their turn. Hall Chief Zhu hadn't made any moves, but Elder Xue Fei had jumped out just like that. This really surprised Elder Li. Could it be that his and Yang Chen's judgment was wrong? Could it be that Hall Chief Zhu wasn't a spy from the Zhao clan and the real spy was Elder Xue Fei? However, after thinking about it, Elder Li's head was immediately covered in cold sweat. Who said that there could only be one Zhao clan spy in the mysterious heaven sect? Perhaps both of them were spies. Chapter 1916. In the eyes of others, Elder Xue's action was completely out of consideration for the mysterious heaven sect's higher-ups. It was a normal action after accidentally discovering something good. This kind of action was also very beneficial to him. Firstly, Elder Xue had obtained the favor of the other core higher-ups, which was very beneficial to him as a newcomer who had just entered the core. In addition, since these chairs were prepared for the core higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect, after the older generation ascended, he, as a rising star, would be able to use them. This was another benefit of Xue Fei's plan. From these 2 points of view, Xue Fei was too normal. He was so normal that no one could see any flaws in him. Perhaps the higher-ups would really feel indebted to Elder Xue for obtaining the chairs that Elder Xue had refined. Apart from Elder Li, no one suspected Elder Xue Fei. Just as Elder Li had analyzed before, everyone happily accepted this good thing, including Elder Li himself. On the surface, Elder Li could not suddenly turn hostile at this time. Without any evidence, Elder Li would definitely not make a move. Elder Li didn't believe that there would be any danger in using such an item that was sent out in the open. He tested it while cultivating, and it was just as Elder Xue had described. This chair, which only had the ability to increase spiritual pressure and had no other functions, was really a pleasant surprise when used for cultivation. Even in the secret pavilion at the core of the mysterious heaven sect, where the spiritual pressure was several times higher than outside, using this chair, which Elder Xue had called the lotus seat, still had the same effect. No matter how much spiritual pressure was outside, it was really magical. Cultivating under the powerful spiritual pressure was several times better than cultivating in an ordinary environment. Everyone was full of praise. However, the more it was like this, the more uneasy Elder Li felt. Since it was related to his future sect master plan, Elder Li could no longer hold it in. He found a random reason and went out to train again. Throughout the entire spiritual realm, there was only one person who could discuss with Elder Li and give him suitable advice on this matter, Yang Chen. When Elder Li, who had disguised himself, came to the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace and cast the incantation that Yang Chen told him, in a flash, he immediately came to a palace with a surprisingly large spiritual pressure. Greetings, Master Ancestor. Yang Chen appeared almost directly in the next moment, and when he saw Elder Li, he immediately bowed. What is this place? Elder Li was not surprised that Yang Chen could recognize him in disguise at a glance. What he was surprised about was how Chunyang Palace, a small sect that had been established in the spiritual world for less than 1,000 years, could have such an excellent place for cultivation with such great spiritual pressure. This is the core of the Chunyang Palace. Generally, only the head of the palace, several elders, and disciples can enter. Yang Chen quickly explained, it took at least half of the wealth that Chunyang Palace obtained in this devil tribulation to build this place. Such an important place in the sect, you can rest assured to let me in? Elder Li smiled and nodded. After looking around, he asked, no matter how important it is, as long as Grandmaster wants to come in, you can come in at any time. Yang Chen directly gave Elder Li an answer that made him very comfortable. Elder Li was really happy. This disciple of Yang Chen, even in a confidential core place like Chunyang Palace, did not avoid him, indicating that he was really loyal to the Shentian sect. However, Elder Li also heard that Yang Chen only said that Elder Li was alone and did not bring other core members of the Shentian sect. This obvious difference was the reason why Elder Li was really happy. After just a few glances, Elder Li had no desire to look any further. Although the place was good and seemed to be a cultivation treasure land that cost a lot of money to build, it paled in comparison to the layout of the Shentian sect. For people who were used to sitting in the throne room, it was refreshing to see a rich family's hall, but it would be a joke to say that they were really tempted. Elder Li was scanning the core secrets of Chunyang Palace, and Yang Chen was also staring at Elder Li. It seemed that in this short period of time, Yang Chen had noticed something. He frowned slightly and then immediately let go, as if nothing had happened. How could this kind of movement escape the Sky Immortal Elder Li's notice? He immediately noticed Yang Chen's strange movement. After sitting quietly on the main seat, he watched Yang Chen personally serve the fragrant tea and wine. After tasting the tea, he opened his mouth. "What, is there something wrong?" Elder Li did not raise his head when he spoke. He kept looking down at the teacup in his hand. After he finished speaking, he even blew on the tea foam that had just appeared in the teacup. His actions made it seem like he was the owner of this place. Disciple just noticed that there was a strange aura on Grandmaster's body. I didn't dare to try to figure it out, so I felt it was strange. Yang Chen did not hide anything and said what he found. He did not exaggerate or make wild guesses and reported truthfully. Strange aura? What's strange about it? Elder Li sat up straight and asked with a smile. Grandmaster, please allow me to report. Yang Chen bowed slightly again and said, Disciple has a few good items from the Dragon Clan. I believe Grandmaster knows about them. Elder Li nodded his head. Every pill produced by Yang Chen had a clear dragon-shaped pill pattern. Not to mention anything else, just that alchemy furnace was definitely related to the Dragon Clan. Moreover, others might not know, but the Murong sisters' life-bonded magic treasures were from the Dragon Clan. This could not be hidden from the higher-ups of the Five Elements sect. Naturally, the higher-ups of the Shentian sect had also heard about it. However, what did the Dragon Clan's items have to do with the strange aura that Yang Chen found? This was what Elder Li did not understand. However, he knew that Yang Chen would not keep him in suspense, so he held back his questions and waited for Yang Chen's answer. Grandmaster's body has a trace of dragon qi. As expected, Yang Chen did not hesitate at all and directly said, perhaps it's because of the Dragon Clan's magic treasure? Dragon Clan's magic treasure? I don't think so. Elder Li shook his head. Although he had obtained a lot of good items over the years, he had never gotten his hands on a Dragon Clan magic treasure. How did this come about? It's not a pure Dragon Clan magic treasure. It's a lesser dragon. Yang Chen immediately explained. He glanced at Elder Li's expression and seemed to be hesitating whether or not to say it. Elder Li was old and experienced. He immediately understood what Yang Chen meant with that glance. He snorted and said, if you have something to say, then say it. Don't hesitate. Please forgive Disciple for being presumptuous. Yang Chen seemed to be making up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, Grandmaster, this kind of Dragon Clan magic treasure with evil qi, it's best if you don't use it too much. It's best if you don't carry it with you. Chapter 1917. The depth of Yang Chen's knowledge others did not know, but Elder Li was very clear. When he knew that Yang Chen came out of the Immortal Executioner's platform, he understood that Yang Chen must know something that the cultivators of the mortal spiritual world did not know. So, when Yang Chen said this, Elder Li's face changed on the spot. Not because of anger, but because of fear. When did he have a Dragon Clan magic weapon with evil spirit? How come he didn't know? But in the next moment, Elder Li suddenly realized that among the things he had recently received, there was only one, the lotus seat that Elder Shui gave him. Could it be that thing? Suspicion was suspicion, but Elder Li did not directly take out the lotus seat for Yang Chen to check, but took out a bunch of things. After all, the identity of Elder Shui was not a trivial matter, and he could not let Yang Chen doubt it for no reason. These are all the things I got recently, what do you think it is? Elder Li's face did not have an expression of distrust of Yang Chen's judgment, but said very kindly, there are always gains from time to time over the years, and sometimes there is no time to check it carefully. Master Ancestor has racked his brains for the sect, and has to deal with thousands of affairs every day. This kind of small thing is naturally too busy to take care of. After Yang Chen flattered Elder Li a little, he began to check one by one. It was said to be checking, but in fact, it was picking it up and putting it down. For Yang Chen, it was too simple to judge which thing it was. As long as Yang Chen got it, he would know. The Dragon Clan's things had a natural attraction for Xiao Tian, and he could judge it from a close distance. After pretending to pick it up, Yang Chen took out the lotus seat, put it aside alone, and then continued to check the next things. Looking at Yang Chen actually picked out the lotus seat so accurately, Elder Li's heart had already made a conclusion, but his face still did not change at all, quietly watching Yang Chen's movements. Yang Chen diligently inspected all of the treasures that Elder Li had taken out. Only then did he turn around and pick up the lotus seat to inspect it once more. Very confidently, he said to Elder Li, "Grandmaster, this is it." "Are you sure?" Elder Li asked cautiously. "Disciple is very sure." Yang Chen nodded again. "This thing has a deeply hidden evil aura. There shouldn't be any effect in the short term, but it's not a good thing to be in contact with it for a long time. This is something that the sect's Elder Shui personally picked out from the sect's warehouse to carefully craft." Elder Li looked into Yang Chen's eyes and said very seriously, "Not only do I have it, even Sect Master Liu and the other 2 elders have it." "Are you sure there's something wrong with this thing?" "There must be something wrong with it." Yang Chen frowned as he listened to Elder Li's words. Where did this Elder Shui come from? However, this was not important. What was important was that this person did not seem to have good intentions towards the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect. Was it the Zhao family or someone else? "Why do you think so?" Elder Li asked very carefully. He had to cover all aspects. This matter was very important, so Elder Li did not dare to easily trust Yang Chen's judgment. Although he already believed 80% of it, he still had to ask for more details. "The materials are wrong." Yang Chen shook his head and said, "Disciple doesn't know how the sect found this kind of material, and there's so much of it. It's definitely not normal." "What was this made from?" Elder Li asked with a frown. "It should be the bones of a type of mirage dragon." This time, Yang Chen was not very certain. He only gave a general idea. There was a similar expert sealed in the Zhao family who was famous for creating illusions. The feeling is very similar, but the aura on it is even more evil than the living expert. Something else must have been added. The similar expert sealed in the Zhao family was naturally Elder Hai. Elder Li knew that such an expert existed. After listening to Yang Chen's words, Elder Li's mind began to work like crazy. The sect has this kind of material because the experts of the sect brought it back after killing demonic beasts. Elder Li answered Yang Chen's previous question while thinking about what the problem was. "This is the problem." Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. "What's the problem here?" Elder Li became more and more confused. Wasn't it normal to find a few demonic beasts like this in a sea of demonic beasts? Disciple has been paying attention to the materials of some demonic beasts for alchemy. Yang Chen explained in detail, the Sunset Rock Wanbao Tower is the largest place to trade demonic beast materials. I have seen almost all demonic beasts, but I have never seen anyone kill a demonic beast like this. As soon as Yang Chen said this, Elder Li realized that there was a big problem. Elder Li knew the reputation of the Wanbao Tower too well. If the demonic beasts that the Wanbao Tower dealt with didn't have the materials of these demonic beasts, then Elder Shui's claim that he found the materials in the sect's warehouse was a little unreliable. Perhaps this disciple is ignorant. Yang Chen still shook his head and said with a little pessimistic, "Grandmaster, maybe you can ask the other sect and see if they have similar demonic beasts in their sect." This problem was actually very easy to investigate. As long as Elder Li relied on his personal relationship with a few of his good friends in the super sect, he could ask if those sect had such materials. It wasn't a big deal and he could easily get the answer. As soon as he thought of this simple verification method, Elder Li's original 80% trust in Yang Chen became 95%. Yang Chen wouldn't lie to him with an unreliable rumor. Also, none of the big sect would give Yang Chen face to the point where they would work together to lie to a core elder of the mysterious heaven sect. Elder Li was silent for a while and asked, "If it is used for a long time, what kind of trouble will there be? The person sitting in this chair will feel that everything is an illusion, including their own feelings. It might even make them feel that their cultivation has greatly increased." Although Yang Chen didn't dare to speak with an unusually confident tone, the content of his words shocked Elder Li. If this continues for a long time, The cultivator using the chair will unknowingly be hypnotized by some kind of consciousness in the chair. Others will look normal, but the cultivator will be silently controlled and become a living puppet. Hiss. Elder Lee sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, then it would be a disaster. He had used this lotus seat to cultivate a few times. It was so dangerous. You can't speak carelessly about this. Elder Lee couldn't help but remind Yang Chen, you have to think carefully. Slandering Elder Shuai without any evidence is not a small problem. Chapter 1918. Although that was what he said, when Elder Lee recalled that the 50% increase in spiritual pressure he felt was actually an illusion, Elder Lee felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that he had always been cultivating in such an environment? It's easy to verify it. Yang Chen lowered his head and pondered for a while, then raised his head and said, "How do we verify it?" Elder Lee suddenly became spirited and asked quickly, "It's naturally not that easy to affect people of your cultivation, Grandmaster. It's not something that can be done in a short period of time either." Yang Chen slowly said, "But if this cultivator's cultivation level is very low, I'm afraid we'll find the problem after a few tries." How low is the cultivation level needed? Elder Lee now understood. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's reminder, this kind of magic treasure would definitely only be used by the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect. It was impossible for cultivators with low cultivation levels to come into contact with it. Elder Shuai Fei really took everything into consideration. The lower, the better. Yang Chen couldn't give a specific realm. After all, he didn't refine it himself, so he didn't have a specific feeling. Or, we can find a person with a very low cultivation level among the natives to try. This matter was simple. It wasn't difficult for Elder Lee or Yang Chen. Elder Lee was eager to know the effect. Without saying anything, he left Chunyang Palace with Yang Chen and went straight to the settlement of the natives. There was such a settlement near the gate of the Pure Yang Palace, and the number of indigenous people living there was not small. The natives of the spiritual realm were born with late gold core stage or even early nascent soul stage. However, in order to find someone with a lower cultivation level to test, the two of them looked for the person with the lowest cultivation level among the large group of natives. Soon, the two of them found a suitable target. Elder Lee didn't say anything and directly took the person away. A Heaven Immortal expert took away an early gold core stage native, and the people around didn't even notice. Originally, Elder Lee wanted to start experimenting immediately, but Yang Chen was more cautious, and suggested that Elder Lee find a few more people to try. Elder Lee did not worry about him. After finding 4 natives of the early Jedan stage, the two of them quickly left this area. There were too many cultivators gathered in Linyang River, so it wasn't appropriate to stay here. Elder Lee waved his hand, and the two of them headed straight for Shipping Mountain. Near the courtyard of the Shipping Mountain's mysterious heaven sect, Elder Lee led them into a seemingly ordinary house. As soon as he entered, Yang Chen discovered that there was another world inside. There was no need to ask, this was definitely Elder Lee's arrangement in the Black Heaven Gate. In this regard, Yang Chen had no interest in asking at all. He directly released 4 natives of the early stage of the Gold Core realm and then let them sit on the lotus seat and begin to cultivate. Along the way, Yang Chen had already given the 4 native cultivators some basic cultivation knowledge. All 4 of them felt as though they had just received a priceless treasure. They believed that the Ascendant Immortal had taken a liking to them. When they heard that Elder Lee wanted them to take turns to sit on the lotus seat to cultivate, they hurriedly agreed. They were indescribably respectful. When the 4 of them cultivated one by one, Yang Chen and Elder Lee moved a distance away from the lotus seat. According to Yang Chen's suggestion, they retreated at least 100 feet away. The 4 of them said that they were afraid of disturbing their cultivation, so they just watched from 100 feet away with their naked eyes. They didn't even use their spiritual sense. It seemed that nothing was out of the ordinary. When the first native sat on the lotus seat, there was a clear look of surprise on his face. Needless to say, he must have noticed the change in the surrounding spiritual pressure. Seeing that the 4 of them took turns to cultivate, they didn't show any abnormalities. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. If they showed any abnormalities the moment they came up, then this magic treasure would be too easy to see through. On the other hand, Elder Lee was a little anxious. He kept staring at the four of them and kept urging them to cultivate. He didn't know if it was because the four native cultivators discovered that the spiritual pressure had increased and became overflowing with confidence. The cultivation of the four of them was simply smooth sailing. They even surpassed the cultivation speed of ordinary people. This made young Chen and Elder Lee, who had been watching from the outside, dumbfounded. Looking at such a result, if it wasn't for young Chen stopping Elder Lee from approaching the lotus seat, maybe Elder Lee would have observed the cultivation of the four people at a close distance. As if to prove the miracle of the lotus seat, in just half a year, the four native cultivators of the early Jedan stage, who were congenitally deficient, actually cultivated to the middle Jedan stage under the eyes of young Chen and Elder Lee. Of course, it was because they didn't know how long they had been accumulating in the early stage. However, this cultivation speed still made young Chen feel a little inferior when he regained his cultivation. For half a year, the four of them didn't show any abnormalities, which made Elder Lee a little impatient. If it wasn't for young Chen taking the risk of making Elder Lee angry and stopping him, Elder Lee really couldn't help but carefully look at the changes in the four people. Just as Elder Lee was about to lose his patience, one of the four natives finally displayed a trace of abnormality. The native who showed abnormalities was the one with the lowest cultivation among the four. His innate foundation was the worst, so he was also the most affected. At the beginning, young Chen and Elder Lee just thought that he was immersed in cultivation and cultivating very hard. However, soon the two of them discovered that this native actually showed a trace of dullness, which was very abnormal. It was common for cultivators to be immersed in cultivation, but they wouldn't be so slow to react. This guy, who looked very smart, actually showed some dullness, and the symptoms were getting more and more obvious. After another 2 months of observation, the remaining 3 also began to show the same dullness. As for the first guy, other than cultivating, he didn't seem to have any reaction to the outside world. If it was only one person, it could be explained as cultivating too quickly and going crazy, but all 4 of them showed the same behavior. It was a little too unbelievable to say that it was a coincidence. The 2 of them didn't give up and continued to observe. After a year, the 4 of them had completely turned into walking corpses that only knew how to cultivate. They also didn't follow the order of taking turns. All of them sat around the lotus seat, completely turning into 4 cultivation maniacs, not moving at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the 4 of them were breathing normally, Elder Lee would have thought that the 4 of them were dead. Seeing the 4 of them all become like this, Elder Lee directly broke out in cold sweat. If he continued to cultivate on the lotus seat, would he end up like this? The real straw that broke Elder Lee's back was that he didn't know where he got the news. The moment he received the news, Elder Lee's face became abnormally ugly. "Young Chen, I'm afraid you're right," Elder Lee said with some lingering fear. Among the 5 Tao sects, other than our mysterious heaven sect, the other sect have never killed this kind of demon beast. In addition, the demon sect and the demon race also received news that their experts have never encountered this kind of demon beast. Chapter 1919. If it was just one demon beast, everyone would think that the person who encountered the demon beast was extremely lucky and had heaven-defying luck. This was very normal. Or in another situation, a cultivator stepped on top-quality dog poop, bumped into a nest, and spent a lot of effort to take them all down. Although this sounded ridiculous, it was not impossible to explain. The problem was that the skulls used to refine the 4 lotus seats and the bliss platform all came from the mysterious heaven sect. Moreover, they were killed by 5 different disciples. This made people's imagination run wild. Why was the mysterious heaven sect's luck so heaven-defying? 5 demon beasts that other cultivators had never seen before were all found by the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect. If the 5 monstrous beasts were at the same location, perhaps there would be a slight possibility of explanation. However, the 5 disciples who had killed the 5 monstrous beasts had clearly obtained the spoils of war at different times and different locations. The probability of this happening was comparable to a golden pie falling from the sky for no reason. Moreover, it was a series of them falling into one person's mouth. Any normal person would be able to sense that something was amiss, not to mention Elder Lee, who had long since swum through countless schemes and plots. Yang Chen didn't know when Elder Li had issued the order to investigate, but he didn't care. He just quietly waited for Elder Li's instructions. Elder Li now completely believed Yang Chen's words. When he arrived at Shipping Mountain, Elder Li had already secretly sent out a message to his confidant to start investigating the whole matter. As Yang Chen expected, all the luck in the world gathered on the 5 mysterious Heaven Sect disciples. After finding 5 demon beasts of this level in different places, they were able to escape unscathed and even brought back the corpses of the demon beasts. Elder Li hadn't personally experienced Elder Hai's power, but it wasn't like Yin Yang Demon School didn't have any informants. He just had to ask around to find out that when Elder Hai was still sealed, he had already bewitched tens of thousands of Devil Sect disciples. There were even a few Heaven Immortal experts among them. If this was the case when he was sealed, then one could imagine how powerful he was after he was unsealed. For 5 ordinary Heaven Immortal disciples of the Black Heaven Sect to be able to survive a one-on-one encounter with such a powerful expert, it was obvious that something was amiss. As for being able to bring back the corpses of demonic beasts, it could only be said that these guys had underestimated the mysterious Heaven Sect. However, Elder Li had to admit that if it wasn't for Yang Chen's reminder, no one in the mysterious Heaven Sect would have thought that there was a problem. It was a big sect with 500,000 members, and it was a time when all parties were working together to recover their lost land. Who would care if there was anything wrong with a few ordinary-looking demonic beasts? It was normal for a few cultivators to kill a few monstrous beasts in the midst of a tide of monstrous beasts. Now, everything had proven that what Yang Chen said was true. Elder Li naturally wouldn't allow himself and the sect master to be plotted against. It was one thing for him to want to be the sect leader, but Elder Li had never thought of getting rid of sect leader Wang. At most, he just wanted the sect leader to ascend earlier. Now, Xue Fei had already touched Elder Li's bottom line. Not only did he want to harm the 5 higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven Sect, but he also wanted to indirectly control the 5 of them. If this could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? How could such a good foundation fall into the hands of a brat? Ancestor, the disciples of the other sect have never encountered this kind of demonic beast. The only similar expert that has appeared is the one who has unsealed the seal. Yang Chen calmly expressed his opinion. At the very least, those 5 fellows who brought back the corpses of the demonic beasts, there is an 80% chance that they are from the Zhao family. Yang Chen had not yet said his judgment, but Elder Li had already said it in front of him. I have already sent people to secretly stare at these 5 guys. When I go back, I will send them to Hall Master Liu. Speaking up to this point, Elder Li seemed to have thought of something amusing. He suddenly laughed. I want to see if these guys can withstand the blissful platform that Xue Fei took the initiative to give to Hall Chief Liu. Yang Chen already knew what the blissful platform was from Elder Li's mouth. Hearing Elder Li's words, Yang Chen looked at the extremely proud Elder Li and could only slightly shake his head. Ancestor, please forgive this disciple for being presumptuous. I'm afraid that if this extreme happiness platform was really made by the Zhao family, it would be useless to the Zhao family. If Xue Fei was really from the Zhao family, how could he let the extreme happiness platform target the Zhao family? Not to mention anything else, as long as Hall Master Liu was ruthless and had every mysterious Heaven Sect disciple sit on the extreme happiness platform and ask if they were from the Zhao family, wouldn't the Zhao family's arrangements be ruined? The biggest possibility was that there was a secret method to let the extreme happiness platform know that they were from the Zhao family, so they wouldn't attack the Zhao family. Elder Li also thought of this problem, and the little bit of good mood that he had with great difficulty was instantly destroyed. He originally wanted to see Xue Fei's expression of going for wool and coming home shorn, but he probably didn't have the chance now. Ancestor, it's better for Hall Master Liu to use the extreme happiness platform less. Yang Chen then added, I presume Ancestor doesn't want to see anything happen to Hall Master Liu, right? Ancestor's eyes are sharp and you discovered Xue Fei's plot. You turned the tide and saved the sect master and the elders from death. This is definitely a great merit. Thinking of this, Elder Li's mood suddenly became a little better. If this news spread, whether it was Sect Master Wang, Hall Master Liu, or the other 2 elders, it would all be a great favor. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a life-saving favor. For the mysterious heaven sect, it would be a great merit. What Yang Chen said was right. More importantly, from what Yang Chen said, this great merit belonged to him. Elder Li Yang Chen had no intention of fighting for it at all. Was there a more considerate disciple than Yang Chen? This is your merit. I will report it to the sect master. After all, Elder Li wasn't thick-skinned enough to steal his disciple's great merit, so he directly said this. Ancestor, you're wrong. Yang Chen directly refused. At this time, we need Ancestor to do us a favor. Even if I accept this merit, there won't be any substantial benefits. On the contrary, it will be more convenient for Ancestor to receive the gratitude of the elders in the future. After saying this, he waited for Elder Li to think for a moment before Yang Chen smiled and said, besides, as long as Ancestor becomes the sect master, would I be afraid that Ancestor will forget about me? Rather than accepting sect master Wang's praise, I would rather accept sect master Li's reward. Chapter 1920. Yang Chen's words simply touched the bottom of Elder Li's heart. People who listened to it felt warm all over, and they couldn't help but have a feeling of ease and ease of mind. Good. Good. Elder Li gently patted Yang Chen's shoulder and said the word good twice. Then he didn't say anything more. Some words could be kept in the heart, and there was no need to say it out loud. Basically, Elder Li already had a plan on how to deal with this matter. Now he was just waiting for the right time. Of course, there was also a premise, which was to send Yang Chen away first. This was Shipping Mountain, and it was not good for outsiders to see Yang Chen here. Yang Chen, of course, was happy to hide in the distance and watch the show. He cooperated with Elder Li and left Shipping Mountain, returned to Yang Palace, and waited for the show to start. This thing would not happen in a short time. At least, it would be like the two of them watching the four Aborigines. They had to wait for a period of time to let Sect Master Wang and Hall Master Liu see the actual effect, so Yang Chen was not in a hurry. Just as he rushed back to Chunyang Palace, he found that several friends he hadn't seen for a long time had returned to Chunyang Palace. The first to bear the brunt was Lan Ying. As soon as this shrewd female goblin heard that Yang Chen was back, she immediately rushed to Yang Chen's side. Regardless of Yang Chen's dusty journey, she directly sat in front of Yang Chen and angrily asked, Yang Chen, are you going to take care of this matter? Yang Chen had just come back, and he was still hiding his tracks on the road. He was afraid that people would know his relationship with Elder Li, and he had been avoiding people. How could he know what had happened? Lan Ying's question made Yang Chen scratching his head in confusion. Big sister, what happened to make you so angry? Lan Ying was very angry at first glance, and Yang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he was to be in charge, he should at least know what it was, right? That bastard from the Shentian sect dares to bully the people of our Chunyang Palace like this. I'm going to kill him. Do you have any problem with that? Lan Ying's anger was bigger than ever, and she looked a little hysterical. This made Yang Chen very surprised. How big a thing could make Lan Ying angry like this? And it was related to the mysterious heaven sect. Let me do it. Another familiar voice sounded from the side. Elder Wu Xiong's figure also appeared in front of Yang Chen. Long time no see, Elder Wu. You've worked hard. Yang Chen hurriedly stood up to greet Elder Wu. After Elder Wu sat down, he politely filled his cup and presented it to Elder Wu with both hands. Yang Chen had always been very respectful towards Elder Wu Xiong, not concealing it at all. Without waiting for Elder Wu Xiong to take the wine cup, Lan Ying snatched it from the side and grabbed Yang Chen's wine cup. She drank it in one gulp, and then slammed the wine cup on the table. She coldly snorted at Elder Wu Xiong. Humph. Big sister, calm down. Yang Chen smiled bitterly again. This time, not only Yang Chen, but even Elder Wu also smiled bitterly. Pressing Lan Ying to sit down at the table, then Yang Chen, regardless of anything, gave her a stall of jade dragon wine and blocked her mouth. Then he took a new wine glass and filled it up again for Elder Wu to hand it over. Yang Chen also took out a small wine cup and began to drink with the two. Lan Ying's drinking was directly poured. Even if Yang Chen took out the strongest jade dragon wine, she didn't have the slightest intention of tasting it. She kept pouring it down without saying a word. Wanbao Tower has had something happen recently. Elder Wu began to speak with a bitter smile. Since more than 100 years ago, Profound Heaven sect and some other sect seemed to be dissatisfied with my Wanbao Tower's control of most of the monster business. Everyone has some competition in the Sunset Rock. It was natural to have competition in business, and Yang Chen was not surprised at all. Not to mention Profound Heaven sect, even if the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect were on good terms with Chunyang Palace, when it came to the interests of their own sect, they would definitely stand on their own side. The business world was like a battlefield. Yang Chen didn't know who said this, but it was quite accurate. Peers were enemies, Wanbao Tower monopolized the business, and others naturally had other ideas. This was the case with a shopkeeper of Profound Heaven sect. Since more than 100 years ago, the sect of Profound Heaven sect began to slowly compete with Wanbao Tower. Although they were not yet at each other's throats, limited competition was inevitable. The monster corpses were such a big thing, how could Yang Chen let go of it? All parties competed for the business of the monster corpses, and in this regard, the Wanbao Tower of Chunyang Palace had the upper hand. Yang Chen's reputation, coupled with the reputation of Wanbao Tower, made the business of the other firms flourish. There was prosperity, and there was decline. The business of Wanbao Tower was booming, and the business of other firms was naturally affected. As a matter of fact, Wanbao Tower was almost the only one, which naturally caused the dissatisfaction and covetousness of other sect firms. Although all parties owed Chunyang Palace a favor for the demonic tribulation, business was business. It had made Wanbao Tower glorious for hundreds of years, and even helped Chunyang Palace capture and kill the master of the Zhao family who destroyed the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. Some businesses began to compete with a tough attitude. If it was just a normal business competition, it didn't matter, but the trouble now was that some people felt that Wanbao Tower did not have such a strong background, and they intended to bully others. Starting more than 100 years ago, a firm of Profound Heaven sect began to constantly suppress Wanbao Tower. However, at the beginning, it was still a normal business competition, and Elder Wu felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Everyone competed with their own ability. However, those people later began to use some tough means to create friction, and even began to hurt people. This time, Lan Ying was so angry because a former friend of hers, who was also a powerful member of Wanbao Tower, was seriously injured after a conflict created by a fairy immortal disciple of Profound Heaven sect. Elder Wu did not make things big, but returned to Chunyang Palace to discuss ways to deal with it. Lan Ying could no longer bear it. If it weren't for Yang Chen coming back, maybe she would have gone alone to find trouble with the disciple of Profound Heaven sect. Is the shopkeeper of Profound Heaven sect a direct descendant of their newly promoted Great Elder Xuefei? Yang Chen patiently listened to Lan Ying and Elder Wu's words and asked, "The guy who hurt people is also one of them?" "Yes." Lan Ying answered in front of Elder Wu, and asked provocatively, "How about it? Do you dare to provoke him?" Yang Chen couldn't help but almost laugh out loud. It was really a case of not hitting the diligent, not hitting the lazy, but hitting the blind. At this time, Xuefei's force still dared to do such a thing. It was simply sending themselves to the door to be beaten. "What do you want?" Yang Chen asked with a smile. "Which part of his body do you want? Or his head? Or, let the guy who did it kneel in front of me and let him be dealt with?" Chapter 1921. On the surface, Profound Heaven sect was very tolerant of Chunyang Palace, but everyone knew that in fact, in their bones, it was not known how many disciples of Profound Heaven sect wanted to destroy Chunyang Palace and kill Yang Chen. It was only because on the surface, the cultivators were working together that they did not dare to make a move blatantly. Lan Ying was very angry. In fact, she also knew that even if she was angry, she could only get angry. Her own cultivation base was only in the late Earth Immortal stage. If it was a one-on-one fight, she would definitely not be able to beat the master of Profound Heaven sect. Even so, Lan Ying did not intend to retreat. For so many years, Lan Ying had never flinched even in the face of a powerful enemy. At most, she would run away if she couldn't beat them, and then she would plot and pester them. She didn't know how many opponents with a higher cultivation base had been turned over by this method. She thought that this time it would be the same, the sect would not come forward, and Yang Chen would not come forward. Even if he came forward, it was estimated that there would be no good effect. Yang Chen had a great face, and many people were optimistic about Yang Chen, but the opponent was a disciple of Profound Heaven sect, and also a disciple of Heaven Immortal level. Against Chunyang Palace, there was also a great elder of Profound Heaven sect behind him. The two were not on the same level at all, and there was no comparison. However, Yang Chen's words made Lan Ying surprised. It was absolutely beyond her imagination. What did he mean by wanting the other party's parts? Could it be the head? This was not the most exaggerated thing. The most exaggerated thing was to let the other party kneel in front of her. If this was not a joke from Yang Chen, then Lan Ying must have an auditory hallucination. How could this kind of incredible words be said by a normal person? It was definitely an auditory hallucination. Elder Wu Xiong, as well as the palace master who had just come to discuss with Yang Chen, also had an auditory hallucination. Yang Chen was such a steady disciple that he would never say something so out of tune. There must be something wrong with what they heard. The grudge between Yang Chen and Profound Heaven sect was not something that happened in a day or two. Disregarding the mortal plane, just the moment he arrived in the spiritual plane, he had killed off their young master Yi Xian. If it weren't for the fact that several heavenly immortal experts from Profound Heaven sect needed Yang Chen's longevity extending pill and 100-year pill back then, Profound Heaven sect would have fallen out with him long ago. Although it was still within the scope of the agreement reached between Chunyang Palace and Shentian sect to protect Chunyang Palace for thousands of years, that was only the guarantee of some people. At that time, several of the core executives who had agreed had already died. This time, it was the direct subordinates of the newly appointed First Elder Xuefei who had caused trouble to Chunyang Palace. The weakest of the opponent's cultivation level was at least at the Heaven Immortal level. Needless to say, a great elder of the Black Heaven sect was definitely 10 times stronger than dozens of ordinary first-rate sect. Even if Chunyang Palace came out in full force, how many points could they fight against the other party? To let the celestial immortal masters of the Profound Heaven sect be at their disposal, not to mention the Pure Yang Palace, even the other 4 Dao sects that belonged to the super sects did not dare to boast like this. Are you serious? Lan Ying, who was still angry like an erupting volcano, suddenly turned into a little girl with a little anxiety. She asked Yang Chen uneasily, with an expression of disbelief on her face. Yang Chen did not answer this question, but nodded heavily. This time, everyone saw it clearly. Everyone looked at each other and finally determined that this was not an illusion, but Yang Chen really said so. Yang Chen. The palace master hurriedly called out to Yang Chen. He did not say the following words, but he believed that everyone could guess what it was. Don't worry, palace master, this disciple knows what he is talking about. Yang Chen respectfully replied to the palace master, then turned back to Lan Ying and asked with a smile, big sister Lan Ying, are you satisfied with this? If you can really do it, I will be satisfied. Lan Ying herself was a bold guy. Yang Chen dared to say it himself. What else could she not believe? She immediately became bold. How long will it take to kill that bastard? Give me a few years. Yang Chen's face did not change at all. He quickly replied there must be a time to arrange it. Besides, a gentleman's revenge, 10 years is not too late. Good. Lan Ying clapped her hands and agreed. She turned around and walked away without stopping. Take this. Yang Chen hurriedly stopped Lan Ying and threw her a jade bottle. Inside was the 6th grade merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill, a life-saving medicine. With this, he believed that the disciple of the Wanbao Tower who was seriously injured could recover quickly. Lan Ying took the medicinal pills and walked away, leaving behind a group of elders who were steady in handling things. Looking at Yang Chen, they were stunned and did not know what to say. Don't worry, Palace Master. Yang Chen spoke again, giving the Palace Master a reassuring pill, and then said to Elder Wu Xiong, Elder Wu, don't worry about anything, Wanbao Tower should do what they should do. The head of the palace and Elder Wu Xiong nodded. They didn't know where Yang Chen was so sure of himself. However, one thing was clear. Yang Chen in front of them had never said anything in front of them. He was not the kind of frivolous person who didn't know what was good or bad. Since he said that he could do it, then everyone believed that he could do it. This was the most profound impression that Yang Chen had left on everyone along the way from the mortal world to the spiritual world. Yang Chen and Elder Wu Xiong went together to see the disciple who was seriously injured in the Wanbao Tower. Lan Ying had already given him the medicinal pill given by Yang Chen. He was recovering rapidly, and his life was no longer in danger. After encouraging him, Yang Chen returned to his own small courtyard in the sect alone. In the eyes of others, Yang Chen entered his own small courtyard and never came out. Let alone making any arrangements for this, they couldn't even see his shadow. If everyone didn't have confidence in Yang Chen, they might suspect that Yang Chen was simply escaping. In the Dragon Palace, Yang Chen didn't actually do anything. He just simply cultivated and then refined some medicinal pills. Xue Fei, the newly promoted Great Elder, was a little too eager to expand his influence. He actually dared to make a move on the Wanbao Tower. Perhaps in the view of the profound Heaven sect, suppressing Yang Chen's business was a good way to gather people's hearts. Unfortunately, Great Elder Xue Fei chose the wrong time and the wrong direction. He shouldn't have jumped out at this time. Perhaps Elder Li had guessed where the Zhao family was and forced Xue Fei to take risks for the Zhao family. But in any case, he was doomed to a tragedy this time. Those who jumped out and wanted to make a move on the Wanbao Tower were destined to become victims with the exposure of Xue Fei. With Elder Li taking the lead, Yang Chen didn't need to arrange anything at all. Xue Fei and his henchmen would naturally be eliminated. Chapter 1922. Perhaps the only thing Yang Chen needed to do was to send a letter to Elder Li and ask him to send the Heaven Immortal disciple to Chunyang Palace for punishment. With such a small request, not to mention Elder Li, who demanded everything from Yang Chen, even Sect Master Wang and Hall Master Liu were willing to use the life of a disobedient disciple to comfort Yang Chen, a loyal disciple. While Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace were watching, Elder Li had already begun his own arrangements. The first thing to do was, of course, to gather a few core higher-ups and tell them not to use the Lotus Throne and the Blissful Platform, lest they fall into Xue Fei's trap. With the demonstration of the 4 congenitally deficient natives, it was too easy to expose the danger. As long as they found a few more natives with the same or slightly higher realms, they could easily get the result. It was just that it would take a little longer. This wasn't a problem. As long as the 5 of them didn't use those magic treasures, Xue Fei's arrangements would be in vain. They could afford to wait a few years. Dealing with a newly promoted core elder could not just rely on Elder Li's words to convict Elder Xue Fei of a crime. However, Elder Li didn't want to rely on just exposing the Lotus Throne and the Blissful Platform to achieve his goal. Yang Chen and his speculations, as well as the results of his investigation, were all important evidence. The first to bear the brunt were the materials used to refine these 5 magic treasures. Yang Chen's suspicions were fully magnified here. It was impossible that only the disciples of the Shentian sect were so lucky to get the corpse of this kind of demon beast. No one from the other sect had encountered it. Looking at the entire spiritual realm, there were hundreds of millions of cultivators. Why were only a few disciples of the Shentian sect able to encounter it and escape unscathed? The higher the status of a cultivator like Sect Master Wang and Elder Li, the more suspicious they were. Elder Li only investigated the Dao sects and those close to the demon sects. Since Sect Master Wang took action, he immediately expanded the scope to the entire spiritual realm. He wanted to see if the Black Heaven sect's luck was so good that it could stand out among hundreds of millions of cultivators. Of course, the investigation couldn't be done under the guise of an investigation. Sect Master Wang's methods were more sophisticated, and he even directly let Xue Fei handle this matter himself. As for the reason, it was naturally to find a few more corpses of similar demonic beasts. While the people of the other sect didn't know about these demonic beasts, they would gather them all and refine a few more sets of such treasures. Elder Xue Fei accepted this order, and without any worries, he happily went to make arrangements for this matter. If the lotus seats could be given to each of the mysterious Heaven sect's higher-ups, it would naturally be a great thing. How could Xue Fei let go of such an opportunity? Naturally, other than Elder Xue Fei, Zhongxian had to investigate the others as well. However, with Sect Master Wang's order to Elder Shui, even if Shui Fei found out that there were people in the mysterious Heaven sect tracking down these demon beasts, he wouldn't have any suspicions. On the other hand, the original records of the 5 disciples who found the demon beasts were arranged by the elders to do other things for different reasons. At least in the eyes of the other mysterious Heaven sect disciples, these people were all sent out. Just when the cultivators were massacring the demonic beasts and recapturing the lost land, it was normal for the 5 of them to leave the sect for a period of time and not return. It was so normal that no one paid any attention to it. In fact, these 5 people had all been captured and sent to Hall Master Liu of the Enforcement Hall. Even without using the Paradise platform, Hall Master Liu had the means to get real information from these people. All these matters were only known to the 5 core executives involved. These 5 people were the 5 oldest core higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect. Only the 5 of them knew about Yang Chen's identity. The other new core higher-ups, including Shui Fei and Hall Master Zhu of the Medicine Hall, knew nothing about this. The 5 Heaven Immortal disciples who claimed to have killed the demon beasts and obtained their corpses were locked up by Hall Master Liu. He asked them to describe in detail the time and place of the demon beasts' discovery, the process of the battle, the strength of the demon beasts, and so on. After days of repeated interrogations and Hall Master Liu's methods, after persevering for less than 2 months, the 5 of them finally collapsed and confessed everything. The 5 of them were all members of the Zhao family, but they didn't know each other. Someone gave them the demon beasts' corpses during the chaos of killing the demon beasts and asked them to bring them back to Chunyang Palace. They didn't need to intervene in other matters as someone would naturally arrange it. The demon beasts were said to have been killed 200 years ago, but in fact, they were only obtained and returned to the sect's warehouse more than 10 years ago. Then, someone tampered with it and it became the demon beasts that were killed 200 years ago. Although the 5 people admitted that they were members of the Zhao family, they were all planted among the Taishanmen from the mortal world. When they arrived in the spiritual realm, there were people who secretly contacted them. They didn't know where the Zhao family in the spiritual realm was. No matter what method Hall Master Liu used, there was no way to make them confess. During the interrogation, Hall Master Liu also used the blissful platform several times. The result was not surprising at all. For these 5 people, the blissful platform was useless at all. If they were replaced by ordinary cultivators, it would simply be a big killing weapon for extorting confessions. From these confessions and the experimental results of Hall Master Liu, the identity of Shui Fei, the most deeply hidden and highest-ranking spy of the Zhao family, had basically been determined. However, Sect Master Wang and the others still did not directly make a move. They were still observing the situation of the natives who used the lotus seats. This time, the natives they found were not just the guys in the early Jedan stage who were congenitally deficient, but dozens of natives from the Jedan stage to the Yuanying stage to the Daching stage. They took turns to practice on the 4 lotus seats and the blissful platform. Sect Master Wang and the others just wanted to see what kind of harm this thing would have. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would still feel uneasy. The worst result finally appeared. After everyone waited patiently for 3 years, even the native with the strongest cultivation base of the Daching stage became muddle-headed and only knew how to cultivate. Looking at the irrefutable fact, the faces of the core members of the 5 people turned blue on the spot. The natives had not gone through the heavenly tribulation and were not really masters of the Daching stage, so their cultivation time was not long before they were affected. If this thing was placed on the heads of the 5 of them, they believed that in a few hundred years at most, they would become such a puppet. No one was a fool. At this time, they still couldn't see that there must be a way to control this kind of puppet. The idea was actually on the heads of several of their core members. This could be tolerated. What couldn't be tolerated? Chapter 1923. In addition to anger, Sect Master Wang and the others also felt a deep sense of fear. It had to be said that aside from Elder Li, who had only cultivated on the Lotus Throne for a few months, everyone else treated the Lotus Throne as a treasure. They wished they could sit on it all day and never come down. Elder Li and Yang Chen had been experimenting outside for more than a year, which meant that they had been secretly affected for more than a year, almost 2 years. Although they knew that it wouldn't affect people with their cultivation levels much, who knew if there would be any serious side effects? Being plotted against like this made the higher-ups very angry. The people of the Zhao family seemed to be becoming more and more unscrupulous. The Zhao family didn't act like this in the past. It seemed that there must be something that made the Zhao family a little anxious. Everyone thought of what Elder Li had said about seeing traces of cultivators in the trial grounds and guessed that the Zhao clan might be hiding in the trial grounds. Only this kind of big matter related to the foundation of the Zhao family would make the Zhao family go crazy, right? Moreover, only the core higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect knew about this. Xue Fei was also targeting the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't enough demon beast corpses, he might have caught all the core higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect in one fell swoop. Xue Fei was still outside looking for the same demon beast corpses and hadn't returned to the mysterious heaven sect, but the disciple sent by sect master Wang had already returned. It turned out that no sect, including the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, had encountered this kind of demon beast, and no sect had the corpses of this kind of demon beast. The disciple sent by sect master Wang was very responsible and thorough. Not only did he look for all the super sect, but he also looked for some other big and small sect. He didn't even let go of the various markets and asked for the corpses of all the big companies. The result was still the same: there were no demon beast corpses. There was nothing more convincing than this investigation result. Not to mention the creepy effects of the Lotus Throne and the Paradise Terrace. The 5 core higher-ups who had been plotted against had already determined that Xue Fei was a member of the Zhao family. There were also people secretly watching Xue Fei's movements outside, so they weren't afraid that he would escape. Once Xue Fei had any intention of escaping, the dozen or so supreme experts following him in the dark would immediately capture him. If nothing happened to him and he returned safely, then there was no need to care about him. When he returned to the sect's law enforcement hall would deal with him. The elated Elder Xue naturally did not expect that everything he had done had already been seen through by Elder Li. What he was worried about now was that even in the entire Zhao family, there were only 6 or 7 corpses of those demonic beasts. It has to be said that illusions made from the corpses of demonic beasts were the best treasures to train one's Dao heart, but now they were being used to plot against a core elder of the mysterious heaven sect. However, this was a rare opportunity. If they could really capture all of the core higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect in one fell swoop, it would be a peerless achievement for the Zhao family. It has to be said that by plotting against the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect, they could control them as puppets. Using the most mysterious control method of the Zhao family, outsiders would not be able to see any clues. They could silently control the number 1 sect of the Dao sects, the mysterious heaven sect, and the celestial court in the celestial world. Once they succeeded, it would be like reaching the heavens in a single step for the Zhao family, and they would be in an invincible position. Such a great temptation was worth it. After Xue Fei sent a message to the family through a secret channel, the family finally passed this painful decision and sent people to deliver the only 2 corpses of the demonic beasts. After obtaining the corpses, Xue Fei immediately set off for the mysterious heaven sect. He did not dare to delay along the way. He only wanted to successfully refine the lotus seat as soon as possible so that he could have one more core elder fall into his trap. After returning to the sect, Xue Fei did not have time to rest and immediately went to see Sect Master Wang. Although he was a core elder, he was ordered by the sect master to find materials. Now that he was back, he naturally had to report to the sect master. This was the rule, and even core elders were no exception. Seeing Sect Master Wang, Elder Xue Fei immediately cupped his hands and bowed. Sect Master, I was fortunate enough to not fail you. He was an elder, so he did not need to bow or kneel, but he still had to show proper etiquette. During this trip, I was fortunate enough to find 2 more suitable demonic beast corpses. I can refine 2 more lotus seats with them. Elder Xue, thank you for your hard work. Sect Master Wang had a happy expression, as if he was happy because of Xue Fei's good news. He extended his hand and invited Elder Xue to sit down. Quickly sit. Did Elder Xue encounter any difficulties this time? Did you discover anything? A trusted disciple of the sect master had already brought over fragrant tea and retreated far away. The sect master and Elder Schwer were talking about important matters, so who would dare to stay there and listen? It was very safe along the way, and we did not encounter any enemies. Elder Schwer understood that this was just a small talk from the sect master, and it was not an important matter. However, this kind of small talk between the upper echelons was also a way for them to slowly improve their relationship. Naturally, Elder Schwer would not reject it. As he drank the fragrant tea, he chatted with the sect master. After all, Sect Master Wang was in the sect, so it was impossible for him to see what was happening outside. Therefore, every time an upper echelon went out, he would report what he had seen and heard. It was also a way for the sect master to know the truth of the outside world. Elder Schwer did not suspect that there was anything wrong with this at all. He picked out a few things that he had seen during his trip, and those that seemed strange. In the end, he apologized. The main purpose of this trip was to find materials. I was also afraid of attracting the attention of the other sect, so I did not make a big fuss. I did not pay too much attention to other things. I have failed in my duty. Sect Master Wang did not mind at all. With a smile on his face, he said again, Elder Schwer has had a hard journey. I should not have asked so many questions, but there is something that I need Elder Schwer's help with. Sect Master, please tell me, how could Schwerfei refuse? He immediately said, as long as I know, I will tell you everything. That's good. Sect Master Wang nodded his head and said slowly, since Elder Schwer took out the Bliss Terrace, the sect has sent no less than hundreds of disciples who are proficient in business to other sect and various markets to search for the skeletons of this kind of demonic beast. After 10 years, nothing was found, but Elder Schwer went out alone for a few years and brought back 2 skeletons. After saying that, Sect Master Wang stared at Schwerfei with interest. He did not care about the sudden change of expression on Schwerfei's face. His face still had that mysterious smile as he said slowly, "Isn't Elder Schwer's luck a little too good?" Chapter 1924. Schwerfei's face was full of horror when Sect Master Wang said that the other disciples had no gains. He didn't even know when he gave himself away, but it was obvious that he had been exposed. There was no point in saying anything at this time. The most important thing was to escape. Schwerfei stood up and was about to rush out of the main hall. There was only Sect Master Wang in the main hall now. If that was the case, Schwerfei was completely confident that he could escape with his sword Kinnes's flight. He knew that since Sect Master Wang talked to him with a smile from the beginning, how could there be no arrangements? All his escape routes had probably been cut off, and it was very likely that he would be surrounded by several or even dozens of Xian immortal experts. It was no longer possible to escape, so the only way to survive was to fight back from the brink of death. Schwerfei was a very resourceful person to be able to become a core elder, so how could he not know the pros and cons? He rushed straight at Sect Master Wang, who was sitting not far away. As long as he could control Sect Master Wang, the other Xian Tian sect disciples might have a chance of survival. However, as soon as he stood up, he suddenly saw Sect Master Wang casually cast out a Dharma seal. Then, Schwerfei's body churned and all his spiritual power seemed to disappear without a trace in an instant. He could no longer summon even the slightest bit. Oh no, there was poison in that cup of tea. Schwerfei immediately realized that he had been plotted against. How could a cunning person like Sect Master Wang leave an opening for him to escape? Not to mention controlling Sect Master Wang, it was already a great opportunity for Schwerfei to stand still. Take him down. Sect Master Wang's expression turned cold and fierce. He shouted, and then dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the main hall. Schwerfei only needed to see the faces of the people in front of him to know that he was doomed. The Big Dipper formation was formed by 36 Grand Supreme Xian immortal experts. Not to mention that he had lost all his spiritual power, even if he was twice as strong as he was at his peak, he still wouldn't be a match for any one of them, let alone a formation formed by 36 experts. I'm dead. This was the only thought left in Schwerfei's mind. As he stood up, Schwerfei had already noticed that his spiritual power was slowly dissipating, but it was not dissipating as fast as his spiritual power. So long as he waited a moment longer, in a few breaths of time, he would become a piece of meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The Black Heaven sect would definitely capture him alive and interrogate him about the Zhao family. There was no need to guess. If Xue Fei was the one making the arrangements, he would have done the same thing if he had the upper hand. As for the fact that sect master Wang, with his status and cultivation level, actually used such an unorthodox method like poison, it could only be said that this cultivator was a fool and had never wandered in the mortal spiritual world. The fact that Xue Fei was able to endure in the Black Heaven sect for such a long time meant that he was not a simple character. Since there was no chance of survival, and there was nowhere to run, the only thing Xue Fei could do was to risk his life. During his many years as a spy, Xue Fei had always kept a card up his sleeve. Once he failed, he could not fall into the hands of anyone from the mysterious Heaven sect. A long time ago, Xue Fei had refined a powerful self-exploding magic weapon. As long as his divine sense was directed at it, it would explode with a thought, blowing up the magic weapon and himself into pieces. While his divine sense had yet to completely dissipate, Xue Fei decisively used his last resort. He was now powerless to launch any attacks, so all he could do was detonate the self-exploding magic weapon he had prepared. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in the main hall. The power of the explosion was so great that even the 36 Grand Supreme Profound Immortals had to rely on formations to protect themselves. The entire main hall turned into powder in an instant, and everything within thousands of feet of the main hall turned into black fragments. This was a trump card that Xue Fei had prepared and refined for many years. It was considered by Xue Fei, a master refiner, as his last resort. Its power was firmly limited to a radius of thousands of feet, and the power of the explosion was enough to destroy the world. The entire mysterious Heaven sect's courtyard shook for a long time due to this violent explosion. The mountain protection formation was instantly blown to pieces. Affected by the explosion of the mountain protection formation, all the houses in the courtyard collapsed, except for the outermost areas that were still standing. With just this, the shipping mountain courtyard that the mysterious Heaven sect had treated as a proper sect for hundreds of years was completely ruined. The mysterious Heaven sect's mountain gate was destroyed for the second time in the spiritual realm. The only fortunate thing was that most of the explosive power was concentrated within a radius of a few thousand feet around the main hall. Only the buildings on the periphery were damaged by the shattering of the mountain guarding formation, but not many disciples were injured. It was a blessing in a misfortune. In order to prevent Xue Fei from escaping, the Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal experts were arranged around the hall. With the Big Dipper formation formed by the 36 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal experts in the hall, it was able to withstand the most direct attack. Although others were affected, none of them died. However, under this level of attack, injuries were unavoidable. The 36 Grand Supreme Profound Immortals within the Big Dipper formation bore the brunt of the impact. All of them were injured by the explosion. Fortunately, they only suffered minor internal injuries. Each of them lost a few protective magic treasures, so it was not fatal. However, sect leader Wang was not so lucky. He was too close to Xue Fei. Even with the protection of the Big Dipper formation, sect leader Wang was only a fourth-stage sky immortal after hundreds of years. He could not compare to those Grand Supreme experts. The huge power of the explosion shattered the Big Dipper formation, but it still caused sect leader Wang to vomit blood. Quick, save sect leader. Elder Li, Hall Master Liu, and the others had been waiting for news a few miles away. When they saw this scene, everyone's eyes widened and they rushed over in a frenzy. Xue Fei was already smashed to pieces, but the 36 Grand Supreme experts were all injured. Sect leader Wang vomited blood and was unconscious. Elder Li was the first to rush to sect leader Wang's side. Just as he helped sect leader Wang up, before he could take the next step, Hall Chief Zhu had already directly pinched 2 pills and placed them by sect leader Wang's mouth. Quick! This is a life-saving medicinal pill that I refined. Quickly consume it. Hall Master Zhu's panicked voice came from the side. He looked at sect leader Wang with concern. Elder Li was stunned. Then, his heart moved. He did not say anything and let Hall Master Zhu reach out and open sect leader Wang's mouth. Under the watchful eyes of Elder Li, Hall Master Liu, and several other elders, Hall Master Zhu fed the pill he had personally refined into sect leader Wang's mouth, and then sent a mouthful of spirit liquid down his stomach. Only then did he let out a long sigh. If the pills take effect, perhaps sect leader Wang can benefit from the disaster. Let's wait for a few hours to see the results. Hall Master Zhu seemed to have absolute confidence in the pills he refined. At this moment, he said confidently. Chapter 1925. There were several reasons why Elder Li didn't immediately take out the life-saving pill given by Yang Chen. First, this was the mysterious Heaven sect. Without evidence, it was really inappropriate to question another core elder's pill for no reason. Second, using Yang Chen's pill would give people the feeling that they didn't trust the sect's core elder but an outsider. Third, it was very likely to expose the true relationship between Yang Chen and the mysterious Heaven sect. Right now, only a few people knew about it. Even the newly promoted elders didn't know about it. Even Xue Fei had a problem, so this secret couldn't be easily leaked, lest it ruin the sect's plans. Then there was Elder Li's selfishness. Hall Master Zhu's timing was really good. Saying that it would be a blessing in disguise, he clearly wanted to take the opportunity to let Sect Master Wang ascend. In any case, with his words, no one would doubt that Sect Master Wang's cultivation had really improved and triggered the heavenly tribulation to ascend. Elder Li even suspected that Hall Master Zhu's move was the last resort for Xue Fei's failed plan. The Zhao family was really cunning. They had endless tricks up their sleeves. They didn't even give the mysterious Heaven sect a chance to breathe. It's not safe here. Go back to Sect Master Wang's room in the secret palace. Elder Li waited for Hall Master Zhu to finish speaking and immediately said, Hall Master Liu, the two of us will take care of the disciples outside. You guys take good care of the sect master. Even Chunyang Palace now had a core cave, let alone the mysterious Heaven sect. Now that this place was in ruins, there were dozens of slightly injured Grand Supreme Masters around, and there were tens of thousands of disciples outside who didn't know what had happened. They really needed the higher-ups to come out and calm them down. Everyone agreed in unison, not fearing that there would be any problems. What happened just now was too sudden, and everyone seemed to have suddenly lost their backbone. In addition, in recent years, Elder Li's relationship with everyone had become increasingly close. At this moment, Elder Li was still able to be so calm, and no one refuted his orders, nor did they know how to refute him. Soon, everyone, including Hall Master Zhu, carefully brought Sect Master Wang back to the secret palace, while Elder Li and Hall Master Liu began to deal with the matters in the sect. Under the supervision of the Law Enforcement Hall's Hall Master and the core elder of imparting techniques, the profound Heaven sect's disciples quickly calmed down. Inside the mountain gate, other than the damage to the buildings, there were no casualties among the disciples. This was a blessing in disguise. The Zhao clan's spies schemed to destroy our sect. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Sect leader Wang was seriously injured, so Elder Li shouted in place of the sect leader. The news of the profound Heaven Gate's destruction could not be hidden, and it would soon spread throughout the entire spiritual realm. The reason why Elder Li had admitted to the Zhao family's spy so readily was to incite the other sect's hatred of the enemy. If even the Black Heaven sect dared to do such a thing, there was no need to mention the other sects. With the appearance of Elder Li, the chaotic situation quickly stabilized. When the disciples saw Elder Li and Hall Leader Liu appear, they immediately calmed down. They followed Elder Li's instructions and started to tidy up the situation in the mountain gate. They were all cultivators who had experienced great things. The destruction of a mere building was not enough to cause the profound Heaven sect to collapse. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye to deal with this chaotic situation. Elder Li saw that it was about time, so he called out to Hall Leader Liu. The two of them quickly entered the secret palace and went straight to sect leader Wang's room. Unlike the outside, which had become orderly, there was a tense situation in sect leader Wang's room at this moment. Sect leader Wang's face was covered with soybean-sized beads of sweat. It was obvious that he was enduring unbearable pain. Hall leader Zhu, who was previously full of confidence, now had a look of disbelief on his face. He stared blankly at sect leader Wang, panicking. Of the four elders next to him, two had already quietly distributed themselves on either side of Hall leader Zhu. The other two could only look at sect leader Wang nervously, helpless. The 36 Heaven Dipper formation experts were surrounding the periphery. They were only slightly injured and did not hinder their work. Everyone was good at it, but they were at their wits' end when it came to treating injuries. What happened? Elder Li and Hall Leader Liu noticed the abnormality as soon as they entered the door. Hall Leader Liu's face immediately darkened as he asked in a deep voice, "Why hasn't the sect leader woken up yet?" Hall Leader Zhu, "Didn't you say that your elixir can save lives and that it can be a blessing in disguise?" Hall Leader Liu had been the law enforcement hall master for many years and had accumulated a lot of prestige. Once he put down his face, even the other core elders would feel afraid. Hall Leader Zhu was just a newly promoted core elder and had yet to fully cultivate the bearing of a core elder. When he was questioned by Hall Leader Liu, his face turned even uglier. "Oh!" Before Hall Leader Zhu could answer, Sect Leader Wang had already groaned and woke up. Hearing Sect Leader Wang's voice, everyone was overjoyed. As long as the person woke up, it meant that he could still be saved. The problem was not very big. "The elixir is poisonous. Take down Hall Leader Zhu." Sect Leader Wang opened his eyes and directly ordered without saying anything. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they immediately reacted. With just a thought from Hall Leader Liu, the 36 Shen immortal experts swarmed up and directly controlled Hall Leader Zhu. Hall Leader Zhu was not Xuefei. The matter happened in a hurry and he did not have the decisiveness to sacrifice himself for justice. After being stunned for a moment, he was already under control and could no longer resist. In fact, Sect Leader Wang had already woken up and he was aware of the situation outside. It was just that he suddenly found that the spiritual power in his body was no longer listening to his command and was rampaging in his body. And corresponding to it was the incomparable spirit of his divine sense. His mind was clear and many things that he could not figure out before were like transparent glass at this moment, incomparably clear. The reason why he fell into this situation was related to Hall Leader Zhu's 2 elixirs. It was also because of this that his powerful divine sense could barely control the violent spiritual power in his body and there would not be a problem. But in this situation, Sect Leader Wang did not dare to make any movements and could only continue to pretend to be unconscious. Elder Li and Hall Leader Liu, his 2 most trusted confidants, were not here. Although there were 2 core elders standing on his side, there were still 2 other elders who he did not know what they would do. Of course, what was even more terrifying was Hall Leader Zhu, who had ulterior motives. He actually took advantage of his serious injury to use poison to harm him. Once he found out that his plan had failed, he might immediately turn hostile and make a move. Now that Elder Li and Hall Leader Liu had rushed back, and Elder Li rushed in front of him as soon as he came in, isolating him from the others. Sect Leader Wang's safety was guaranteed, so he woke up in a timely manner to give orders. Hall Leader Zhu did not expect that he would seize this fleeting opportunity to let Sect Leader Wang take the 2 elixirs. He thought that everything would go according to his plan. Sect Leader Wang would not only recover from his injury, but his cultivation would also ascend. He never thought that things would turn out like this. Chapter 1926. Before he could react, the masters around him had completely taken control of him. With Xuefei as a lesson, several masters directly knocked him unconscious to prevent him from having a chance to unleash a final blow. They were all masters, so they couldn't fall for the same thing twice. Elder Li breathed a sigh of relief when Hall Master Zhu was under control. He quickly looked at Sect Master Wang and asked eagerly, "Sect Master, how is your body?" "There's a problem with the pill. The backlash from the spiritual power is getting stronger and stronger." Sect Master Wang knew that his physical condition was critical, so he made a long story short and quickly explained his situation. As he spoke, Sect Master Wang's mouth was still bleeding. After forcibly suppressing the spiritual power in his body for a few hours, not only did his injury not get better, but it got worse. After forcing himself to say these few words, Sect Master Wang couldn't help it anymore and spat out a large mouthful of blood, dyeing Elder Li's chest red. Unfortunately, the strongest pill refiners in the mysterious Heaven sect had all been sent out by Hall Master Zhu. Now, everyone was embarrassed to find that apart from Hall Master Zhu, there was no pill refiner in the secret palace who could save Sect Master Wang. There was no need to ask, this must be Hall Master Zhu's scheme. However, at this critical moment, it was not the time to immediately pursue that guy. Sect Master Wang's injury was more important, and everyone didn't know what to do. Elder Li, on the other hand, appeared to be somewhat resolute at this moment. He clenched his teeth and took out a few jade bottles from his Chenkuan pouch. With a pained expression, he opened them one by one and poured out a few medicinal pills that everyone was extremely familiar with. This is a life-saving pill that I got from Yang Chen. Elder Li didn't hide it and directly revealed the source of the pill. In fact, even if he didn't say it, everyone could see that the pill had such an obvious dragon-shaped pill pattern on it. In the spiritual realm, only one person's pill had such a pattern, and that was Yang Chen. There was a hint of relief in Sect Master Wang's eyes. He understood the relationship between Yang Chen and Elder Li very well. Even if Yang Chen gave gifts to everyone, what he gave to Elder Li was definitely not the same. To be able to make Elder Li reveal a pained expression, it was definitely a top-quality item that could only be chanced upon. Sect leader, take this first to stabilize your injuries. Elder Li placed one of the pills beside Sect leader Wang's mouth. Sect leader Wang opened his mouth without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. At this moment, Master Yang's pill had become a life-saving straw in everyone's eyes. Everyone's eyes were focused on Sect leader Wang, looking forward to seeing Sect leader Wang get better. The powerful merit pill played a stabilizing role at this moment. Sect leader Wang had just taken the pill and felt his whole body relax. Although the spiritual power in his body was still rampaging, the rampaging spiritual power instantly brought the medicinal power of the elixir to his whole body. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Sect Master Wang's face was no longer as painful as before, and there was a lot more rosy. His ragged breathing slowly calmed down, and no more blood flowed out of his mouth after he swallowed the pill. There was no other word to describe the instant effect of the powerful medicinal effect in everyone's hearts. Everyone couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts about the pill that Elder Li had just let Sect leader Wang take. Everyone has that pill. It is Master Yang's 6th Revolution Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill, but it has an excellent life-saving effect. Elder Li was opening his eyes for his grand disciple at this moment, and even paving the way for him to do him a favor. My heart aches because of this one. In Elder Li's hand, another medicinal pill with clear dragon markings appeared. This pill looked familiar. It seemed to be a marrow accumulation pill, but it was a size bigger than the marrow accumulation pill. It was also a 6th Revolution pill. There is a good thing that you are still hiding. Why don't you take it out quickly? The one who spoke was Sect leader Wang. In just a short while, his injuries had stabilized and stopped worsening, even his speech was much smoother. No, Sect leader, you have to eat a Lingji mushroom jade pill first. Elder Li shook his head, but took out a Lingji mushroom jade pill and gave it to Sect leader Wang. This is a specially refined marrow accumulation pill. You need to completely stabilize your injuries before you can take it. A 6th Revolution Lingji mushroom jade pill could at most stabilize his injuries and stop them from worsening in this situation, but the spiritual power in Sect leader Wang's body was in a mess. It was beyond his power to heal with a pill. There was a smile on Sect leader Wang's face, and he put the pill into his mouth. This time, after the effect of the pill took effect, Sect leader Wang's condition was much better, and his injuries had also recovered. However, it still did not reach the level that Elder Li needed. In desperation, he ate another 6th Revolution Lingji mushroom jade pill, which completely stabilized his injuries and improved. 6th Revolution Virtue Lingji mushroom jade pill. Even if his life was hanging by a thread, it could pull him back from the line of life and death. The reason why he couldn't recover was because of the spiritual power in Sect leader Wang's body. Even so, everyone present had seen the power of Master Yang's pills with their own eyes, and they cherished the pills that Yang Chen gave them more and more. What was a life-saving medicinal pill? This was a life-saving medicinal pill. Those so-called special life-saving medicinal pills that they had seen before were not worth mentioning. Although it was only a 6th Revolution pill, the effect was stronger than many 7th Revolution pills. The reason why Master Yang was called a master when he was just a 6th rank pill refinement master was not without reason. Sect leader, what's the situation in your body now? Seeing that sect leader Wang's eyes were already on the super marrow accumulating pill in Elder Li's hand, Elder Li also asked with a wry smile. After asking, he explained, "It's not that this old man is reluctant to give up this medicinal pill, but the medicinal pill has to be the right one. Your spiritual sense is clear, but your spiritual power is not listening to you, and it is still getting stronger." Sect leader Wang knew his own situation and quickly gave the answer. After that, he looked at Elder Li expectantly, waiting for his judgment. "This old man can't say for sure." Elder Li shook his head and said with a difficult expression, "This medicinal pill is more effective than the marrow accumulating pill. It may be able to help sect leader to straighten out and control his spiritual power, but the spiritual power in sect leader's body is now chaotic. Maybe you still need external help. Can sect leader hold on? This old man will go to Yang Chen immediately and let him diagnose in person." From Shipping Mountain here to Chunyang Palace, the journey added up to more than 200,000 miles. Even if they rushed at full speed, it would take more than half a month. For such a long time, sect leader Wang knew that he would definitely not be able to hold on. What external help? Since it was related to sect leader Wang, no one else dared to speak easily. The only one who could ask was sect leader Wang himself. This. Elder Li sighed and took out 2 medicinal pills that were also made by Yang Chen, the 6th Revolution Millennium Pill and the Prolonging Life Pill. Relying on the powerful spiritual power to suppress the chaotic spiritual power in sect leader's body and assimilate it. Chapter 1927. Originally, this is this old man's life-saving method. Elder Li did not wait for the others to ask and immediately began to explain. Let's say that the body is seriously injured and the enemy's spirit energy cannot be dispersed in the body. Right now, Sect Master's situation seems to be similar. It may be useful. After saying this, Elder Li still shook his head with some uncertainty. If it's feasible, it's best for Sect Master to let Yang Chen personally diagnose you. At most, you can eat a Lingji mushroom jade pill every once in a while. It should be able to last for half a month, right? Elder Li's explanation was not false. Everyone understood that this was a special life-saving method that Yang Chen prepared for Elder Li, even considering the worst-case scenario. Those who knew the relationship between Yang Chen and Elder Li understood that this was a special gift from Yang Chen to Elder Li. Their relationship was different. Naturally, there would be some special care. Those who did not know thought that Elder Li personally met Yang Chen last time to obtain some small benefits for himself. It was not a big deal. But everyone understood that Yang Chen's combination of several medicinal pills, for the current situation, seemed to have a little bit of a feeling of the right medicine. The key now was to see whether Sect Master Wang could last until the moment he met Yang Chen. A few 6th Revolution Lingji mushroom jade pills had already made everyone no longer doubted Yang Chen's medical and pill refining skills. No one doubted that Sect Master Wang could recover after seeing Yang Chen. The problem was whether Sect Master Wang's physical condition could last until then. "I'm afraid not." Sect Master Wang shook his head. The pill surnamed Zhu must have something similar to the 1,000-year pill, but it is not as pure as Yang Chen's. Now that the spirit energy is becoming more and more chaotic, it will soon go out of control again. Right now, Sect Master Wang was relying on his powerful divine sense to suppress the chaotic spirit energy. Once the spirit energy continued to increase beyond the limit of divine sense control, the consequences would be unimaginable. If we use the 1,000-year pill again, will it make the spirit energy even more chaotic? Hall Master Liu was also Sect Master Wang's confidant. He naturally did not want anything to happen to Sect Master Wang, so he asked from the side. Everyone was also concerned about this question. They all looked at Elder Li. "These elixirs are specially refined," Yi Zichen explained. Elder Li's face turned red, as if he was ashamed of abusing his power for personal gain. This special marrow accumulating pill will control the spirit energy contained in the 1,000-year pill and the prolonging life pill according to the most basic cultivation method. As it circulates, it will nourish the meridians and assimilate the other spirit energy in the body. It was refined by Master Yang using a special method, so it is very precious. With Elder Li's explanation, everyone immediately understood the logic behind it. This was a set of pills. The marrow accumulation pill was responsible for controlling the spirit energy, while the 1,000-year pill and life extension pill were responsible for providing spirit energy. Furthermore, the spirit energy was of a special attribute that could only be controlled by the marrow accumulation pill. This way, the cultivator could ignore the flow of spirit energy in their body. As long as he used the cultivating spirit heart technique to completely refine the different spiritual powers in his body, he would naturally be able to easily control them. Moreover, the refined spiritual power would also become a part of the master's spiritual power. Although it was said to be healing, it was actually using the spiritual energy that the other party had injured him to cultivate. If it wasn't for the fact that it was easier to control the spiritual energy that was cultivated by oneself, this method could be called the best way to quickly increase one's cultivation level. Even the cultivator himself didn't need to pay anything. Even the flow of the spiritual energy was controlled by the marrow accumulating pill. This was a must-have for lazy people. No wonder Elder Lee's heart ached. This combination was simply a cheating method to heal, save one's life, and increase one's cultivation at a critical moment. If it was anyone else present, they would also feel the same pain. Forget it. Sect Master Wang was ambitious and decisive. He directly made a decision. This time, I will take advantage of Elder Lee. If there is a chance in the future, Elder Lee, ask Yang Chen for another pill. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and took the 3 pills from Elder Lee's hand. Without looking at them, he swallowed them in one gulp. Everyone understood what Sect Master Wang was thinking. It wasn't that Sect Master Wang was afraid of death, but everyone knew that if Sect Master Wang died under Xuefei's attack, it would definitely be a fatal blow to all the cultivators in the spiritual realm. If even the Black Heaven sect's sect master couldn't stop the Zhao family's attack under the sect's heavy protection, then where else in the spiritual realm would be safe? Who else could compete with the Zhao family? Even if it was just because he didn't want to increase the Zhao family's achievements, Sect Master Wang was determined not to let himself die under the Zhao family's plot. Even if Sect Master Wang had the divine perching jade to preserve his life origin soul, even if he died, it would only take him 1,000 years to recover. However, even if Sect Master Wang was willing, the other elders probably wouldn't allow him to do so. At the level of the Black Heaven sect, sometimes, it wasn't life that mattered, but face. What's more, this was related to the fight against the Zhao family, so he couldn't be careless. Moreover, even ants lived without purpose, let alone the glorious Black Heaven sect's sect master. Since they couldn't wait for Yang Chen to come in person, plus Elder Lee's combination of medicinal pills was convincing no matter from the perspective of the alchemist, then they could only treat a dead horse as a living one. The worst result was using the divine perching jade, which wasn't much worse than now. Sect Master Wang only took the pill for a while before he noticed the change in the spiritual power in his body. After closing his eyes and feeling it carefully for a while, Sect Master Wang finally opened his eyes with a happy expression. It's working, it has already started to absorb my chaotic spiritual power. That one sentence made everyone feel completely at ease. At the same time, they all looked at Elder Lee with different gazes. Those who knew about the relationship between Elder Lee and Yang Chen were all wondering how to get Yang Chen to prepare such a combination of pills for them. Those who didn't know were also thinking about how to move Yang Chen to refine pills for him. In short, no one would complain about having too many pills that could save their lives or even counterattack at a critical moment. In any case, this matter couldn't be avoided by Elder Lee. Everyone was thinking about how to get Elder Lee to do this favor. With the marrow accumulation pill to help mobilize the spiritual power, Sect Master Wang didn't even have to work hard himself. The chaotic spiritual power had already begun to decrease, and it was only a matter of time before it was completely resolved. Sect Master Wang could also do something else. Sect leader, you'd better take this pill as well. Elder Lee seemed to struggle for a moment and took out 2 more pills. Sect Master's spiritual power cultivation base will definitely improve greatly. If the state of mind of the divine sense falls behind, it will not be good. This questioning inner heart pill can also make up for the gap in this state of mind. The spirit congealing pill can slightly supplement the divine sense. The questioning inner heart pill was a high-grade pill that tempered the state of mind and enhanced the divine sense. The spirit congealing pill could indeed increase some divine sense. At this moment, everyone had nothing to say except that Elder Lee was really loyal to Sect Master Wang. Even this kind of problem was considered. What else could they say? Chapter 1928. It was not that Elder Li was showing his loyalty to Sect Master Wang at this moment, but Elder Li did not want Sect Master Wang to have time to arrange other things from now on before the tribulation ascension. Using the questioning inner heart pill and spirit congealing pill as an excuse, on the one hand, it showed the loyalty of Elder Li, on the other hand, it made Sect Master Wang have no time to care about other things and ascend with peace of mind. This old man never thought that one day, this old man would actually rely on swallowing medicinal pills to increase his cultivation. Sect leader Wang also had a lot of emotions, and shook his head repeatedly. Man proposes, but God disposes. This matter was plotted by the Zhao family. It is not the fault of the sect master. Elder Li immediately said, fortunately, the sect master has a flood of good fortune. If you survive a disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. Without batting an eyelid, Elder Li had already labeled Hall Master Zhu as a thief from the Zhao family. Regardless of whether Hall Master Zhu was a member of the Zhao family, at this moment, when Elder Li said this, no one would refute it. The murder of the sect master was caught on the spot. What else could be said? Looking at the arrangement of the Zhao family, one after another, Xue Fei failed here, and the one surnamed Zhu immediately jumped out. It was really impossible to guard against. Who would suspect that the medicinal pills given by the core high-level medicinal hall master of their own sect would have a problem? If the safety of Sect Master Wang was not the most important thing now, everyone couldn't help but check themselves. Who among the people present had not eaten the medicinal pills refined by Hall Master Zhu? If he was deliberately plotting, everyone would definitely have been plotted against early. Wouldn't that be bad? To say that the Zhao family was really insidious, they actually quietly inserted 2 disciples into the core high level. If it weren't for Yang Chen who found the traces of the Zhao family in the mortal world, maybe everyone would have been kept in the dark, and the Zhao family would have silently controlled all the sect. This was by no means an alarmist. Even the profound heaven sect was like this, not to mention other sects. Not to mention far away, the core elder and another elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island in the mortal world were from the Zhao family. The Zhao Haoshuan father and son of the Five Elements sect almost succeeded in seizing power and became the sect master of the Five Elements sect. 3 of the 5 major Dao sects had already met with mishaps. It was impossible to count on the remaining Blue Cloud sect and Heaven and Earth sect to be safe and sound. Since such a strict organization like the Dao sect could not be spared, it was even more so for the Demon sect, the Demon clan, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, which were relatively scattered sect. He was afraid that after this incident, all the major sect members would feel insecure. The one surnamed Zhu, you must watch over him. Don't let what happened to Xue Fei happen again. Sect Master Wang exhorted, but at this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. After taking the questioning inner heart pill and the spirit congealing pill, he assumed the cultivation posture of Wu Xinxiong Tian and fell into meditation. Xue Fei's mistake had happened a few hours ago, and Zhu Dao was determined not to repeat the same mistake. Hall Master Liu personally searched for all the magic treasures on the unconscious Zhu Dao. He didn't even leave his natal magic treasure behind. He used more than 10 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Experts to force them out of Zhu Dao's body. To be on the safe side, Hall Master Liu directly crippled Zhu Dao's cultivation, and even his divine sense cultivation. In short, he didn't give the surnamed Zhu any chance to take advantage of him, and he didn't give the Zhao clan any chance to increase their military achievements. Even though Zhu Dao had become a cripple, Hall Master Liu still let 3 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Experts take turns to watch him. This guy definitely knew the Zhao clan's secret. Such an important person must be kept alive, and he must not be silenced. Oh yes, Hall Master Liu, Xue Fei, and Zhu Dao's confidant. After dealing with Zhu Dao, Elder Li suddenly thought of something and said to Hall Master Liu. Everyone was shocked, and then they came to a realization. If Xue Fei and Zhu Dao had a problem, then their confidant must have a problem too. Just now, the sect master was in a mess, and these guys almost got away with it. Hall Master Liu and the other 2 newly added core elders went out together and began to arrange for the law enforcement hall to capture those small fries. With 3 core elders going out, no one would be able to escape easily. The reason why the other 2 newly added core elders were so proactive was because 2 of the 4 newly added core elders already had problems. If they didn't perform actively, they might also be suspected by the higher-ups. Because of this, the 2 core elders were even more aggressive than the law enforcement hall. Whether it was Xue Fei and Zhu Dao's confidant or direct descendant, they didn't let go of any of the disciples involved. They captured all of them and sent them to the law enforcement hall for investigation. In an instant, the mysterious Heaven Sect's disciples, who had just stabilized, were in chaos again. The law enforcement hall moved out and captured tens of thousands of people in the sect alone. Almost all the mysterious Heaven Sect disciples were in danger, afraid that they would be involved in this attack on the mysterious Heaven Sect. Sect Master Wang's healing this time was not as immediate as it had been in the beginning. The cultivating essence cultivation method was the most basic cultivation method and also the most stable cultivation method. There was no risk of qi deviation, but at the same time, it also led to the cultivating essence cultivation method being a relatively inefficient cultivation method. Adjusting the chaotic spirit power was not something that could be done overnight. This long period of time was just enough for Sect Master Wang to retreat and completely refine the questioning inner heart pills and spirit congealing pills to improve his state of mind and divine sense cultivation. The mysterious Heaven Sect warned the outside world about the brutality of the Zhao family while rebuilding the shipping mountain courtyard. At the same time, they also comforted the disciples in the sect and didn't forget to track down Xue Fei and Zhu Dao. In short, after this incident, the mysterious Heaven Sect would stop developing for at least 20 years. However, for the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven Sect, if a mere 20 years could make the mysterious Heaven Sect more pure, they would be willing to do so. In addition to paying attention to Sect Master Wang's healing, the rest was to perform their respective duties and strive to maintain the normal operation of the mysterious Heaven Sect. Of course, everyone was most concerned about Zhu Dao's confession. Hall Master Liu personally took action and used all kinds of cruel methods on Zhu Dao, who was still alive. Even if Zhu Dao was a man made of iron, once he entered the law enforcement hall, no matter how long he persisted, he would inevitably become a pile of mud in the end. The people's hearts were like iron and the law was like a furnace. Hall Master Liu had never seen a tough man who could persist until the end. When Zhu Dao was almost on the verge of collapse, the strongest hypnotist of the mysterious Heaven Sect made his move. For a supreme profound immortal expert to deal with a cripple who had lost all his cultivation and was on the verge of a mental breakdown, it was simply a piece of cake. Zhu Dao really admitted that he was a disciple of the Zhao family. He had been enduring since the mortal world and slowly expanded his power. Finally, he had entered the core of the sect. If it wasn't for Elder Li saying that he happened to find the location of the Zhao family, Zhu Dao would never have easily exposed himself or used such methods. It was precisely because he was afraid that the secret of the Zhao family would be leaked that he was forced to take action in advance. As for Xue Fei, he didn't know that Xue Fei was also a member of the Zhao family. It was just a coincidence that he had the opportunity to deal with Sect Master Wang. Chapter 1929. The location of the Zhao family was indeed in the trial ground. Everyone had a tacit understanding of this, but it had not been confirmed. Zhu Dao's proof was the most direct evidence, confirming the news brought back by Elder Li. Just this point alone made Elder Li the greatest achievement in dealing with the Zhao family. Most importantly, Zhu Dao told him how to contact the Zhao family's secret envoy. Although he had not personally been to the Zhao clan in the trial grounds, the secret envoy of the Zhao clan who brought him the corpse of the demonic beast must have been there. The corpse was brought out from the Zhao clan. As long as he could contact the secret envoy again, he believed that he would be able to obtain further clues. This was the most effective achievement of the mysterious Heaven Sect in dealing with the Zhao family since the outbreak of the demonic calamity. Determining the location of the Zhao family could be said to be a milestone achievement. Xue Fei was discovered by Elder Li. Although Zhu Dao was not discovered by Elder Li, sect leader Wang was saved by Elder Li. There was no doubt about this. It could be said that in the battle against the Zhao clan, Elder Li had already walked far ahead of everyone else. It was impossible for them to not be convinced. Even so, Elder Li was as loyal as ever to Sect Master Wang. Every day, he would go to Sect Master Wang's residence to check on him, for fear that something would go wrong. After Sect Master Wang went into seclusion, Elder Li went to Chunyang Palace and personally brought Yang Chen to the mysterious Heaven sect to treat Sect Master Wang. Unfortunately, Sect Master Wang was in seclusion, so Yang Chen couldn't communicate with Sect Master Wang. However, after Yang Chen saw Sect Master Wang's condition, he gave a very certain conclusion. The previous combination of medicinal pills was feasible. After a period of time, Sect Master Wang would be fine. As Zhu Dao said at the time, it was a blessing in disguise, and one's cultivation would improve greatly. This time, Yang Chen's visit to the mysterious Heaven sect was above board. Elder Li gave Chunyang Palace a lot of benefits in the name of seeking medical treatment. All the sect knew that the mysterious Heaven sect had just been attacked by the Zhao family's spy. It was inevitable that someone would be seriously injured, so no one suspected that there was any problem. However, the attack on the mysterious Heaven sect still caused an uproar in the spiritual realm. The Zhao family was already unscrupulous to this point. Just as Elder Li expected, if the Zhao family could attack the mysterious Heaven sect today, they could attack any other sect tomorrow. For a time, all the spiritual realm sect were cautious, for fear of being attacked by the Zhao family at this special time. For a while, all the spiritual realm cultivators were very cautious, fearing that they would be attacked by the Zhao family. Other than the dozens of Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal experts and a few core elders in the core area, no one else knew what had happened at the Mystic Heaven sect side courtyard. The mysterious Heaven sect didn't announce it to the public, so no one knew that something had happened to Shui Fei and Zhu Dao. No one knew that Sect Master Wang was almost in danger. Family Long Chen left, he that family, Yang family, Yun, Sect Master, Long, said that sect. Others only knew that Yang Chen had seen the injured person and left a medicinal pill to treat the injury. They didn't doubt the inside story, and no one would ask Yang Chen about it. Everyone understood that the mysterious Heaven sect mountain gate was destroyed, someone was seriously injured, and even the important elders were seriously injured. The mysterious Heaven sect didn't disclose the specific inside story because they didn't want people to know. Unless someone lived a long life, they would ask Yang Chen about it. When the palace master and Elder Wu Xiong heard that the mysterious Heaven sect mountain gate was destroyed, they were almost shocked, thinking that it was Yang Chen's plan. It wasn't until Elder Li came to Yang Chen for medical treatment that everyone knew that it was not the case, and they were relieved. If Yang Chen directed such a big disaster because of Lan Ying's anger, it would not be a relief, but a disaster for the Chunyang Palace. Even the most unscrupulous Lan Ying did not dare to imagine that this was done by Yang Chen. Elder Li's visit to seek medical treatment made Lan Ying see hope. If Yang Chen took the opportunity to propose to deal with an unruly disciple of the mysterious Heaven sect, it might be successful. In this regard, Lan Ying was full of confidence and firmly believed that one day she would be able to see the guy who dared to hurt her friend kneel in front of her and let her deal with him. The major sect sent representatives to the mysterious Heaven sect to express their condolences. All of them were received by Elder Li and another elder. Hall Master Liu was so busy that he didn't appear at all. It was really busy for more than half a year. Sect Master Wang's retreat to heal finally came out. In fact, during this time, several core elders have been paying attention to Sect Master Wang's injury. They saw that Sect Master Wang's physical performance was getting better and better, and even the aura he released was much stronger than before. Everyone saw it in their eyes and felt happy in their hearts. As long as Sect Master Wang was fine, then this time the Zhao family's conspiracy was completely destroyed. In addition to the loss of Shui Fei and Zhu Dao, two long-hidden spies, they also lost 5 magic weapons made from rare monster bones, plus the bodies of 2 monster beasts. It could be said that the loss was heavy. Of course, the Zhao family's biggest loss was the arrangement in the mysterious Heaven sect. Shui Fei and Zhu Dao's trusted subordinates were all caught in one net, and thousands of people were executed according to the sect's rules. Only 2,000 or 3,000 people could escape with their lives, and the rest were all dealt with as traitors. This time, the mysterious Heaven sect dealt with traitors in a big way, directly surpassing the 5 Elements sect. Sect Master Wang finally came out of his room, and as soon as he came out, everyone who had been waiting for a long time was shocked. In just over half a year, Sect Master Wang actually rushed directly from the 4th grade of the Heaven Immortal Realm to the peak of the Heaven Immortal Realm. It even seemed that Sect Master Wang was still suppressing it, and his true cultivation base may have already entered the profound Immortal Realm. This time, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Sect Master Wang didn't say much about his situation, and simply laughed at himself. Then, he began to arrange the affairs of the sect without stopping. Brother Li, this old man is about to ascend. In the future, the mysterious heaven sect will depend on you. As soon as Sect Master Wang spoke, everyone's heart almost stopped beating. What did he mean? Sect Master Wang was about to ascend? Because his cultivation base soared so suddenly, Sect Master Wang didn't even have time to prepare. If he had prepared a few years in advance, perhaps Sect Master Wang could stay in the spiritual realm with the profound immortal realm without triggering the heavenly tribulation. However, things happened too suddenly, and before any arrangements could be made, Sect Master Wang's cultivation base had already broken through the peak of the Heaven Immortal Realm and entered the profound immortal realm. He had no choice but to accept the fact that he was about to ascend. He only asked Elder Li to take care of the mysterious heaven sect, and the tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. Sect leader Wang took a deep breath and didn't say anything more. He bowed deeply to the surrounding core elders and said, "Thank you for your hard work." After that, he strode out of the room and went straight to the tribulation cloud. Not long after, countless heavenly tribulations began to descend. Chapter 1930. Among the medicinal pills given to Sect Master Wang, there was a 6th grade millennium pill and a profound marrow pill wrapped in a millennium pill. The true efficacy of these two medicinal pills, in Yang Chen's estimation, exceeded 3,000 years of cultivation. Sect Master Wang, who had directly increased his cultivation by 3,000 years, had to ascend even if he didn't want to. His current divine sense and mental state simply couldn't suppress the skyrocketing spirit force cultivation, so he could only ascend to the celestial world to find a way. Under the watchful eyes of the 7 core elders of the profound heaven sect and dozens of supreme mystic immortal elders, Sect Master Wang passed through the 99 heavenly tribulations in a row. He reluctantly said, "Kill the Zhao family." He reluctantly said, "Get rid of the Zhao family." No one expected such a result. Of course, Elder Li was an exception. However, Elder Li's expression was no different from everyone else's. They were all shocked and happy for Sect Master Wang's ascension. With Sect Master Wang's last words, Elder Li was basically the next successor of Sect Master Wang. It should have been the original Sect Master who ascended from the mortal world, but the successor's cultivation was still very low and wasn't strong enough to control the mysterious heaven sect. For now, everyone could only consider Sect Master Wang's suggestion. Everyone had seen Elder Li's contributions over the years, especially the few core elders who had been plotted against by Xue Fei. If it wasn't for Elder Li's reminder, they might have fallen into the hands of the Zhao family and become soulless puppets controlled by them. There was no need to talk about his contributions. Over the past few hundred years, Elder Li had deliberately made friends with various forces and roped in many experts. This allowed Elder Li's strength to surpass the other elders. In addition to Sect Master Wang's words, the disciples who were originally loyal to Sect Master Wang all turned to Elder Li's side, making Elder Li's faction the strongest in the mysterious heaven sect. Hall Master Liu and Elder Li had always been on the same side, so he was even more supportive at this time. The other 2 veteran core elders also did not have any other thoughts and supported Elder Li wholeheartedly. Only a few newly added core elders were left. No matter if it was in terms of strength or influence, they could not be compared to Elder Li. Elder Li taking over as the Black Heaven Sect Sect Master was already a done deal. All that was left was a ceremony. The Profound Heaven Sect's current Sect Master had ascended, and the new Sect Master's succession ceremony naturally couldn't be carried out carelessly. Coincidentally, the disciples of the mysterious Heaven Sect had just conquered all the territory that belonged to the mysterious Heaven Sect and were planning to rebuild the sect. Thus, the two matters merged into one. Returning to the sect and taking over the position of the new sect master became the focus of the mysterious Heaven Sect for the next 2 years. Countless disciples started to get busy. They built the mountain gate, sent out invitations, and all sorts of other things. They didn't stop for even a moment. This could be considered a joyous occasion for the mysterious heaven sect. At the very least, it alleviated the pain of losing close to 10,000 disciples. As the news spread, the spiritual world was in an uproar. The sect master of the profound heaven sect had actually transcended his tribulation and ascended. Those small rogue cultivators might not think that it was a big deal. It was normal for them to ascend once their cultivation reached a certain level. However, the sect members who were paying attention to the situation reacted differently. Sect Master Wang of the mysterious heaven sect had just reached the 4th stage of the sky immortal realm a few decades ago. How could his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds in just a few decades to the point where he was about to transcend his tribulation and ascend? Thinking back to the destruction of the mysterious heaven sect side gate not long ago, those in charge of the sect wouldn't believe that there was no connection between this matter. However, the mysterious heaven sect didn't explain anything. They just politely sent a disciple with enough status to send an invitation, inviting them to attend the new sect master's succession ceremony in 2 years. The mysterious heaven sect even specially noted on the invitation that the sect master was invited to attend and that there was something important to discuss. All the major sect members understood that there was something fishy about this matter. If they wanted to know the inside story, only the sect master would personally go. Otherwise, the mysterious heaven sect probably wouldn't easily reveal how important this matter was. The mysterious heaven sect's invitation naturally wouldn't be left behind in Chunyang Palace. The person who came to deliver the invitation to Chunyang Palace was Yang Chen's concubine, Dao Junqi. In addition to delivering the invitation, Dao Junqi also brought another thing to Yang Chen. Or rather, it was a person, a living mysterious heaven sect disciple. This mysterious heaven sect disciple was the direct disciple of Shui Fei, who had injured Lan Ying's friend a few years ago. However, he no longer had the demeanor of a sky immortal expert. His cultivation had been completely abolished, and he couldn't move at all. He was handed over to Yang Chen without any resistance. "Hubby, who is this person?" Dao Junqi didn't know who this person was. She only knew that her master had asked her to deliver this person to her hubby. She didn't ask much and immediately sent him over. However, when facing Yang Chen, Dao Junqi still asked curiously. Dao Junqi also returned to the sect after receiving the news that the side courtyard had been destroyed. As soon as she returned to the sect, Dao Junqi was sent to Elder Li's side and accepted as a direct disciple. Dao Junqi thought that it was just the sect's elder who took a fancy to her aptitude and wanted to win over her hubby. However, what Dao Junqi didn't know was that she didn't know how many people were secretly envious of her luck. Just because she had a good hubby, her status actually soared all the way. She was now a direct disciple of a core elder, but in a few years, she would become a direct disciple of the new sect master. "It's just a traitor of the mysterious heaven sect." Yang Chen replied to Dao Junqi with a smile and no longer said anything. Dao Junqi wouldn't ask more about an irrelevant person. When the husband and wife met, they were naturally intimate. If it weren't for the recent matters in the mysterious heaven sect, Dao Junqi really wanted to spend more time with her hubby. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. Dao Junqi could only stay for a few days before saying goodbye to her hubby. After sending Dao Junqi away, Yang Chen immediately sent someone to invite Elder Wu Xiong and Lan Ying. A few days later, the two arrived at Chunyang Palace from Sunset Rock. Looking at the motionless disciple of the mysterious heaven sect who couldn't resist, Lan Ying couldn't help but scream. She couldn't believe that Yang Chen's seemingly joking words from a few years ago had become a reality today. The guy she wanted to burn to ashes even in her dreams was kneeling in front of her and was really at her mercy. Elder Wu was also surprised, but he was much better than Lan Ying. At least he was able to control his emotions. Even so, Elder Wu stood in the same place with an incredible expression for a long time. He then sat in front of Yang Chen and looked at Yang Chen with an even more incredible gaze. He seemed to be waiting for his explanation. "How did you do it?" Lan Ying was indeed a straightforward guy. After being surprised, she stepped forward and beat the guy who had lost his cultivation base into a mass of meat sauce. After venting her anger, she rushed to Yang Chen and looked at Yang Chen and asked curiously,